Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the road to Riyadh. We're still on that road, and this time it's a bit different because we're going to be doing the America Regional Qualifiers. Still, though, we're going to have me, Mirko, and Naisu to accompany you throughout the day, but we'll have an additional friend of ours that will come through as well. How you doing, Naisu?
We're doing good, man. Despite it being a little early, for us right here, or a little late, whichever you want to call it, but it's good to be back. I feel like I just saw you, I'm excited to get this last online qualifier done in the leg, leading us to, of course, the WEC.
Absolutely. We're going to have some fire matches for you guys today. I think a lot of you guys have already seen a little bit of the teasers here and there for a few other live streams that I've done as well, just talking about this whole event. But it's really cool to see, again, I assume when we're talking about the America Regional Qualifier, that we're going to see a lot of teams that obviously have a lot of experience in the international scene, right? I think Brazil, Argentina, USA as well. We've seen them a lot in international tournaments, but for all the other new countries that we're going to be seeing, for example, our first match here, Colombia going up against Ecuador, it's going to be very interesting. It comes down to the same, I think, expectations that we had for the African regional qualifiers, and then later on for the Asian regional qualifiers for a lot of the other teams.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, for our viewers out there, of course, we have two groups going here. I believe it's a total of 14 teams, if I remember correctly. And so there are some streams, there are some games happening. Sorry, not streams. There are some games happening offline. So if you guys want to keep up to date to all the games happening, even offline, off this stream, do check out Iesf.gg so you guys can get the information that you need, stay up to date with the brackets and everything else, because we can't throw them all in one stream, unfortunately, but we're gonna have, I would say we're gonna have some good games, and I know we're gonna be opening up with maybe teams that a lot of people aren't used to at least seeing, because that's something that we've always kind of talked about going through Iesf, these qualifiers, man, is you see a lot of unfamiliar names and you see a lot of familiar names, so that leads us into today and exactly what Colombia and Ecuador can start us off with.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, I think when we're talking about Colombia, Ecuador, we don't really have a lot of data. I personally don't have any data whatsoever about both these teams, right? So it's already going to be very interesting to see if they are actually, if they actually understand the meta that we have right now, or they have a special way of playing the game, like we've seen from other regions, like Africa. I think we still remember that, Ian. We still remember the 4 assassins, or was it 3 assassins in the lineup?
I think it was like 3.
It was like 3, right? I mean, we had the Yin, we got the Helker too. Some of the nerfs have,
the Helker mid.
Yeah, Helker mid. Some of the heroes that we saw previously have been nerfed, like the Helker. But I think it's safe to say that the meta is still in a very, very good spot. It's still very, very entertaining, right? From the last few matches that we've seen as well, from other tournaments. Man, the draft is getting really, really spicy too. We're seeing a whole lot of Zask here. We're seeing a whole lot as Naisu would put it, juicins.
Juicins. Hey, we fixed it towards the end there, okay? Jushin.
There you go. But for you guys, this is the next match that we have. Up next, it is Colombia versus Ecuador. You guys can leave your predictions in the comment section down below. And like Naisu mentioned earlier, you guys can also check on the group's rankings and standings currently, because we had a few games go offline, or were not streamed earlier, and then the updates have already been placed down as well. I can see it from the website too. USA, Costa Rica, and Mexico have all got victories.
That's good, because it set things off, because like I said, there's 2 groups here. America's A and B, so 2 are going to be going on from A, and then we have 1 going on from B. So I'm sure some people already got their favorites on, or like who they're assuming is going to go forward, but focusing on Colombia right now, man, we're going to have to look at the lineups here. And hey, my color blindness, I'm actually going to have to let you read these names in, because I see some greed in here.
Yeah, well, let's welcome Team Colombia first with John YT Delica Eto Salguero. We have Santiago Astro Agudelo, Jose Prime Marigod Rodriguez, and Fabian Replic Laguna with Daniel Abyss QT Venasco. And it's already cool to see that, they have a lot of good. I think for Abyss QT, it's very clear that there is a specific player that he idolizes, right? With the same QT surname, or it could just be something that he wants to have in his name, Maybe he doesn't care about Benny.
there's a there's a lot of QTs out there,
Exactly.
but I think I don't know why, and maybe this I'm just trying to recall like from the past too with Iesf.
Oh,
But Prime Mary God seems familiar to me. And again, like when we go and look online, not just through iesf.gg, but we typically use Wikipedia, for example, out here for the MLB teams. I don't see anything like history-wise from him, but for some reason his name does just strikes my memory for some reason. Yeah, from somewhere. So I want to see how these guys play from Colombia, and of course, the lineup that we're going to see here shortly, also from Ecuador, same thing. It's like, dude, we have been in a even before the major tournaments that we have been through already recently. Like we were like saying, the picks and everything else are great. It's refreshing to see, and I feel like these teams have had plenty of time to look at this because. Here's Ecuador, right? Ecuador, they're going to have Jose. I'll give it a try here. All right, I'll give it a try. I adjusted my color settings on my monitor, but Jose Einar, Gavilanes,
got it.
Luis, Nikolai. Oh, well, these guys must be related. Gavilanes, right? Juan Rosa, Castaneda, Jose Cahil Campos, Steven Lucas Drosco, I think. Drosco. But yeah, hopefully we got that as close as that we could. But yeah, interesting. I'm wondering if these two if Jose and Luis are brothers or cousins. We've seen this actually a lot in the past. I mean, even teams from the MENA region, right? There's a full team there with like nearly an entire family that is ready to play. So we'll see if they have that brotherly or family connection. I can't just assume that they're brothers, maybe they're cousins. But interesting. Well, I can't wait to see what we see from Ecuador.
That's got to be the dream, right? I mean, if I have kids, I would definitely want to have 5 so that I can create an MLBB team, right? It's only logical as MLBB casters that we want to start Project AP Bread or Project some team right there. But I mean, it's really cool to see that, brothers are playing together and they basically grew up together playing the game. So I think when it comes to synergy, when it comes to chemistry, that's going to be very important. I really hope that Einar and Nikolai, are either duo mid or roam gold, or actually inside of the trio mid, right? Because usually we see that when it comes to synergy, chemistry, you get so much of an advantage when you have the additional synergy and chemistry as these roles, trio mid or even in the gold lane. So actually, to be fair, at this point, what do you think, Naisu? Because me personally, looking at a lot of different games, the gold lane seems to be in a place where you're not really relevant in the early to mid stage, right? You are relevant in mid to late, and for the most part, you are in your own island, just farming it up.
Yep, and that's why I coined the saying "gold lane experience," man, because I saw it happening like through GLE through the past couple of like patches and stuff. I saw that shift happening with the gold lane where it's just like, yeah, you essentially want to be on your own. Like, you want to be left alone for the majority of the early game. Do your thing. You don't join any turtle fights. You don't join any of that stuff because you're just farming up. You're trying to do your thing and stay alive, because we've seen teams kind of shift this focus too, where they're spending some of the early game putting pressure there on the gold lane if they want to go and gank and everything like that, get an early, death on the opposing gold laner, which kind of helps slow them down, because it's all about that mid game to late game transition for these gold laners. And I would say even more so, depending on what hero we're talking about, late game is super crucial. But what is the late game right now in the current meta? You know what I mean? Like, the problem with it is how I don't even know what our average game time is right now in all the tournaments that are going on, because I would say naturally we do see games, and I would say even I would go as far as saying for ISF specifically here, Mirko, we see games that are ending after the first Lord. You know what I mean? So like, and I think that's why sometimes teams are just like, you know what, YOLO, let's just put something weird in the gold lane. Like, not one of these traditional, gold laners, marksman picks. And that's why, like, I think, Harith works so good, because at least with Harith, like, you're going to have a pretty strong lane, get a couple items, you're already essentially online. You know what I mean? Zaman Force is going to be a threat. So I think, like, it's a good thing to point that out, because as people are watching this, or maybe even new viewers are watching some of these competitive games, gold lane is kind of non-existent for the first few minutes, at least for the first early phase. And then you have to see them, how they transition from there. So I think that's where we really got to pay attention. But I'm going to flip it back on you and ask you, so what is the most crucial role right now, in your opinion?
I think it's got to be the jungle right now. I think, a lot of pressure has been placed into the jungle. We've had discussions over the course of a few different events as to what role is position 1 right now, right? Because for the longest time, I feel like it was the gold lane, especially in the utility jungle meta. You play around your gold laner. Well, you still play around the neutral objectives, and technically the gold lane still doesn't really join team fights up until mid to late. But how do you win the game back in utility meta? It's getting your marksman ahead, right? It's getting him enabled. And that's what we've seen for the longest time. But now with the assassins back, it's tough. It's really tough, especially not just the assassins, with some of the crazy mid laners, personally, I hate them, like the Zask and the Juicin. It definitely, puts the gold lane in a very tough spot where even if you get ahead in lane, you're still going to be one-shot by a random Hayabusa who's 3-0, right? You're going to get one-shot by a Zask in the mid lane too. So, yeah, position 1, I would say, most prio has got to be in the jungle right now. You have so many ways to actually take the game, dictate the game's pace as well on these assassins. That's why Ling and Fanny, I think, are always banned out in the first phase. But that's why it's going to be interesting to see these teams, because I feel like, especially for them, maybe the safe route is to not go assassins. Maybe assassins might just be let go, right? Because, yes, if you're really good on these assassins, you can dictate the game. You have so much more prio around the map. But if you're not good on the assassins, or if you're not at that level, the assassins could be a big burden to the rest of the team. You could go 0-3 and basically lose out entirely in the early game, giving it over to a safer pick like a Aug.CET still. Even though we don't see it a lot, it's still way safer than these assassins.
Yeah, I think like the way I would see it too is like one of the lanes, which I mean is gold lane, is what we're talking about here, especially had to sacrifice that shining role in order for the jungle to be where it is today. You know what I mean? Or at the current patch and meta that we're talking about here. And I would also just say that most, I think, viewers, at least from what I've heard from my own community, from what we've heard and seen online throughout all these tournaments happening, like they're pretty happy seeing the jungle in the position that it is. Again, we came from a position where we were in utility Fredrin jungles, Fredrin Barrett's Martis jungles for like 2 years, man. You know what I mean? Like almost 2 years, I feel like, at one point. And so for these assassins to start to shine and still have a risk, like it doesn't mean that just because you get a Hayabusa, just because you get a Ling, a Fanny, etc., are you going to just automatically win? We've seen teams actually shut them down too, and I think that's where the whole draft game comes into play. And, unfortunately, I'm sure some of these teams might be doing the drafts themselves, might be going at some of these decisions by themselves. And some of them, like we've learned over the course of Iesf through the online qualifiers for all the regions, we're actually surprised when we hear like, oh, this team has this and this coach, or they have this ex-pro player or current even player helping them go through the draft, because a lot of times that's really what it comes down to, right? We can always talk about of course, the execution within the game, but once you get to the point where it's like, okay, this is a winning draft, or this is a little risky draft, but it can work really well, especially in the current meta that we have. I think that can be a big component to even this region, because that's what we've seen even for teams we're so familiar with. Even teams that you think everything in their playstyle and all this, but then they end up losing what looks like to be a good draft, but then somehow, some way in the game, they end up losing it. You know what I mean? And I think that's why, as a viewer myself, when I get to be a viewer and not just a caster, it's actually more enjoyable now to watch the current meta we're in than what we were doing for like a year and a half. You know what I mean? So I think even for these teams like Colombia and Ecuador themselves, I'm sure they have, even though we don't have that much information on them, they have a ton of information out there on the current state of the game and the metas and everything else. And I think this is where we finally see every single time, man, that we get to day one, we always have to go ahead and ask, like, what is that play style going to be like from this part of the world,
Meta's just very good spot, I would say, right now. We've seen a lot of different changes to the metas, and I think we'll get into those discussions very, very soon. But unfortunately, we're going to be taken into another 5-minute break before we get into the game. We'll be back this very, very soon. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to the American Regional Qualifiers for match number 1, still with Colombia versus Ecuador, still with Mirko and Naiso. And we got confirmation that the players are ready, so we'll be in that draft very, very soon.
Yeah, and right now all we can do is speculate how these two teams are going to play. Like I was saying, when we had that short little break, we got a preview of what some of the other teams did earlier, and it looks like, I'll just say, it looks like what we're used to. If you guys have been watching Mlbb at least for the last month or so, or even the last week, it's gonna be similar. Now, I guess that's where it comes down to how do they execute those lineups, and it looks like they have some interesting flavors too. I mean, even down to the wire where it's like, all right, they are pulling out some of the Benedettas. They are actually utilizing. I see a Hylos here. It didn't win, but they're bringing it out. They're bringing some of these tanks out that we don't usually see. And even I don't know. I guess one thing I'm wondering, and I know we had an answer to this towards the end of last month, man, but it's like, is Jushin still as good as we thought she was? Is she still that power pick for these teams? What do you think now that you've been, watching, especially some of the games going on here recently?
I think it really depends on how you utilize the Jushin, right? Because I think it would be a bit more. I wouldn't say prio. I think it really depends, though. I think in the highest level, it's not as prio as it seems, right? I think it's kind of lost a lot of the prio. I think Zask is there now where Jushin used to stand in the position, but I think in a lot of the lower tier games, we're going to see a lot more Jushin because it's just so good to pick up your opponents like that, to bully your opponents in the early game. As long as you have a roamer that can actually help with the wave clear, because really for Jushin, that's the main issue, right? You don't really have a good wave clear. You got really good ways to actually fight in the lane itself, zone your opponents, but we'll see if we actually get to see the Jushin here. Ladies and gentlemen, Colombia on the blue side, Ecuador on red. We got that Ruby ban straight up, so I think, a lot of these teams, we might have a similar story here, Naisu, where a lot of these teams, even though we haven't seen them before in, a lot of the tournaments that we've casted, but I think they have gone up against one another a lot. Maybe in scrims, maybe they have a little community that they like to play around, and maybe that's why we're seeing the Ruby respect here, because it's not really a common first phase ban coming through, unless it's someone like SRG, right? I mean, again, it's more respect.
Could be, and I think that's a good thing to point out, because like what we found out throughout these months here is that these teams, even as maybe as little as the community might be, they still have the opportunity to train with each other, to practice with each other, get some scrims in, and some didn't have much scrim time at all, and they were still able to actually perform rather well. So Lolita banned here too. We'll see if any more of these are going to be focused, of course, on these jungle picks too. Ling already taken out. I'm almost expecting the team still to go ahead and, if they want, prioritize or ban out Roger. I think that's still a mainstay for a lot of the teams, popping up, especially, I mean, again, we have to also keep the expectation of these are teams that may not have had as many goes at certain lineups or compositions, and it could just be a pure comfort pick, you know what I mean? So knowing where the current stand of the meta is, I still see Roger popping up a lot across the board.
It's a Jushin.
Okay, that's the Jushin, yeah. Okay. All right,
when she said lantern,
as soon as she said lantern, Jushin, that's the band there. Good call though, because like you said, I think this would have been the case of where you just get to abuse that pull, the pull back and forth, and you don't want to just deal with it. So I think too, you already mentioned Zask a lot, but there's a lot of decent, I would say, picks that you can bring in the mid lane, but I don't think they have to worry about that too soon. First pick though, I'm still thinking if Roger's not banned out, maybe they would actually opt for taking that here for Colombia.
All right, so I believe it's a Jushin, right? We can already kind of confirm that from the voice line. Final ban's gonna be Valentina coming in from Team Colombia. So again, very interesting the fact that they banned out the Ruby and then the Lolita. So I think that's just respect towards the roamer of Ecuador, right? They're trying to limit the hero pool coming in from Ecuador, and this is really good to see that some teams on blue side are utilizing a strategy that a lot of the other top teams have been utilizing. Blue side, when you get it, you just go for respect bans. You kind of force Ecuador, the team on the red side, to ban out a lot of the prio picks. So now they gotta decide whether they want to ban out the chip, which is usually the ban that comes through on the red side, or do they want to leave it open. Loyi has lost its value a lot. I think mainly because of the diversion nerf. But in the end, we do still see the chip. I think it's way too expensive. But like you said, Roger's been amazing. It's a great flex pick. It's a great pick in general, even in the gold lane, even if you pick it up for a specific role. I think the Roger should be picked up. But again, knowing how prio the Zask has been in a lot of different tournaments, I feel like the Zask is a bit of a no-brainer as well. I think there are 3 good heroes to go for as first pick. Moskov, Roger, Zask. Zask definitely in the S tier. All the other 2 I mentioned, probably like A.
What about the Rizzler? Rizzler's got to be there too, man.
Yeah,
but the Riz is still good too, I think. I think it's a quality, like, at least first phase. Maybe not first pick.
Yeah,
like obviously first phase.
Let's see
what they go with here. Couple seconds away. I think either way, you go with the Zask because it's just there. It is. It's been so. I don't know. I almost want to. I almost want to say people are like, dude, this is great for a while, but we're sick of these little Johnnies. Like we're sick of them. Get them out of the mid. Get him out of the mid lane. We can't get near him. He does too much damage. But hey, you know, teams and I feel like teams and players at this point, they've seen him so much that they're getting strategies down to deal with the Zask. Part of it too is just withstanding, you know, the whole thing of dealing with the aliens, the descent and everything else. And I think that's why you mentioned the roamer is so important. There's the Roger and the Trizla, like we expected, on the flip side here from Ecuador. So we'll see how the rest of this builds up for Colombia. I think even with this, they lock in their jungler here now too in the first phase.
Wisdom works better than brute strength.
I think usually when you go for the Harith, you go for the Edith too. If you don't go Edith, maybe something like a Minotaur to try to counter, you know, a lot of dive that is coming through from Ecuador. But obviously, like you said, jungle is very, very important. We do see usually most of the jungles get picked up in the first phase. The question I have right now is, with the Ling ban down, do they want to go for Nolan, Hayabusa, you know, another physical damage, or do they actually want to go for the Julian? Answer is the Mathilda, so none of the above. Go for the roamer instead. Not the roamer that we expected, but additional utility, additional mobility as well for the Zask. And this is going to be very interesting to see, by the way, if the Zask can actually take the guiding win during the Dominator's Descent, right? So you already have the blink with the Dominator's Descent. Maybe you can get the guiding win too. And that could be a combo that they are trying to utilize. But for Ecuador, I think CC has got to be one of the big prios for them. Or just more mobility. If you can try to, you know, bring your players in with a guiding win, we'll just teleport. That's a Loyi. Something that hasn't been for a first phase picked in a while, by the way. Even in a lot of different tournaments, people have really, you know, started to hate the Loyi in a bad way. Because back then you hate her because it's so good. Now it's you hate her because it's very easy to read the diversions in the top play. But here, when there's, I feel like when there's going to be a lot more mistakes when it comes to the mechanical side in these team fights as well, you can really punish your opponents with Loyi still.
It's a good way to put it. Like, just because, you know, there's most likely in these cases where when you're looking at the highest level of play, Loyi is hard to pull off because of just how small that gap is for mistakes. And you know, in a lot of other tournaments, you get to see Loyi still shine, and I think that's why you still have to go that route. Like, do you ban the chip out? Do you ban the Loyi out? Do you let it slip through? And maybe for Colombia, it was like, well, we're so confident with the Zask and Harith that we'll just pick those up in our first phase and then try to play our best on them. And I think that's something to be said too. You know, they're the ones that banned out the Minotaur. You know, knowing that they don't want to get set up here because of this lineup they have, they want to utilize that Zaman force. So, like, you want to fight under it. That's the whole point of having the Harith there. You want to be able to scale up really early. That's, again, why you have this. We don't necessarily know 100% where the Roger's going. We're going to assume it's going in the jungle. You know, it could actually go ahead and flex still, obviously, in that gold lane. And go that route. We've seen that matchup as well between the Roger and the Harith. There's another ban, of course. These are all good quality meta bans happen out here from both these teams. And so I'm wondering too, you know, roam-wise for Ecuador, what do they want to pick up because of just these high quality roams being taken out here? Even the fact that like you don't see Matilda too often anymore, she still provides some good, I would say some decent poke. So obviously really good mobility around the map. But for some reason, she has also kind of fallen off on the dominance that she had for the longest time, where she was nearly permanently banned all the time, you know? So I think at this point, it's like, all right, Ecuador, what do you want to pick up as a roam option here? Maybe they pick it up here. It's going to be a Kufra. And that's what I was mentioning earlier. You know, they did, in one of the off-stream games, they did pick up a Kufra as well. So Kufra is going to be locked in here for Ecuador.
Really impressive stuff, man, because again, the Kufra has been super prio, I would say, as a roamer, especially when, you know, the Minotaur is taken out, the Tigreal, and especially if you're up against the Harith, the Mathilda. The bouncing ball, you get so much value out of that to cancel out a lot of the shield, or sorry, a lot of the dashes that's going to be coming through. So I love it. I love the fact that the Kufra is getting a lot of, you know, picks nowadays, but also the fact that Ecuador have picked it up for themselves. Now, big question is the flex. Whether the Roger is going to actually be in the gold lane or the jungle.
Yeah.
Because me personally, I think it still does better in the gold lane for now. Because I think, again, it's so weird to say that a few weeks ago, I think Roger was better in the gold lane. I mean, in the jungle, right? But now it shifts
in the jungle,
back into the gold lane. I feel like it's because a lot of the patch. Whoa. Okay. So last time we saw this, Yuzong was a CC.
Yes.
That Yuzong was a CC,
I was
right?
gonna say, yeah, okay.
Yuzong should be a CC.
This red Yuzong is a CC.
Okay, so the real Yuzong has been banned out by Ecuador. That is a CC. I think it's great, by the way, for Team Colombia. The fact that they already have a Harith and the Zask means that they already have a lot of magic damage, and they need some more physical damage, which they have picked up here with an Alpha pick in the jungle, and then the XP CC. Last pick for Ecuador. I think it has to be the jungle here. So, yeah, I personally don't know what they're going to go for here. They can go for an assassin, like a Nolan, like a Haya, or they could go for the utility, like we were talking about, like we were assuming we're going to see a lot here in the American regional qualifiers. And we get to see the Barats back in the jungle. When was the last time we saw this, man?
Oof. I don't know. Like, I in recent tournaments, we saw him in the side lane, right?
Exactly.
He was put in the
never
XP
in the jungle.
Lane, so now this is like, this is like a swing back. You know, this is what is this called again? Throwback Thursdays, but it's what day is it? Well, it's technically Sunday now for us.
Throwback Sunday.
Yeah, this has been a while, man. Barats in the jungle. See how this works out for them. I like to see it. I'd like to see them be able to utilize it because they have Ritrizla as well. This is quite a tanky lineup, I would say, from Ecuador.
It is a very tanky lineup, and technically I love the fact that Colombia kind of read into that because they've already picked up Alpha, they've picked up the CC2, really good up against these tanky picks. But it seems we're just going to be jumping into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for this draft. Ecuador versus Colombia, game number 1 of a best-of-3 series. And just to remind you guys, we will have a total of 4 best-of-3s today. Based on the draft though, Nice, quick question before we jump in. Who do you think has a better draft?
Whew. Better draft. Just because it's a little more risky, of course, I'm gonna have to go with Colombia here, man. You know, and just assuming that it is a CC, I think it's enough like curveballs to make it work in the early game. Hopefully, looks like okay. Now we're jumping in. One thing I want to do, okay, now that answers my question, man. It's 3 purifies too. Over here for Colombia. That's a whole lot of purify. You know why? You know why they have 3 purifies? Because they have Matilda. They can just help. They can just rely on the Matilda to go ahead and get them out of danger. And that's what they're going to go for. So I like the lineup, like I said, for Colombia. I think this should, if they can end it early, the better for them, especially how strong Alpha is. Here they go. You're going to jump in actually already with the Spear of Alpha and aren't going to be in trouble. Out of there, though. They get out with the Guiding Wind. Now, once again, re-engage here, but that'll be it. So some early pokes going on. I'm surprised, they didn't want to put more pressure on Einar, but I think they're happy with that half health already. It's going to make his way to the rest of the jungle.
And it's sad to see, sad to say, but this is why we don't really see a lot of the Barats. Why we don't see a lot of the utility junglers anymore, except for the Baksha. They can actually still go toe-to-toe, but even then it's kind of a stretch to say that they can go toe-to-toe up against the assassins and the fighters like Alpha in terms of wave clear, or sorry, jungle clear. Because as you can see, Marigod is basically about to hit level 5. Einar has yet to hit level 4. So a massive advantage already at the start of the game for Team Colombia. And it seems, again, for Colombia, they don't really care about the neutral objective. They can go for their own purple buff. They can get that lead even bigger and then start up the turtle. That's what Mlbb is going to do. Straight into the purple buff he goes, and then now into the turtle. And Einar is still level 4.
Oh, he's going to jump in. There's a penalty zone, too, right under the turtle. Mlbb going to be the first to fall, and turtle going to be secured by Einar. And now still fighting a little bit forward. Vengeance already popped as well. They already got the objective. They take a couple shots, and no one goes down in the exchange from Ecuador. So not only do they get the first blood, they get the objective as well.
Hey, man, you were talking about the 3 purifies, but unfortunately for Team Colombia, the purify that they needed on the alpha, you can't go for it, right? Like, I mean, for Mlbb, he's the frontliner. He's going to be the one, especially in the neutral objective takes, that Ecuador are going to be looking at to poke down or to chain CC down. So the fact that Mlbb wasn't able to take that damage to CC and get out, it's a big problem now for Colombia. Maybe a lot of the other members are going to have to frontline in front of him. That already sounds like a bad idea, by the way, knowing how squishy every single member is. So that's a problem for Colombia that they're going to have to face throughout the game. Maybe in the neutral objective battles, let Ecuador start it first, right? And then maybe they can go in, look for a little bit of poke with their composition and utilize that additional purifying that they have in their composition and the mobility to run around and out-sustain them. But that was well played as well from Ecuador, man. Great read of the situation. Seeing that Alpha was all the way in the front, they just go at it. Ahil, even though he doesn't have the Tyrant's Revenge or Tyrant's Rage earlier, now Purify.
Wow. All right, they already get the circling Eagle out. Look at that. And so Nikolai's going to use that diversion to come in. That completely calls off any engage that they were looking for further. So, but, you know, now it's pretty tough when you're seeing this kind of early game and the amount of pressure that a Kufra alone can put around the map. You know, of course, this is a hero that obviously still has good use in the current meta, but it's just not picked up as often. You know, it's not that it's fallen off, but it, like, the setups are obviously a risk in themselves. You know, Cahill just sitting there charging up is enough of a threat sometimes for, you know, for Colombia to respond to. So here he is. Again, he's actually going to initiate here. Turtle's going to be up. Cahill takes a ton of damage. He's all by himself, though. He actually gets taken out in the exchange. That's going to be a kill over to Abby's Cutie. This might be even an objective, so Colombia striking back here in this one. Rosa, the front of the damage, popping the Vengeance one more time. And so there's the circling Eagle. Turtle's already going to be secured, and Rosa's going to be the one to fall next. And there's the Spear of Alpha. It's going to find the right target as Ironar is going to fall down. And the next comes down from Lucas. That's a big pickup for Colombia here. Turtle and multiple kills. Possibly an objective, too. Going to jump in once again, trying to delay it. It looks like it was secured by Nikolai.
Good recovery, I would say, at least getting the purple buff away from the alpha, but now diversion into the bottom lane. Replic's going to get the turret.
Oh, turret's going to go down. Salmon Force going to be dropped, too. It's just too much. It looks like, Replic was left alone. It looked like the recall went through.
Well, it's unfortunate, you know. A lot of times, this is why the diversion is such a good skill. Cahill, though.
Oh, Cahill again. They're gonna get trapped under the wall. They might be able to get another kill in return. Prime trying to run away. Won't have the guiding wind to save him. Now is Astro gonna be able to back off. So good trades here now happening on the bottom side of the map. Nikolai still here with Rosa. I'm not sure if they'll be able to put any more pressure on the turret. But again, at least they get something out of the whole exchange here.
Oh, up top. That's it as welcome.
Daytona's welcome. Yep, gonna go in. Penalty zone, right combination. They should be able to get a free kill from this, but and the flicker. Lucas jumps in. Can't believe able to survive that. As you can see here on the top side now, Abby's Cutie joins the fight, drops a little Johnny down. Diversion gonna be used again. Who's coming through? Cahill jumps in right on the target, pops the Purify. Now Astro jumps into the fight too. Zen already going to be used, and they're going to back off. A lot of this kind of like push and pull between both teams. Not sure if they want to commit just yet, but hey, no one goes down.
What a crazy last 2 minutes that we saw. You know, a lot of fights going in. Still, though, objectively, it is a win for Colombia. They were able to get the neutral objective, a turret down below as well, and I believe Replic was able to punch on a lot of the good shots on the turret gold earlier. So getting themselves still in a very good spot. It's a 1,000 gold lead. Not massive just yet. Ecuador still have ways to come back from that 1,000 gold lead, and it is through going for neutral objectives, but they just have to be a bit more cleaner when it comes to securing it, right? They need to try to layer their abilities, because in a lot of the skirmishes, like we saw in the the second turtle, we saw Ecuador kind of like use all their resources together, giving Colombia so much more value with the Purify. And you can already see it here right now as well. You're going to have to try to layer that. Circling Eagle.
Yep, there they go again. Rosa gonna get this turtle now. Still want to break out for the fight. The jumps in. Spear of Alpha not gonna find the target, but Daytona's welcome will throws him into multiple members into a penalty zone on the bottom side. But it's Primary God that falls, and now Dalika, the next on the chopping block. Diversion gonna be used again. Where are they gonna go? Abby's cutie. Okay, he's able to get out, but again, an exchange here, and that turtle went to Ecuador.
Wow. Of all people, you would expect Einar or Marigod, obviously, to get it with the retribution. Turns out it's a gold laner who's just staying around or behind the turtle pit there, shooting his gun. And now you can already see the Windtalker and the Endless battle. And if we take a look at the gold, he's actually ahead of the Harriet. So now Rosa's just going to be styling away Kyle again. Tyrant's Revenge.
Kill again, just time and time again, but he's going to get punished this time around. Won't be able to escape. Heal finally drops down. Nikolai trying to get out and won't be able to escape that one. Diversion not going to save him this time. Colombia finds a couple more. Every time Ecuador finds something, somehow, some way, Colombia strikes back. Whether it's in objectives, whether it's in kills, and now their eyes are set here on this tier 1 on the top side. That's going to be the second turret now that they get. So the ball is in Ecuador's court to start to put pressure on these turrets, try to get some space to work around with. Multiple members here in the mid lane now pushing Einar off this tier 1 because they know it's crucial, right? Once that Lord comes up, they both have their tier 1 mid lane turrets up, and that's good for them. So we'll see how they play around this. Again, the diversions have been pretty good from Nikolai. Unfortunately, that last one didn't keep him alive.
We're seeing Ecuador basically playing the old style of Mlbb, right? Where they're actually trying to enable Rosa in the gold lane, and so far it actually has been working really well. Great Dragon Spear too, picked up as the 3rd item of the game, on top of the Windtalker and the Endless battle. So for Rosa, already a very aggressive build here in the 9th minute of the game, despite being behind. What's good to see is that we're not seeing the Sky Piercer rush, right? Because obviously for Ecuador, they gotta be playing it a bit more safe. Rosa knows that every time he goes in, he's gonna be in a very, very tough spot when he's in Lycan form. He's going to be melee up against the Harith, the Zask as well. So a lot of opportunities for Colombia to shut him down. If he goes Sky Piercer, way too risky. But so far, so good for him. A level ahead. And if we take a look at the emblems as well, Rosa has actually opted to go for the Quantum Charge instead of the Warcry that we see a lot from Rogers too. So what that means is Rosa is going to be looking to kite back and forth in a lot of these skirmishes and then try to clean up at the very end. Big problem for Ecuador might be the fact that if Colombia's Mathilda Astro gets the Flask of the Oasis, they're going to be able to heal up a lot in the team fights as well. So maybe out-sustaining Ecuador. And in these all-in skirmishes, we know that a Zask together with an Alpha and a Harith, if they all go in together, even the tanks won't really be able to sustain or to soak in that damage. It's going to be too much damage for them to soak in. 10 minutes in though, power spikes for both teams about to hit. It seems already for Colombia, they're on a tough spot where they can still go for fights, obviously, because they're the ones ahead, 1,000 gold, but they can't be the ones starting out the neutral objective. It's Ecuador that has that, but now a diversion.
Whoa, down to the bottom side. You're gonna find Replic, but I'm not sure if they're actually gonna commit to this fight just yet, because look around the corner. The rest of the squad's gonna come up, and now they're gonna be trapped. Ecuador in a bad position. Spear of Alpha not gonna find a target, but they will find a kill off of it. Nikolai in the backside, trouble as he goes down. Now Einar gonna be the next one to go taken down out of the picture. It's a double for Primary God. Now this is an easy Lord for them to take. They do trade it. Once again, objective secured by Ecuador. At least they get something out of the exchange. But that's a big objective. The Lord going to the hands of Colombia here, plus some kills.
That was very ambitious, man, from Ecuador. Going to the bottom lane, at first it looked really good because everybody was there. Rosa has to flicker out.
Yeah, Rose is fine. Yeah.
All the way up top alone, but you know, overextending, definitely trying to proxy the waves as a Roger, and luckily for Rosa, he's able to escape. But again, very ambitious play into the bottom lane. They don't have any real lockdown technically, right? They have a lot of engage tools, but when you have those purifies in for Colombia, it's going to be very hard to take anyone or lock anyone down. So with that play, they basically baited out Replic's Purify, and that was it. Then they got flanked, and when you use a lot of your resources already to engage, you don't have anything to deal with that damage. You don't have ways to escape as well. That's something that Colombia have in their arsenal with the Mathilda, and it looks like they're already using it up top, zoning. Look out on this Charizla away, and the Lord is still up, by the way. They can still manage the waves in a way where they can actually take the tier 2 up top and then take the tier 1 in the mid lane. Lord finally going to be dealt with here in the bottom side of the map by Ecuador. And again, if they actually, Colombia, are able to get the Lord inside of the base turrets, it's going to be tough for Ecuador. Their composition is not built to clear waves.
Heal again. This is what I was going to say about the Kufra earlier on, man. As like, Kufra can work in these compositions from, you know, in our current meta, but you always take a risk when you jump in, right? When you jump in, and if you don't get the Revenge Rage combination off that we see so many times, then you're kind of just like a sitting, I was gonna say sitting duck, but you're like a sitting ball at that point, because then you just go ball form and you're like trying to escape, you know, and that's unfortunate, because that's just how it's been the past couple times for Cahill here. And so at this point, you know, you're still scouting like this, getting some information, but you just want to make sure that if you do throw yourself out there into Colombia, that at least you have a plan like, okay, Ecuador is going to come help me out. You know, we're going to be able to go into this team fight without getting flanked. And I think that's the problem, because it's like, you guys are the ones, Ecuador is the ones with this Loyi pick. Usually, you know, you're utilizing that diversion to flank here. And like we saw from that last team fight where Colombia clearly won it and then got that Lord, you know, they were the ones flanking them. And I think, like you mentioned, you know, you got to get through the purifies. You got to be able to bait some of that stuff out before maybe you go on with a full engage here. But look at this attention. Zaman Force going to be dropped, and now, okay, flicker out from Lucas.
Diversion.
So he's going to be fine, but they lose the turret. Now on the bot side too, diversion play comes into the jungle. You're going to fight this one out. Spear of Alpha going to be used on Nikolai. He jumps out, flickers out, and now Prime Gold going to be in trouble. Prime God will be okay with the Guiding Wind. Replic there waiting patiently. This is a bad position to be in. A jump in from Cahill. They're going to find the target. Nikolai does go down. It's a trade to 1-for-1 so far. The penalty zone going to be used, and Replic is the one to fall in the chase from Rosa. Rosa will get a triple kill already. Looking for possibly another here. A couple shots come down. They have to work with the big Johnny, the big alien, but they're going to go ahead and take this Lord next. Ecuador now swinging the pendulum in their favor.
That's why, you know, it's a high risk, high reward ability, that diversion. In one play, you can actually give away the Lord. The other play that you make is going to get you the Lord. And this was one of the cases where you flip the coin and you get what you wanted. Really well played there from Ecuador. Able to utilize the diversion, and now diving deep.
Oh, Rosa's damage? My goodness.
Rosa,
you don't
together
need
with Cahill. Man, what an engage in the mid lane. Really good stuff right now from Ecuador. It almost seems like they need that mid-game power spike to hit before they can actually, you know, utilize the momentum, because in the early game, it almost felt like for Ecuador, they were still trying to find their groove in the around the map. But then once they found that mid-game power spike, once they were able to get that diversion, I think on track, especially after the first mistake, now they're looking really, really clean with their engages too. And if we take a look at the in-game equipment, some good items here too. Rose Gold Meteor and the Malefic Roar already done for Rosa. So even if Colombia want to dive on him, it's going to be tough to take him down with that Rose Gold.
Oh, they could be going to make a play here. Zaman Force already going to be dropped. They have to deal with the Lord though, so they're not going to be able to follow up on those kills. Looking for Cahill and Rosa. Rosa picks up an immortality on top of it all. That's going to be much more difficult for Colombia to get that kill, especially with such a strong front line. I think that's one thing that's really working for Ecuador in some of these fights, some of these exchanges, is again the multi-layered front line that they have. And that seems to be the problem, at least for Colombia. You know, they have a lot of firepower. You saw they had Divine Glaives, they had some Holy Crystals already, especially. But it's like, when you look at it, your physical, your prime physical damage here is what? From Prime Marigon, right? On this alpha, you get a little true damage as well. So as soon as you get to this point in the game, 17 minutes in, Ecuador starts picking up these defensive items, these immortalities, these magic resistance items. It gets a little bit more difficult for Colombia to play around that power spike that they had just, 3-4 minutes ago.
Definitely becomes way tougher, especially when we get to the later stage here. Okay, hell again. Tries to go in. Unfortunately, this time not able to go in, but it seems like it's going to be the re-engage here. From Replic using his Amon Force already. Good flicker out, though, from Nicolay. And now for Ecuador, they've actually baited out a few of those big resources, but they've also used the flicker. So they got to make a decision here. Whether do they want to go in with those two ultimates being burnt out or not? Cool. Seems like they do want to go for it. Oh, Purify out, though.
That's a Purify down. And Nicolay going to get just destroyed here in the mid lane. Cahill jumps in. He's all by himself again. Even though his team looked like they were in the return, penalty zone already goes in too, but they have no firepower at this point. Spirit of Alpha going to find the connection on Luca. Luca gets the immortality picked up, but with the guiding wind, they follow up Force. Zaman Force dropped down too. They couldn't find Luca's immortality, but they will find this tier 2 turret. The full force of Colombia. How much further can they march into the base? Spirit of Alpha going to find the connection. There's the immortality from Ionar. Luca trying to hold it down as well. He's the only member left alone for a little bit more. Immortality going to be popped. He falls now into the base. Full minion waves pushing in here. They don't have any of their own just yet. They clear out everything. But Colombia can't end the game because they had no minions.
Before this game, Nicer, you were asking, what's the average game time that we've had in a lot of different tournaments? I think I would say 16 to 17 minutes. But now we've already gone past the average game time. It's 18 minutes in. We got that Evolved Lord. This just goes to show you that for both these teams, they're actually going back and forth a whole lot on this game. 18 minutes in, it's a 17-9 lead for Colombia in terms of kills. But if we take a look at the goal lead, it's literally only 3,000. So Ecuador can actually still fight back against Colombia in the siege. The only problem I see now for Ecuador is the fact that they don't really have good wave clear. So if Colombia are able to manage the waves in a way where it's going to be crashing down together, 3 waves together inside of the base, it's going to be real tough for Ecuador because Colombia will have such an overwhelming advantage that they can actually utilize it to end the game, especially considering this ain't just any Lord. This ain't the first Lord. This ain't an enhanced Lord. This is a capital E Evolved Lord, man, marching down in the mid lane, and it does seem like they are managing the waves in a way where it's going to be crashing. All 3 of them together. Mid lane, though, is going to be coming in a bit too early, so Ecuador have a chance. Rosa.
Okay, Rosa could be in trouble. They're actually even fighting out under the Lord even. Ignoring the waves for now, still trying to keep them at bay. No mortality still going to be available here too, still for Ecuador. So far, they're going to lose that bottom and top turret. Base fully exposed. The charge up from Cahill. They jump in, penalty zone to the backside. They still have to deal with the Lord. Replic, couple hits away, jumps into the wall. There's the Spear of Alpha. It's going to find Luca. Ionar and Luca are down. It's another member. Make it 4, and that's game number 1. Going to the hands of Colombia. Very quick ending there.
Well played to Colombia. All the way from the draft, we were talking about how, it just looks like the meta we have right now. Picking up the Zosk very early, and then setting up with the Harith, and then the Mathilda that we don't see a lot from, but we definitely see the plan there. With 3 Purifies, we were still able to rely on the Mathilda to be the one to give them that mobility, be able to give them a lot of the sustain as well. Because technically for Colombia, they didn't have any frontliners. CC, Alpha, you can count them as frontliners. Maybe she uses the Vengeance, and if the Alpha builds full tank, aside from the War Axe that he gets, at the start of the game, but still, definitely nowhere near as tanky as Ecuador, yet made it work. We can go through the game again here, and it starts highlights in the second hurdle of the game, where again, for Ecuador, unfortunately, they weren't able to layer their resources well enough. And Colombia, with the 3 Purifies that we were already talking about all the way from the start of the game, they were able to just get out of it. Actually, they found extra value on the Purify because they just stacked their resources, their CC together a bit too much. And as Gideon would say, it was very together, the way they used these ultimates. But in a lot of different skirmishes, we finally saw beautiful layering of CC that Ecuador can utilize to win out the team fights. And this is one of them. In the 7th minute of the game, 3rd turtle. The penalty zone came in very, very late, but it's when the Purify was already baited out. But again, the high-risk, high-reward nature of the diversion shows itself here when they try to go for the diversion play into the bottom side of the map, trying to look for a flank, but they end up getting flanked themselves because They don't have a Kaja in their team. They don't have a Franco. They don't have anyone that can actually lock someone down for a while for the rest of the members to come up. And just as I say, the bad part, just as I mentioned the bad part of the diversion, we get the good part of the diversion too. This was a big play for Ecuador that almost turned the tides. It actually did turn the tides, but not far enough for Ecuador to take the lead. Again, they kind of learned from their mistakes here, Ecuador, in terms of layering their CC. But at this point, it's a bit too late, and Colombia were able to just capitalize on a lot of the staggered engages coming in from Ecuador to take the game completely. And I thought for sure they would actually be able to end the game right here when they wiped them out. But luckily for Ecuador, they had a wave. Still, though, it just kind of prolonged and delayed the inevitable. Because with an Evolved Lord, with this composition that Ecuador have, I really don't see it defending an Evolved Lord. It was built to go for skirmishes. It was built to get a lead in the early game to the mid game to look for a snowball. And unfortunately for them, it did not happen.
Yeah, it's like when you go and look at that breakdown, I think honestly, even with the lead that was built there, like you mentioned it earlier on when we were in the game, that 3,000 gold lead, it just felt like the game was a lot closer than that end score count of, I think it was 20-9, right? Like it felt a lot closer than that because, you know, this is a game that relatively went longer than what we were saying our average game time is. You know, this reaches almost to a point where it's like that 20-minute mark. And, you know, for the most part, I did say that I like Colombia's lineup more and that composition more, but you could definitely see where it faltered too. You know, you could definitely see where they struggled to make it work in some of the situations. And like I said, it's just when you have a coup for two and you put yourself in that position, you get taken out. Unfortunately for you, you will get separated from your team and go down. I think that was a weak point there for Ecuador. So we'll see how they, of course, adjust because it is a best of three.
It is. And looking at how close it was, despite the 20-9 scoreboard, again, in the game, I think I was mentioning 17-9 it was before the final push, but the goal lead was literally just 3,000, right? And we've seen 8,000 goal leads get turned around. So yeah. I was expecting still for there to be a bit more fight for the side of Ecuador. But maybe in the second game, the adaptations that they need to make is in the draft. Maybe they need a little bit more of plan B, right? Because it really seemed like it was all plan A. They were really just doubling down on the early game snowball. They were doubling down on the team fighting. And if they didn't get the team fight, if they didn't get the early snowball rolling, then it would just all go down the drain. And that's unfortunately what had happened to them. I think it's a good wake-up call. Now that they maybe expected it to go their way, they need to have a little bit more of plan B. Maybe get some late game picks in the gold lane on Rosa, because it definitely seemed like when he did get his power spike, he was able to make the difference happen in the game. He was the difference in the game that almost gave, well, no, he actually did give Colombia a run for their money in a lot of the skirmishes here, getting a triple kill at 1.2. And again, when it comes to the itemization, it was really impressive stuff as well, coming in from Rosa. The fact that he went for Rose Gold Meteor very early on. I think it's the timers that was really impressive for me. Because on the Roger, you don't expect to see the Rose Gold built up that early, right? So the fact that they got that so early, the fact that he was able to read out some of the threats coming in from Colombia and then adapt through it was really, really good stuff. Unfortunately, though, I think, again, something we did mention in the start of the game, Naisu, Rats, utility junglers really falling off. Yeah. I think the mid game was just really tough for Ecuador. Yeah. Because for the most part, the Brats was always behind, and it comes down to the better clear speed for the Alpha, clearing the whole jungle and even invading very early on to get himself ahead to secure a lot of the neutral objectives.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and I want to see how they adjust that, of course. So I think we are going to be taking a short break before we get to game 2 for the teams to go ahead and get situated here. So sit tight. We'll be back after the short break.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, after that 6-minute break to bring you game number 2 of this best of 3 series. And we were talking just off cam there, me and Naisu, that we might actually see a game 3, knowing how close game number 1 was. But before we get into game number 2, perfect timing here as we were talking about game number 1 too, we're going to be taking a look at the scoreboard and then the match, or the game MVP rather, of game number 1. Who do you think is MVP, Naisu?
Whew. I don't know, man. I think we're going to be looking at the scoreboard here, and we'll have to, maybe we can go through it together, because when we look at the scoreboard, I don't know if that paints the picture every time who you think the MVP is going to be or who it should be. But of course, you know, as we look at this, when we break it down, of course, from Colombia and how they were able to, okay, hold on. We have this flipped, this is flipped around, right?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Okay, yeah. So we have Colombia here on the left. Ecuador is there on the right. So Colombia won that previous game. And, you know, when I think about it, I think that a key to their success is probably going, at least for me, I would say Prime. I think early game, he started the momentum really well against the Barretts. He might not have landed, you know, all the Spear of Alphas that you're expecting or for him to be able to do or anything like that. But I think setting the momentum alone and then getting out some of these, so he was like the only physical, mostly the physical damage that they had. Again, this is not a Yuzhong, it was a CC, right? So damage wise though, it's probably going to go towards either the Zask or the Harith. Okay, it's going to go to Replic here on that Harith pick. Obviously the damage was great, but I think Prime really set things up in the early game to allow Replic to get to this point on this Harith. And that's something we always talk about, you know, for a lot of these gold laners, of course, and how they transition. And we even talked about this in the draft, how right now in the current meta, Harith is just such a good pick. You know, you pick it up because it scales really quickly in the current state of the game.
It really does, man. I mean, the Harith is a lane bully too. And by the way, didn't notice this in the game, but he actually is... he went for the Thunderbolt build, which is great when it comes to utility. So he wasn't just playing for himself as the carry, obviously, but he's actually also giving a lot of utility to the rest of the team with the Thunderbolt. I think the Thunderbolt now is very different, though, because I remember this build being built by Super Marco. Usually he's the one who goes for this build with the Thunderbolt, and it was the old Thunderbolt. Now you have stacked into it as well, so technically you can be a bit more tanky too, right? It's a cool thing. It obviously works with the stacks, kind of like the Sky Piercer.
Yeah,
Replic was able to make it work either way. Really good stuff from Replic with the Thunderbelt there, and then the build for the rest of it. It's pretty normal, right? It's what you would expect from a Harith, especially with a very, very good laning phase. He was able to get all of his items, and even got to a point where he can actually sell the boots. So we're getting information here that we are going to actually jump over to the next game of Colombia versus Ecuador. And like we said before, or maybe I would say I was off cam, I think Colombia personally should be able to take game number 2 as well, based on the way that they were able to draft in game number 1, because again, it looked like they just have the core fundamentals down really, really well. Nice. They banned out all the respect bans as first pick, and they forced a lot of the prio bans on the red side, and because of that, they were able to leave a lot of the big heroes like the Zask, the Harith, up for grabs, and they picked it up before Ecuador could really pick it up themselves.
You know, and as I'm sitting here trying to like recall some of the decisions too that Ecuador had there, I feel like, and I don't want to put this all on, you know, Cahill or anything like that, because that's just what you do on a Kufra. Like, he was playing the part, he was playing the hero. I think it's just, it comes down to like how they're communicating and how they go off those initiations. So hopefully that, you know, as we get here to the draft here now for game number 2, if you're going to go ahead and give Cahill another roam option like that, then I feel like definitely complement it in a way where you have another kind of option to be able to follow through. And even if you look at the previous lineup, you know, they had that for the most part. It just came down to that decision making, the follow through. And every time that we see this, it's usually, it feels like, at least when you're observing it, that there's some hesitation going on, you know. And sometimes that's what happens for some of these roamers, is they go in, they jump in, whatever hero they're playing, they get separated from their team, they get taken out, immediate numbers disadvantage. And then you don't want to fight, you know, or if you somehow force it or whatever, you're not going to have a good time trying trying to win that numbers disadvantage that you have, right? So I think that's definitely something that has to be solved here. It is going to be, of course, blue side for Ecuador this time around. You see them going with some respect bans just from that previous game. They're taking out that Harith, like we just saw the MVP performance over here from Replic. And even the Zask and the Roger are also being taken out by Colombia this time.
Oh, man. I love the adaptations being made by both these teams. For Colombia, they've taken a very different approach to red side, though, right? The Roger ban is cool. The Zask is as well. But again, usually for red side, we do see the Ling. We do see the Chip. Wondering if this game they actually are trying to just leave the Ling open here and then banning out the Chip. Or maybe they might leave the Chip open. Maybe they're trying to say, Ecuador, you were great in that game, but the way that you were playing the Kufra, maybe that doesn't fit well with how you want to play the Chip too, right? It might be a bit different, but we do still see the Juicin get banned out.
Yeah,
she is very, I would say she's still a very, very broken pick if it wasn't for the Zask, right? The Zask is outshined everyone in the mid lane right now. But yeah, if you don't have the Zask, Juicin, Valentina, those are usually the picks that you want to go for. Now the big question for Colombia has got to be whether they want to ban out the Chip or the Ling. Both are very, very good at controlling the pace of the game. I think Chip's a bit better at doing that, but it depends on the user, especially for Ling. Because if you got an Assassin God on that Ling, it's going to be scary. They decide to leave both open. And I think they're going to try to trade things out here, banning out Lolita. So, yeah, I think we got our confirmation, I assume, that the Lolita is just a respect ban. Ecuador, I think for Cahill, that's his signature pick.
Must be. And at this point, too, like, because of the Assassins are open, like Ling, like you mentioned, I'm wondering if, the previous game that we saw from INR, just he didn't want to play that Barrett's, but this is Chip. It's open, first pick locked in. I think you're very, correct in the fact that Chip just plays his role very well from start to finish, however long the game is going to be. The threat of a shortcut is never ending. Yeah. And with Ling, it's like, well, you got to make sure that you protect your resources, you protect that purple buff, and you allow your Ling to get it. So with Chip, it's almost a no-brainer. It's like, this is going to be an effective pick throughout the entirety of the game, especially early on. I mean, Crash Course alone, man, is actually surprising how much pressure it can do early on. It almost feels weird that it's that much damage coming out from a Rome and Chip, himself. But of course, we'll see how Colombia responds to this.
Ooh.
The Ruby, we saw this banned previous game, so this is a lot of CC and good coverage already with the Minotaur and a Ruby pick.
We saw both these picks banned out in the first game, by the way, right? It was the Ruby in the first phase and then the Minotaur in the second phase by Colombia. So the fact that they actually pick up the Ruby and the Minotaur is definitely interesting. I love the pick, by the way, the Minotaur into the Chip. It's kind of like a natural counter in a way, where the Chip, whenever you want to go for the Crash Course and you put in the shortcut, Minotaur can try to just use the Minion's Fury preemptively to catch everybody who's going to be taking a shortcut. And if that does connect, if that combo does come through, it's going to be massive. And also, I'll say for Ecuador right now, they must take the Faramis away. They've banned out the Valentina already. If Colombia get their hands on a Faramis on top of the Minotaur and the Ruby, they're going to have so many different ways to go up against the Chip. For Ecuador, they go for the Martis, which is, I would say, a pretty good pick, but it's just very, very risky. It's a big gamble when you go for the Martis. You really need to get the early game rolling, because if you don't, it's going to be very, very tough. And we've seen this as well. I think a lot of players have been able to utilize this Martis. Well, not a lot, but one specific player has been able to utilize the Martis as mid lane. It's good when you get a lot of the early fights, but if you don't, the fall off is hard, brother. And I don't think you're ready for that. Colombia pick up the Ling, and this is more of that all-rounder pick. But like we said, even before game one starts, when we're talking about these Ling picks and the Fannies as well, there is a very high skill ceiling to these heroes. And if you aren't on the level of like great Ling player, this pick could be a big burden to the rest of your team. It's a very hard to execute hero.
It's it's like probably any of those heroes that you mentioned, plus a couple others. It's like the biggest risk that you can take in terms of like team risk, and that's why you just have to be able to rely on the rest of your team to help you out. And I think that's exactly why they went Minotaur Ruby, to go ahead and be a part of this. Because one thing's for sure too, like you already mentioned with the Martis, part of what makes Martis scary or a threat is if he's able to snowball early on, which is usually the case if they can get decimates off. And, you know, that might even be the case of so early on, where sometimes we see that happening with like pressure and the first buff or the Little Wonder, and that level 4 comes available, you know, or a little bit after that, or maybe even the first hurdle. So I think those are all crucial things for Colombia to keep in mind if they want to go ahead and, you know, get this victory here, of course, for game number 2. On the other side for Ecuador, you can see them really kind of focusing down on some of the mid lane picks. It's actually interesting that they go, you know, and narrow that down further by taking the Angela out because of Angeling. And it's actually funny because it's like, you know, if you wanted, and it makes me think that the Ling wasn't maybe a first thought right away, because they could have definitely picked up Angeling in the first phase for Colombia if they wanted to. Right, they could have picked up that signature combination. They didn't though. So it's just Ecuador covering the bases. There's a lot of mid lane bans being banned out here. I'm wondering what both these teams are going to actually bring to the table because of just how many heroes that we see picked up, banned out here.
Again, I think for Colombia, it's a no-brainer to go for the Faramis, right? And I think for Ecuador, it's a no-brainer to ban that out. The fact that they've picked up they banned out the Valentina and they haven't gone for the Faramis is already very interesting, but
yeah,
I'm pretty sure they're setting up for some big ultimates there. That's why they actually didn't go for, that's why they did go for the Valentina ban. But again, Red Side have first pick on the second phase of the drafts here, and if they don't go for the Faramis ban, it will allow Colombia to have another way to respond to not just the Martis, but the chip. It's double the value
chip
here
as well. Yep.
up against the chip. I mean, even the carry, right? It's single target. They ban out the Lilia, and that is actually a counter to the Faramis. So if Colombia now pick up the Faramis, it's going to be really scary. Not only has the mid laners been, you know, the mid lane picks have been narrowed down by a lot. Zosk has been banned in the first phase. The Vexana is out already. No Angela, no Juicin, no Lilia, no Valentina. Yo, this is a perfect game for
What's
a Faramis.
better than the Faramis?
I'm struggling to think of any other pick like that is not the Faramis right now for Colombia. Like, if they don't want to go for the Faramis, what is it going to be, right? Because what? I can't think of anything. You know, Lunox? You want to go for Lunox? I don't really think the Lunox is, you know, the best choice to go for up against this composition. Not a lot of tanky boys. Not a lot of big HP bars.
I don't know.
Them play the hero.
They go Yu Zhong first, and that leaves Ecuador to take the Faramis. And I would say it's pretty value too for Ecuador for the Faramis. If they get the Faramis, I think it makes more sense for Ecuador now to do it, because it almost seems like their entire draft is setting up for the Faramis, right? They ban out the Harriet, the Valentina, the Juicin, and the Lillian.
There it is.
Yeah, there you go. The Faramis pickup, and I think Colombia they might regret this this Yu Zhong pick over the Faramis, because this is such a value pick, and now we still don't know. Oh, they bring out the horse. They bring out the horse nice soon. It's gonna be a horse in the XP. This is the new meta that we've been seeing a whole lot.
They bring out the horsepower, basically. And I don't mean to laugh, but I just remember the last time I've seen the Hylos played, you know, and unfortunately it didn't work out too well. And I think also earlier, like I mentioned, with one of the off-stream games, Hylos was used and it lost. It did not get a win, and that was in the I think that was in the game with Mexico that they played off stream. But so we'll see how this works out. Looking at it together, I mean, while we wait for this last pick to come in. Okay, it's good. Whoa, all right. Sicilian? Interesting. They picked that up. Unlimited stacks if they can get there, you know, at that point. But really quick with the Hylos, the Faramis. I love the Faramis. I love that it was locked in. And I think you're right. If this is going to go in favor of Ecuador, I feel like Colombia will kind of regret the fact that they pick up the Faramis here. But if Ecuador can just start off early on with this Martis pick, get that decimate snowball we see so often when it is a successful Martis game, that's great for them. They also have a carry. Carry can actually help them really well dealing with those tankier members over from Colombia. And of course, they have multiple ways to fight. They can actually choose a lot of these fights depending on how they use the shortcut, because we've seen teams do that too. They lock in the chip, they shortcut around everywhere, and they shortcut to their demise, you know, because of the amount of CC they walk into. So hopefully Ecuador is a little more communicative and shows us that they have that communication down for this game number 2.
Definitely nice, so, you know, but I think it's going to be a very tough task to actually not execute the shortcut properly with a fair miss right there, right? You got the Nether Realm there in case of any CCs coming in from Colombia. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive straight in to the Lanadon for game number 2. Will Colombia get it done 2-0? A very interesting Sicilian pick to round things off. Or will Ecuador, with this horse, the high loss in the XP, something we don't see too often from, but we have been seeing a lot more now. We'll see if that can actually work out. Verum is already very aggressive. Rosa very aggressive. Whoa.
Whoa. Astro able to get away with that too. I thought that was surely going to be a first blood because, you know, that's exactly what Ecuador needs. And also taking a look at this. Did I see that right? Is that a... Okay, Luca's running the rejuvenate. Going with the heals. With the Hylos here. Yep, or the revitalize. And also, INR has the Warcry emblem here. So
interesting.
This is definitely INR wants to get that Decimate Snowball going. You know, that's what they want to do. And they're still rolling with a double Purify, at least for now as well. So I guess still, as I look at this Miracle, I still gotta say, you know, Warcry for Warcry in the jungle, but there's a whole lot of durability, I would say, from this lineup from Ecuador if they can play the Hylos correctly. And even still wondering how this is going to work with the Revitalize. Is this normal? Is Revitalize normal for Hylos?
Yeah, Revitalize is normal for Hylos. That's the usual pick we see for the Hylos, especially in the XP lane. At least that's what I've been seeing from Mr. White Horse of Team USA. That's what I've been seeing in his streams. His name is White Horse now. But yeah. Look on Revitalize. It does seem like they will be able to get the level lead. And Alika actually already used the Petrify earlier, missing it out, and now the Black Dragon form too. Wow. So they lose out on a lot of big resources. Cahile's in the bush. Shortcut.
Oh, gonna find Cahill, jumps in. Furious dive too. They force him out a little bit further. The other realm gonna be popped onto the turret. INR. Oh, INR goes in, gets taken out, and here's Colombia striking back on the mistakes from Ecuador as they find 3 members already. And just when you thought, you know, Ecuador was going to be able to pull something off of that, and that was an early dragon form from Dalika, man, did Colombia prove a point with that. They're going to get an objective too as first turtle goes in the hands of Prime Marigon.
We were talking about how, you know, I feel like the Faramis could be a big regret for Colombia, and they basically just said, nah. It's not at all. The fact that they can actually have so much range with the Sicilian, and technically for Ecuador, they have dive, but their dive is very conditional. It's going to be really tough to actually reach there. Astro can escape. They have so much mobility, and on top of that, again, Abyss QT is just racking up stacks now with the bad impact every single time, just shooting that out. It's brilliant, really, because for Einar, let's talk about the conditions, because I did mention it is conditional, the dive of Ecuador. The first condition has got to be crash course onto the back line and then shortcut in. Cahill, not having a good time. Forced to put the shortcut down.
Shortcut down. Rest of the team going to show up, trying to help him out, but he's going to fall in the exchange to the bats. The impact is too much. Abby's Cutie still on the backside, firing off. Prime God joins the fight too. Going to find multiple members. Make it 4 possibly. Is it going to be a wipeout? Luca's in trouble too. A huge, decisive win there. For Colombia, they find every single member from Ecuador.
It's a completely different team from game number 1. Game number 1, Colombia was all chill like that. Game number 2, Colombia, they're not chill at all, man. They're really just going ham at this point. You know, we have
Did I not say?
Yes.
You shortcut to your demise, sir.
Exactly. You shortcut into the... Oh, it seems like Cahill wants to shortcut again, but yeah, we've been seeing that, right? You shortcut in, then you get... I mean, props to Astro, by the way, for always being able to time the shortcut very, very well with the Minions Fury. And shout out to Replic, too, always there to follow it up. I don't know if you want to put the shortcut down again. Prime Marigon.
You're going to fight under the turret. Nikolai goes down off camera. Tempest Blade's going to be popped, too. Going to find Rosa. Heel left. Einar trying to join this fight. Might be able to find something out of it. Astro could be in trouble. Minoy's Fury going to be popped. Gets the heal out. Prime's going to jump in once again. They couldn't find Cahill. Still gonna hold it down. Lucas drops the pathway down. Nikolai part of the fight. Nether Realm there to help him out. Prime's gonna fall though. Einar joining the fight back up. Doesn't have the Decimate available any longer, so still going under the turret. How is Dalika able to do this? Gets pulled back. Not enough damage though, as Dalika will fall before he's he's able to get INR 2 in the exchange, so Colombia will at least get something, but at least Ecuador finds a couple kills in the exchange.
Really good stuff from Ecuador, punishing the overextension of Colombia there, because obviously for Colombia, you know, they were able to get a lot of the good fights already. We mentioned that they were able to punish a shortcut, but then they stayed way too long. Primary God had already used the Tempest of Blades. I think we could say that about almost everyone there. They'd already used their ultimate, so it gave Ecuador, especially around their neutral, or sorry, their turrets, their structures, so much more space to play with. Replic on the Ruby, this is one of the ways that you actually want to utilize the Ruby in the gold lane, is when you are up against a composition that is built to fight. And that's why Replic has been able to find so much success early on. Every single time they clump up, they just get hit by that. I'm offended. Gee. Already 6 minutes in, that's crazy damage from a Sicilian 6 minutes in the game. Usually we see this at like, what, 12 minutes in for the Sicilian, even later than that. But the fact that he's already able to take a half of Nikolai's HP with one bad impact, that's some ridiculous stuff. It's going to be tough for them to actually even enter.
Oh, and he is again. Cahill gonna get brought back with the claws and then the bad impact. Looking at it, I'm gonna jump in. Tempest Blades on the backside. INR gonna be in trouble. Has the Nether Realm. Blurs pathway out on the defense, but will it be enough as INR is gonna be the one to fall? Lucas does grab Astra. Still quite durable themselves. Nikolai still alive with Lucas. They'll back off. They only get the roamer from Colombia. Once again, in exchange here, INR having a tough game so far on this Martiz. That's 2 turtles in the hands of Colombia.
Gee, it's just really tough to enter when Abyss QT on a late game pick has snowballed. 3-0-8. That was one of the conditions for Cahill actually going in onto Abyss QT, putting the shortcut down. But unfortunately, that's some really bad timing, man. Doesn't have the shortcut. That's unfortunate, definitely. But again, I just can't help but think, how much damage is Abyss QT going to do in the mid game? If he's doing this much already, Replic goes in.
Oh. Offended gonna be used again. Heal there on the front side though. Will tank a lot of those bad impacts. I'm gonna jump in under the turret. Wants the tier 1. Now here, INR trying to hold down the front. Will clear the minions to hold on to the tier 1 a little bit longer. As we take a look at the items, yeah, you can see it here too. You know, he only has a glowing wand, man. Like, how is he doing this much damage?
Stacks, bro.
How many stacks does he has?
That's a very good question. I think at this point we can only just assume, right? We can only just guess how big that number is, because like you said, that damage is actually quite ridiculous again though in the bottom lane. Let's see if this horse can actually survive. He does.
That's a tanky horse. Lucas gonna be fine holding down, clearing those minions. Will heal back up as well. So they hold on, at least, you know, for now, for Ecuador. They're keeping it without getting too crazy. It's a 3,000 gold lead right now for Colombia. Holding down to the tier 1 turrets the best they can for now. You know, again, no turret has gone down for either team. Cahill gonna be fine. He gets out, but still, you know, at this point, it looks like Colombia still controls this majority of the map. You know, even though that they don't have any advantage in terms of turrets down, they just move around the map like a unit like this. Oh, Tempest Blades again. Rosa gonna be in trouble under the turret. They go for the dive. They get the kill. A big pickup once again. That's 4 deaths for Rosa now. Very tough game in the gold lane on the carry.
Shout out to Replic again though. I mean, in this game, right as we saw the item builds here, because Primary Gun and Abyss QT, they're just gonna go for full damage. Replic, knowing that, decided to go for Queen's Wing second item after the first item, War Axe. So he knows he's in a position where he could obviously also build damage, knowing how far they are ahead of Ecuador. But he chose the safer route. He chose the route of, if you want to engage on me, I'm going to be able to sustain to just buy time for Abyss QT to come in, deal some damage, and for Primary God to be the one to execute everyone else. And I think for the Ruby, base damage alone is kind of enough, right? You already have the War Axe. And again, let's see this. Cahill already baited in. He pops that shortcut. The Minotaur's ready.
Could be in trouble. Again, they jump in full force on him. Cahill's going to go down in an instant. Colombia can still go ahead and put pressure on this tier 1 at the bottom side. It looks like they're going to do just that. Tempest Blade's going to be dropped. Rosa has to rely on the Nether Realm. Still going to be alive, but into the Minoan Fury. And just like you mentioned, the dive is just unreal from Colombia. And like, still doesn't go down. because the way he's building this Ruby, and he's 5-0-9, and now Colombia will get the Lord on top of it all.
What did I tell you, Nice? The Queen's Wings. The utility build for the Rubies is coming out massive right now. So much sustain, and man, not just a sustain, if it wasn't for the damage reduction from the Queen's Wings, that Decimate would have definitely taken him down. Now it's another Queen's Wings for Dalika on the Yuzong. Colombia is just styling on Ecuador at this point of the game, and man, even Prime Marigod, you can definitely see now why Ecuador decided to ban the Ling in the first phase of game number 1, because he's an absolute beast on this hero. We were questioning on how good he's going to be on the Ling pick, and he just comes in here with an absolute statement, picking up all the blades and a lot of these skirmishes. Really fast hands from this guy, and Abyss QT too. They're definitely not regretting not picking up that Faramis. Not at all.
Not at all here. Right now, still on this first Lord, like we've said many times, some games will end on this first Lord push into the base, depending on how they can defend this full health Lord and make it its way. There are the shields here. They're going to pop shortly to clear some of that out, but they just dive into the base under the turret, throwing everything in Ecuador as 2 members are ready to fall. Nikolai down, going down. INR will be able to find Abyss Cutie. It's still holding it together. Lord's going to be worked on now. Prime could be in trouble. INR, 1 HP. Not going to fall, though, in the exchange. A flicker coming out from Replic. Replic's still going to be alive. Picking up a kill earlier on. Turret finally goes down, but Ecuador will make them work for it. Not going to go out just like that, as Replic will take the front of the damage, still holding it all by himself, waiting for Dalika to come join the fight alongside Primary God, but Replic takes way too much damage, and he can't tank 4 members of Ecuador.
We get it, Replic, we get it. You're good at the game, you know, you have a lot of good items too, and you're very far ahead, but still, I don't think you can take 4 members on just like that. Especially considering Ecuador actually still have damage, still have CC. They don't have a Dominance Ice. Fun fact, that's why Replic was able to survive for that long, but hey, Replic, come on, you gotta start respecting Ecuador here at this point of the game. Even the rest of the team probably were already yelling at him, saying, hey man, I think it's time to go back, but his Replic was like, nah, I'll just go in. And that's the big problem here. Dominance Ice was only on the chip, and Anar came in very, very late into that skirmish in the bottom side. That's why Replic was able to get so much value on this build. And you can see that he's already looking for value. War Axe, Queen's Wings, those are first 2 items, and then he goes straight for the Oracle into the Brute Force. So now, you know, the longer the team fights goes, Replic will have more movement speed, will have more healing too with the Oracle. And he has ways to go up against Nikolai. Oh no, Cahill.
Oh, KO could be in trouble here, even if he's going to drop that shortcut in. What? The team goes through. They go through the portal. Netherrealm going to be popped. Abyss Cutie going to join the fight from the backside. Luca's glorious pathway on out of there on the defense. Nikolai falls with the heal. I'm not sure if that was the play or that was the call, but they went through the shortcut way too late. And now the Lord is up, and here in Ecuador, down 2 members. I think they just have to watch this Lord take as Colombia goes and secures the objective here and gets ready to go into the base once again of Ecuador. Lord half health, get work done here by Prime. The rest of the team, Colombia, will just wait patiently for the march in.
That was definitely not it, Isu. If that was the question, right?
Yeah,
was that a good decision? No. It was a horrible decision to take, and at this point, I don't know which one was worse, taking the shortcut or putting the shortcut down, right? Which one was the worst sin to commit?
If I'm going down, you're going with me.
Exactly. I think it might have been on Cahill on that one, right? I mean, if you're there, you shouldn't have put it on down the shortcut. Maybe a lot of the members weren't around to see where he was. Maybe it was a good spot to go in, you know? But yeah. I think for both of them, it was definitely a mistake for the people who took it, and for Cahill who placed the shortcut down. I'm just trying to figure out who made the worst sin there, but it seems the Great Dragon Spear here as well is already done for Prime Marigod. He also got the BOD. He's on the way for the Malefic Roar. It's going to be massive now as they look to try to end the game. Prime Marigod dives in deep.
Netherrealm already going to pop. Tempest Blades to follow through. Still working through it. Turret's going to go down here, 1 hit away, but they do have some people back in them for Ecuador. In the map bait right now. Immortality's still going to be popped. There's the heal. Rosa's going to be the one to fall. Lord's still up too. Ecuador might want to handle that, but they're still busy with the fight. They get dragged in with the I'm offended to heal now on the front side. Turret's finally going to go down, and Lucas down 2 members now. Ecuador could possibly be facing a sweep here. Colombia quite low there. They're still going to jump in. Abyss Cutie finally goes down in the exchange, but Nikolai as well, and Immortality going to be popped. INR still trying to hold down the front, waiting for anything. Tempest Blade's going to be going down as INR falls, and that looks like it's going to be it as Colombia will sweep Ecuador 2-0.
Well played to Colombia. Game number 1, we saw, I really feel like just a glimpse of what they could do, because game 2 was completely different. It almost felt like we were watching 2 different teams compete in 2 different matches, or 2 different games rather here, Naisu.
Yeah.
Game 1, Colombia was taking it all chill. Almost seemed like they were trying to read out their opponent slowly but surely. In game number 2, goes to show you just how good you can play when you get your comfort picks. The Ling was definitely a comfort. I think even the Sicilian there was a comfort pick. And we're going to go through the highlights now of exactly what happened in that game from the start, because we really have to try to just watch it over again. How did a Sicilian, of all mid laners, even compared to a Faramis, get so far ahead compared in this game with a lot of dive, with a glorious pathway, with a high loss, with all these members, and it turns out it's the first fight that we saw earlier there. The fact that no one is really targeting Abyss, I think all throughout the game, no one was targeting Abyss. Again, here too, let's look at this beautiful combo, getting everybody in there, a petrified to 4, and then the bat impact is coming down again, and again. It was also a good Sanguine Claw, by the way, from Abyss QT there, to actually set up for the big Petrify Furious dive. And obviously, when you have already a lot of good poke from Abyss QT, a lot of good damage from Delika, it gives Marigod so much more room to execute these members. And there's the chip. We were talking about how maybe they could actually leave the chip open to do exactly this, right? Counter it. Based on how they played the Kufra, maybe he does play a more reactive style of roam. Maybe that's where the Lolita was the one banned out, and maybe that's why we saw the Ruby picked up as well. They were really just trying to counter it, take it away, all these, reactive picks from Cahill. And this was the sin that Cahill committed in game number 2. Putting down the shortcut. We thought for sure, there's no way anyone would take it, but Nikolai, I guess they were a bit too solid. If you die, we're going to die with you, right? Because we will play together as a team. But as Gideon would say, they were too very together. That is not something you want to be doing up against the composition of the Minotaur, Furious dive from the Yuzan. There's just so many ways that they can layer their CC up against a clump up composition. And yeah, like I was saying earlier, they were targeting Abyss QT only here in the 15-minute and previously in the first Lord Siege 2. Those were the 2 times that actually we did see Abyss QT get targeted. And all the other times, Abyss QT was just able to free hit, throw those bat impacts, get the Sanguine Claws, and set up for the rest of the team. And you can see for the damage here, speaks for itself. That's some ridiculous damage. 60,000 on a Sicilian at 15 minutes. This is not an early game pick. You would expect this type of damage to be seen from the Faramis. Faramis is normal, 61k at 15 minutes. That's Faramis for you. But definitely not the Sicilian. Usually you see 17-minute games for the Sicilian to deal, more than that, 100k even. But well played to Abyss.
It's I think you pretty much pointed it out. Like, no one from Ecuador could really get to Abyss, and I know he played around the fact that he was playing from the back line really well. And when you have that available, like, you just have sprint, like that's all he had. But a lot of the times he waited on the right moments, because when Ecuador did try in the early game to engage on him, the timing was really good. And also the appeal of having a Minotaur and having a Ruby kind of all helps with that, and that's why Prime just got to go ahead, do his thing on this Ling, and that's what we talked about. Like, if you can give that environment for a Ling to shine, that's why you saw so many dives happening early on. And like you mentioned too, it was the build that we saw from Replic here with the Ruby pick. So, for all of that, our MVP, it looks like it's going to be Replic again here, back to back, of course, for his performances now from game 1 to game 2. And, this Ruby pick, like we mentioned, early on, it was a thorn in the side, of Ecuador to really try to solve that issue of getting to Abyss, getting to anything really, because Replic was there every single time. And when you're able to do that as a Ruby, I mean, and then you have a Minotaur alongside with you, like it's such a deadly combination to have to go against.
It truly is here. And again, we gotta point out the item build here, because that's really what's special about Replic's performance. I mean, obviously a lot of the crazy skirmishes there too, really well played with the Donor Wolf Kings, with the I'm Offendeds, but that's what you usually see from the Ruby. But from Ruby Gold, I think a lot of times, especially when you snowball out of control like we saw in this game, you would usually go for more damage. You would usually go for a very selfish build. The fact that he didn't go for the selfish build, the fact that he said, you know what, no, I'm going to play for the team. Look at Primary God. Look at our mid lane too, Abyss QT, just absolutely having a phenomenal game and going already for full damage. I might as well be another front line for the team, just utilize the CC. And like I said, during the game, the base damage alone is enough to carry yourself on the Ruby. That's why we see it a lot on Roam. And I think he proved my point. He had a War Axe. That's it. And he got 80,000 damage dealt. Still more than the Sicilian.
That's a lot of damage.
An impressive amount. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 2-0 clean sweep for Colombia. We will have our next match coming very, very soon in 30 minutes. We're going to take a 30-minute break. It's been Mirko and Naisu. We'll see you in a bit. American Regional Qualifiers, road to Riyadh. We're still on that road, and this time with the American Regional Qualifiers for match number 2. Still on day number 1, and you guys are gonna be joined by me, Mirko, but it's a different caster this time around. No more nice. So we got Burger Kim. How you doing, Burger Kim?
Oh, great. I mean, the last time I saw you was like, MSC? Are you that guy? I'm pretty sure you're that guy. I mean, that's the last time I've seen you. But it's great to be back here, Mirko. I was here last year as well, so I did the LATAM qualifiers and the Pan Am qualifiers with Rock Hard. So it's good to be back.
Great to be back too for match number 2. And if you guys are wondering what's up next, this match is going to be a big one right here. I think a headline as well for a lot of viewers back at home. You guys probably know Team United States. They're going to be going up against Guatemala. Very interesting matchup already. You know, United States having so many different experiences internationally, different events too. And you could say for the lineup that they are going to deploy, 4 of them have really been playing internationally for a very long time. You know, I think all the way from M3.
Oh yeah, I think this was the same case when I casted with Arashi for the European Regional Qualifiers. Same case for Turkey. Like the other team was like, we really had no info about the other team. So the other team was more of like, we have so much info about them. But the trick is, what do they bring out this time? Because it's a new meta, it's a new patch that they're going to be working on.
That's a double-edged sword, really, right? I mean, for both these seas, for Guatemala, for the United States as well, because obviously, I think for Guatemala, the United States probably don't have an idea of what Guatemala want to go for. You know, the prior picks they have, they're obviously their comfort picks as well. But on the same side, you have so many more ways already to actually, you know, look for different ways to pick up different heroes. And the prio picks, that experience alone in the international tournaments have definitely helped them a lot. And here it is, Team United States has welcomed them. We got Ian White Chicken Hall. I definitely expected him to actually use the White Horse name, because that's the name that he's been going for in a lot of the different games he's played. But Marcus Melon Tamayo as well. We got Justin Tarzan Disyong. We got Xianghun Hoon Jiang. And the man, the myth, the legend in the Rome, Tan Shark Bo.
Yeah, this is a roster that you guys have seen. Perhaps maybe not in like, you know, world championships, probably like even in like pocket tournaments even. They have like so much, right? They have their own league as well, NACT. So you guys pretty much know what they're comfortable with. And I think a lot of people are looking for, you know, Mlbb. He's not going to be playing here today, but instead you guys are going to be getting Tarzan in the roster. So I'm actually wondering, like, is it going to be any different, right? Like having this roster, that could be another playstyle. When you have Mlbb up, there's like another type of playstyle. That could be a thing, right?
Exactly. I think for Mlbb, for the most part, we definitely think of a utility jungler for Mlbb, or not, you know, definitely fighters, definitely not the assassin. But I think for Tarzan, you might be able to see some of those assassins come through. And good for him, because assassins are in the meta right now. It is the best thing to go for.
Oh,
Lings, Fannies even. And not just that, I feel like the Julian has been such an amazing pick in the jungle. One of the most complete junglers for sure. Great escape pool, great ways to actually deal damage, and even good CC with the ultimate. But now we're going to welcome Guatemala as well. We got Oscar Ulture Perm. We have Daniel Cholo 97 Morales. We got Kevin Zate Tizol, Adrian Sub Plason, and Kevin, I'm going to try Celebi Reyes.
Celebi. Oh, I love how this is like an eye test, because the font is like getting smaller and smaller. That's the first thing I noticed. But looking at this roster of Guatemala, I've never seen any of them play. Maybe they've played before, right? But under either a different IGN, maybe a different team. So that's something that they can capitalize on. I was talking to Arashi about this. Since you don't have a lot of VODs up, there's not a lot of information that people can take in. Whereas NACT, that's something that they have, right? The United States, they have so much VODs, but this time I think it's a battle between, you know, what are they going to put out? And for Guatemala, what surprises can you actually put out? Because in different regions, I've seen like so many different types of playstyles and so many different meta heroes. You mentioned the Julian earlier, Mirko, and I've actually seen a lot of Julians being prioritized even in the European regional qualifiers. So I don't know if we might see any of those actually come up here today.
Yeah, I would even go as far to say that, you know, for the Julian, it's one of the best. I would say actually for me personally, right? Because I'm not a good Link player. I think Julian is the best jungle pick to go for. It's not that hard to play. You have amazing escape ability. You have amazing burst ability. And even when it comes to utility, that enhanced chain or just the chain itself, even without the enhanced version, the mobility already helps a lot for your team. So the fact that you have so many different ways to play the game. You have so many different ways to tackle up against different opponents. It just gives you a very good kit to survive, to fight, set up your team, and enable your team. So we'll see if the Julian actually does get prioritized here for Team United States or even Team Guatemala. Like you were talking about, and when it comes to the VODs, the VODs that have been circulating around, obviously for NACT, unfortunately, I don't think Guatemala will be able to really use that now because of how
it's a new patch, yeah.
crazy the patch has been. I think we've had a couple of patches, and every single patch has changed the game quite a bit. Like, it's had a massive impact. Obviously, the assassins are back in play, but now we're seeing a lot of different varieties of picks in the gold lane too. Because just earlier, we saw Colombia play the Ruby in the gold lane, Harith in the gold lane. We're seeing more of the mages and the fighters stepping into the gold lane. Aside from obviously the marksman that used to be the number one, that used to be position one for the longest time when the utility jungle era was still going on. But now that the jungle has gone so much more prio, it'll be very interesting to see other options to go for in the gold lane. Like, are they gonna go for full utility, just help to enable the mid lane and the jungle, obviously.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about the possible gold lane picks because I've seen crazier gold lane picks, because there was a time that in ERQ, in the European Regional Qualifiers, there was a lot of Zas being picked up, and you think that it's gonna go to the mid lane, but no, joke's on you, it's actually gonna go to the gold lane, and it's just insane to think that it can push really fast because of the 9 Merrick spawns. I think there was also a time that the Zas was used with an arrival, so it made the pushes even faster on the side lane. So that is another strategy that it makes it all the more interesting in this current patch, because I love the variety. There was a time it was the supports like Flash of the Oasis, tanks, and then now it's like a weird mesh of assassins and utility mages for some reason that seems to stand out in this current patch.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to tackle this current patch. Obviously, even if you don't want to go for the Zask, I think it's probably going to be banned out, especially here for Guatemala or Team United States, because of just how broken the pick is. Let's be honest here, Zask is just quite broken right now. The fact that you can do so much damage, you have the double stun now, and with the changes earlier, the adjustments, you scale off attack speed now. You have a lot more magic damage when you build attack speed. Very interesting stuff for Zask. If it's banned out, though, we still see a lot of different mid laners showing up. I think this is a very healthy meta for all the roles, because we still see the utility being played in the jungle too. Let's say like all the assassins get banned. We saw the Brats pop up. We still see the Baxia. And even when it comes down to fighters, we saw the Martis earlier, as well as the Alpha. So many different picks to be seen. I think the only role that isn't as spicy has got to be the XP. XP has gotten a lot more boring, man. We were getting a lot of Paquitos, Benedettas, just these damage dealers, but now we're kind of stuck on the Terizla, Edith, or just enablers and playmakers.
No, I think it's just that. Like, you have to be honest, Miracle. It is just that in the XP lane, because I've never seen anything else, because it has always either been a prio on the Terizla, sometimes like the Arlot. Edith, you're right. It seems like regions outside Southeast Asia, they're just so big on the Edith because of its flexibility. It can go to the roam, it can go to the XP. So I think that's something that needs to be considered. But wow, those are fast bans coming out from the USA. Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that they actually ban out the chip despite being on blue side, that's already a very interesting, a unique start, definitely, for Team USA. We usually see the Ling and the chip banned out by red side. That's usually what blue side is able to utilize. In the first phase, you're the ones to respect ban. You're the ones to actually leave open some of these picks. But you can see the Zask also respected over by Team Guatemala, and also even the Mathilda. The big question now is Juicin that prio? Is it as prio as a Zask, or do they want to go for the Roger instead? They can flex.
Oh, the Zask ban away.
Yeah,
the Zask is actually
the Roger. But there you go. That's going to be the Juicin. So still super prio, probably the second most prio mid laner over the Zask.
The Roger still never goes out of style, honestly. I've seen this being prioed, especially in the European region, 100% even. It's still so good in the gold lane. And what's really great about it is it's flexible. Like, it can be a flex pick here for Guatemala. Could be a gold, could be a jungler. I think they can also either go with an Edith or Terizla. That seems to be the usual pattern these days, especially since there's really not much to work around with, especially when you're in the XP lane. So, wow. this is bold coming out from Guatemala. Again, super flexible. I still don't know if this is a mid lane Julian. They could also kind of flex that pick. But these are two power picks coming out from Guatemala. So USA, what are they going to answer out with? Something to deal with the Roger and the Julian. I'm thinking if the Phoveus can be something that they'll consider right now, since there seems to be a lot of like dashes here. It has been recently revamped, so I don't know if that's something in their kit.
Yeah, that's definitely a good question to be asking, right? If the Phoveus is even viable right now, or if it's still in the grace period of the tournaments where you don't pick it up for the first 2 weeks. As expected, though, you know, I mean, for White Horse, it seems like his name is White Horse in the game there. He's going to be picking up the horse himself, the high loss, and then the alpha pick here for Tarzan in the jungle. It's interesting to see that Guatemala actually, Rafaela comes through as well. So playing with a lot of the mobility, playing with the healing as well. But it's interesting to see how how they use the Roger in the first phase. Because usually for a lot of teams, they go for the Roger and then they kind of leave that open to flex into the second phase. But with the Julian pick, it kind of already forces the Roger to go to the gold lane and the Julian to go jungle. Unless they want to go for something crazy that we have seen a lot of different teams also pull off, which is Julian mid. Technically, the flex options are still available there. So go ahead and ban out the Claude, a hero that can actually blink out safety from a lot of the engages coming in from the Roger, even from the Julian. I think for Team USA, they should start narrowing down the mid lane here, knowing that they already have the juice in.
I'm thinking like what other options, or not unless, you know, this is going to be a staple or maybe like a Julian in the mid lane, right? Like what you mentioned. But here, USA, I think they have to either limit out the options, especially for the XP. Terizla is one that I mentioned that every single region loves picking up, if not the Eat It. It's also another option there for the ban for USA. And last ban here for Guatemala, since it might actually be a Roger. So looking at the gold lane options, there's just so much, right? Harriet, we've seen, there was a time I've also seen like a Lunox being put in the gold lane. So I mean, there's just so many options here right now for Guatemala to ban out, but might actually be centered either towards the gold lane or maybe our roamer here, a Minotaur, could actually be a really good ban coming out. Ooh, wow, I've been doing this like it's Mystic Kim, like what Arashi said. I've been doing this every single time I call it. It seems to be coming out, and it's good, right? Like the Minotaur up against the lineup here of Guatemala that just only has mobility with the Rafaela, but they don't really have CC.
Exactly. I think that's definitely what they're missing out here. So that's what you can only see for USA, right? Banning out the Terizla, now the Yuzong. Definitely just seems like they're trying to set up Chicken for a good lane here in the XP lane. If he does have the strong side, if he does have the strong matchup, by banning out the Terizla, banning out the Yuzong, forcing other choices like maybe even the Arlet to come through from Guatemala, will definitely give the White Horse a bit more of pressure. But by the way, in case you don't know, the Yuzong that's red is CC. The Yuzong that's purple is the real Yuzong. So USA, they banned out the real Yuzong. Guatemala have picked up the CC here. And it seems for USA now that they're up against the CC, Guatemala don't have any tanky members. They basically don't have any frontliners. Meanwhile, USA, they're beefy boys. They got the Alpha and the High Loss already. At this point, I'm not even sure, because earlier when I was watching the stream, I saw the Juicin used as a roamer by Shark.
Interesting.
I don't know if they want to utilize that in this game, but they pick up the Natan as well. And that's going to be the Carmilla. So it'll be a Carmilla for Shark, I believe. Definitely not for Hoon, but again, knowing how Team USA, they like to go for a lot of crazy picks, maybe it might be a Juice and Roll.
Oh, man. That's insane. So where's the Carmilla going to go? Is it going to be on Nathan, like, mid lane and then, I don't know.
No, it's probably normal. It's probably Natan.
Too crazy. Yeah, too crazy. But wow, okay, I like what Guatemala picked here, and personally I'm a Carmilla main. I've mentioned this in the stream last time, and I was so happy to see it up back in the meta. But you know what makes it really hard? If somebody can get your ultimate, and this is the reason actually why I ban out the Valentina when I have the Carmilla, because it can get your ultimate. And if you think about it, Mirko, there's just too many good ultimates here coming out from the side of USA. You got the Glorious Pathway, you got the Curse of Blood, you even got the Crimson Beacon from the Zushin. So the Valentina, even up until this day, I feel so bad for her, because she's either stuck in the ban list or she gets picked out. So she's never really out of the meta.
Definitely. I think the fact that you can steal different ultimates, it keeps you in the meta for a long time, keeps you viable, even though the meta has kind of shifted. And the big question for me is, you know, again, same same kind of question from you. What is the ultimate that she's going to take? Because the Crimson Beacon, even if she gets it, I don't think she does get the passive from the Crimson Beacon, so it's going to be still very, very tough to utilize that ultimate. And even with the Natan, it's a risky choice from USA. We're just going to dive straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1 of Team USA versus Guatemala. In order to see the draft, you guys can go and vote in the comment section down below as to who you think is going to win. Total 97 starting on the orange buff, Tarzan starting on purple.
Interesting coming out from Guatemala as well. I think they also have to take into consideration like their rotations, knowing that they're going to be working on a Rafaela. So there's just, again, I'm missing out on the crowd control here. Not the hero CC, but crowd control. There's really not much here for Guatemala as compared to USA. There's just so much. So I feel like if there's going to be team fights, either the Valentina should have the Curse of Blood here, or maybe some good ultimates, then they can go for the team fights. And for USA, this is an alpha that you're talking about. You can snowball really fast with this hero. Again, it's going to depend on where they're going to rotate. Looking at where it's going, level 3 for both of our junglers, and we don't see any invades so far.
Yeah, no invades so far. It's going to be very, very tough for both of them because obviously, I think for USA, the problem is wave clear. Even though Juicin is really, really good for the skirmishes, doesn't really do well when it comes to clear, so we weren't really able to get that mid-prio hard to go for the invades. And for Guatemala, Valentina got chunked very low early on, so the pressure from Juicin. In the gold lane, though, it does seem like Melon is actually having a good time despite being placed in a matchup that should favor the Roger. Shark up top. Gonna be able to pay Cholo now, gets caught by the Spear of Alpha and thrown back White Horse with the stun and first blood.
That's what you get when you get the Crimson Lantern up. It's going to get really annoying, but I feel like they're going to go for more here onto Vulture.
Vulture pops and avenges, but again gets thrown away. That's the perfect Lantern Flare combination together with the stun and just the pure damage coming in from Tarzan. Great setup. They should be able to get this turtle for free. Honeymoon already hovering over it. Tarzan is on it. Sub doesn't have level 4 just yet, so no holy baptism. Kimchi Man going forward, zoning him away. Honeymoon might be caught, is able to dash out. Shark does a good job at zoning the other members away. Again, airborne, thrown back. No one will capitalize. It's just a free neutral objective for Team USA.
I think they really, for the side of Guatemala, they made their presence known, but I don't think there's much you can do at that point, right? Like they rotated towards the XP, made sure that they won that XP lane before they went for the turtle. They took down Vulture, and right after that was such an easy take on the turtle. There's no one to zone away the jungler, but here on the bottom side, it seems like they're gonna catch Shark here.
Good damage on Shark into the Terrify. Well played. Great chain CC. Get a trade on the map. Kimchi Man walking forward. It does seem like maybe he was lagging there, just walking to his demise. Guatemala able to equalize on the board, putting the gold lead now just down to 1,000 for USA as Tarzan is still able to clear out the mid wave, kind of denying any sort of siege from Guatemala.
Yeah, that's at least like 1k gold lead here for USA. Not that far, but it's a big win that they've gotten that turtle, which is why they got this gold lead. And looking at this so far, there's a heavy prio on the XP rotation as well. If you see that, a lot of the members of Guatemala would actually choose to go over there. I mean, it's not gonna be easy for CC to go up against Fwy the horse here with the actual horse. And honestly, like the best you can do is just poke, right? Poke, but you can't really take it down.
Yeah, and as expected, you know, with Hoon basically walking to his death there, I think there was a connection issue. We're going to see the game pause for now. We'll see if we can troubleshoot the issue, because obviously fair play is our #1 priority, ladies and gentlemen, so please do be patient with us. This does give us the opportunity, though, to actually talk about the drafts again, because like you mentioned, it's just so many ways to CC your opponents. For USA, they have the Juicin, they have Tarzan on the Alpha as well with the Spear of Alpha. We got the stun from White Horse and the Glorious Pathway. They can also slow down their opponents, and last but definitely not least, Shark with the Curse of Blood. So many different ways to really lock the opponents down, and like you mentioned as well, Guatemala, they don't have CC. Well, they do, but not the right CC. They got a hero CC.
Not the CC that you're looking for, basically. But I think in the draft here of Guatemala, we have to look at their roamers here as well. It has heal, but I feel like it's lacking, right? Like that's the reason why even when the Flash of the Oasis patch came out, like the Rafaela didn't really stand out. as much. Like, it can only provide like mobility, but other than that, like, I feel like her kit needs a lot of work. Like, especially her passive, even the ultimate, especially if you're going up against a beefy lineup like USA, you can only stun like maybe 1 or 2, then right after that you get bursted down if you don't really have the defensive items yet. So I think there's a difference when it comes to the roam position here. You got a Carmilla, a super tanky Carmilla, and then you got a Rafaela under the side that only provides heal, and when she's gone, what's the question is, what's next for Guatemala, right? What do they do? Did they go for the team fight, or do they kind of back away?
I think the big concern as well for Guatemala is the fact that I feel like there's no one there to actually, tread through the frontliners coming in from Team USA. Because if you take a look at Honeymoon and Roger as well, they deal a lot of good damage, but up onto tanks, not really, right? They kind of need to execute their members, especially for the Roger. For Vulture, I guess there's a case to be made there where you can actually try to shred these tanks, but with so much CC, the CC actually struggles. The fact that Vulture went for the Vengeance instead of the Purify as well puts her in a very tough spot to deal damage later on, because even if you go Vengeance, USA have a lot of good bursts, right? Like, the Vengeance won't really help you up against Tarzan's damage, up against White Horse DOT as well. And for Melon, you can always just wait up a bit before he goes in for the entropy and the basic attacks. And last but definitely not least, I think for Guatemala, they are very, very reliant on a combo from Cholo. Cholo 97 needs to get the enhanced scythe on multiple members that get stunned up together, because if he doesn't, if the enhanced scythe only connects onto one member, that's just one member taking all that damage, right? And then all the others from USA can actually just overwhelm Guatemala with CC, with damage, with dive especially, and then it'll get really, really tough.
Yeah, you get all these like great picks coming out from Guatemala, and the problem is, let's say you see Honeymoon like picking up the Curse of Blood, right? So it's kind of like they're anticipating like that combination. You get the enhanced change and they got the Curse of Blood to layer it all up. But once somebody is down, that's the question, right? Do we go for it, or do we kind of back away, because we don't really have that much damage, and the Valentina is kind of like very ultimate heavy reliant, right? Like, as compared to like the other mages, like the Zeusin just has a lot more to work with. But this time, like, I think you're right. Like, the combinations have to be done right, the timing as well when they toss out the skills. So if that all goes haywire, then I don't know, like, how can Guatemala bounce back from that, right? And they don't really have somebody to peel all these tanky picks, and right after that, like, after somebody's down, it's gonna be really hard to force out the team fights.
It definitely is, right? They don't really have any lockdown, so when they go in, if they aren't able to get their target down instantly, it's just going to be very, very tough. But we do have information, ladies and gentlemen, that we are going to be unpausing. So stand by for the game. We're going to get straight into the land of Dawn, back again where we left off. Nothing much has happened. It's still 2-2, but Tarzan is going to be first onto the turtle. Kimchi Man Hoon in that bush. But it's on them away with the Lantern Flare. Cholo 97 now with the immobilization and the enhanced sight, dealing a bit of damage onto Shark.
Oh no.
That's the airborne right there. Tarzan still able to connect it. Curse of Blood connecting there. Good steal away, but the Curse of Blood now back again. Sub forced to flicker out. Kimchi Man still on it. Able to knock Zayt up. Meanwhile, Shark able to get the kill down. Vulture all isolated in the mid lane as White Horse there will be able to hold 3 members down with a stun and the re-engage. Kimchi Man with a double. Looking for the triple, but Melon will take another kill there. Denying the triple, but still giving a big win over to Team USA.
Do you see how Fried Horse was using that high loss? I mean, come on. If you named yourself Fried Horse, you're prepared. Yes, a reason that you named yourself Fried Horse. You're just prepared to take in moments like this. You saw how like he was zoning away like at least like 3 members, and Guatemala was just in shambles, right? Like, they were trying to get the enhanced chain down from Cholo, and right after the Curse of Blood, it was just hard. Bottom side though.
Oh, Shark able to flicker out, but still gets taken down by Zayt. Melon getting the trade and denying that cannon minion away from Zayt in the gold lane. It's really tough. Kimchi Man again. Seems like even after the pause, he's still really suffering through the connection issues here, and we will have another pause. It's unfortunate to see that, man, from Hoon. 2 deaths here by very, very unfortunate circumstances. But yeah, it seems we will have some more time to troubleshoot the issue. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back to me and Kim, just talking about the drafts, talking about the last few fights here that have been going really well. Team USA.
And what's really good here about USA is that they don't forget about the turrets, right? Like they've been taking kills, but they've already taken 3 turrets, which is big. They also taken in the mid tower, which is really huge, especially if you're going to take in neutral objectives like the Lord and the Turtle. And I think this game can actually end pretty early if USA actually uses all of their cards, right? Because they have all of the tools to win all of the team fights. And if, as you can see, like in the team fights, right, there was not much that could be done for Guatemala. Like if let's say Cholo is down, or even Honeymoon is down with the Valentina, they really won't like force out any of the team fights. But I just noticed too that there's a lot of like stuns from the side of USA, so it's also really hard to set things up here for Guatemala.
It's really tough. I think in that previous team fight, we get to see again their composition with no frontliners, with no lockdown, really struggle. And the main problem that I brought up, during the first pause, the fact that no one can really shred through the frontliners of Team USA there. It was just really tough to see, especially considering the fact that 3 members were already on White Horse. He was alone there. He was isolated against 3 members, and no one could actually even take him to lower than half.
Yeah.
Half HP is the best they could do. And with the Revitalize, he can just go back to full HP, regen, and then re-engage again with the Glorious Pathway. So many ways for USA to actually say, yo, we're done with the fight, or we want to continue. The Glorious Pathway backwards or forwards, right? To enable the rest of the team to go in. And even despite the good pick in the Rafaela, I would say when it comes to mobility, they want to try to kite back. The Glorious Pathway gives you more movement speed, right? So especially with the stun there, it's going to be very hard to escape from the horse, man. I don't know what to say.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Fried Horse actually picks up another high loss in the next game, right? I wouldn't be surprised because he already named himself that, so I think he's just going to be living up to it. And honestly, what's really unfair, if you've seen like Fried Horse just going at them, they have the Revitalize. Plus, like for some reason, the Ring of Order just deals out a lot of damage, especially when you're near, right? And if you think about it, like a lot of these picks coming out from Guatemala are melee heroes, like Roger, Valentina, you would say, and even the Julian. You kind of have to go near. And with Fried Horse's high loss, right, it's going to be difficult to do all of these dives, difficult to do all of these crazy plays that Guatemala is expecting to actually perform here in this game.
All right, we're back in the game here. It seems like Zate will be able to actually get a trade down in the bottom lane. Well played to Guatemala, able to find a trade, but still, if we take a look at the gold lead, still USA holding a 4,000 gold lead. And the big problem that will be continuously just growing in this game, the big threat that'll be growing, is the fact that Melon is still farming up to be an absolute monster. 6 minutes in, level 9, already having a lead over Zate that should be the one winning in this matchup. It's a big concern in the mid game. If Melon can get the Holy Crystal by like the 9th minute, it's gonna be real tough.
Yeah.
Curse of Blood.
Yep.
On the 3 members, White Horse walking forward, just zoning them away, and it'll be a free neutral objective over Zate. Actually walking forward, you can see the damage. Oh my goodness. Now with the entropy forward as well, the Glorious Pathway, White Horse walking past them. Curse of Blood stolen away, White Horse taking the damage. Now as Kimchi Man goes in for the flare, able to bring Sub back. Now even with the Vengeance CC down to death, Shark picks up the kill, and Honeymoon, and just watch Fear of Alpha under the turret. Tarzan slicing and dicing. Honeymoon taken down.
Oh man, that was insane coming out from USA, right? To think that they still had that tower for Guatemala. And here's the problem. Again, you see the Vengeance, right? And right after the Vengeance coming out from Vulture, you only buy some time, but you don't really get to take anyone down. And that's the biggest problem here for the side of Guatemala. Who peels the front line here of USA? Because Fight Horse is just way too much. But right now, I feel like we have another team fight here. It's going to be Tarzan right in the middle.
They're trying to go for the team fight now. Melon entropy forward, dealing so much damage. Vulture next knocked up and then smashed down to the ground. Kimchi Man picking up a double kill. Cholo 97 had to recall there. He had to back away knowing how low he was. And now it just gets really tough, right? Because we were talking about how the team fights were not going to go their way if White Horse was there. But White Horse wasn't even there. He was split pushing. The horse was split pushing.
I mean, it was just Shark right over there at the top side. And that's how deadly the ultimate of the Carmilla is, right? I mean, I know Guatemala has the Valentina to kind of pick that up for themselves. But how do you do that, right? Like, you have like a Carmilla tanking up all of the damage, and you have Melon here as well, kind of slowing you down with the entropy. So at this point, like, no one has shut down Melon just yet. Like, he's standing at the 206, and like what you mentioned, once the Holy Crystal is up, it's gonna really amp up all of the damage that the Shark will actually put out, especially when the Curse of Blood is up.
Oh, the entropy, and then just escaping from the Curse of Blood that Honeymoon stole away. Even if it's
Just baiting it out.
Yeah, he has Purify, so really not in any risk of getting caught, and it should be a free neutral objective again. 3 turtles, 1 lord, doesn't even need to go for the retribution. Shark, you can see him dealing damage, but it's not visible. It's emotional damage that he's dealing.
Oh, please. No, don't be that. It's honestly hard to tell as well, like, who has their ultimate up, right? Like, most of the time you see Honeymoon, like, picking up the Curse of Blood, and you see Shark kind of, like, retaliating with the Curse of Blood. But most of the time, it's the ultimate here coming out from USA that kind of links out all of the targets here from Guatemala, which kind of makes it a little bit more difficult when they pop in all of these team fights. They got the Lord here, not the enhanced Lord for the side of USA, but enough to at least, push out all of the inhibitors here coming to the side of Guatemala. And here comes the Glorious Pathway coming out from Qualifiers just to slow everybody down. They should be able to get this inhibitor here, and everybody just kind of backing away. Honestly, it's so hard to go up against this.
What are you supposed to do, Kimchi Man? Now with the knockup again, the vengeance is there, but it's not enough to survive. With the first Lord, they're able to crack open a base, but now another step with the Curse of Blood connecting onto 4. Zayt in the back stunned up. Now you can see the chain Melon with the entropy forward under the base, still able to get a kill. Sub will fall in the fountain. Team USA ending things quick in game 1.
Well, despite the pauses that we have, USA finishes strong, gets in the first series. And honestly, what can I say? I mean, they're IGNs. I feel like it's already set in stone what they're going to be putting out here today. And honestly, I think for Guatemala, they had a good idea of how to counter out the pick of USA. But it's really hard, right? Like, you only got a Rafaela. You don't have anyone to kind of counter out the engages that USA was putting out. And the only one that really had the counter was like the Valentine of Honeymoon. But every time, she doesn't even land a good ultimate, right? It was always the USA landing all these good ultimates coming out from the Carmilla.
You can see all the way from the early game, right? The fact that USA already had control despite a good pickoff onto Shark, and then obviously Kimchi Man falling there. They were still able to recover at all in all the team fights, all the skirmishes, just with the proper understanding of the core fundamentals of the game. Knowing how to front to back, having Flight Horse being an absolute nuisance in the front, is using to revitalize and then soak in everything. This is another example of that, and Tarzan actually dove under the turret, no punishment at all, because at this point Guatemala were just so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, 10 minutes, and then you got your gold laner scaling up pretty well, and all it needs to, what really needs to happen here is just Melon to have a very good position, and right after that you can just melt down every single one coming out from Guatemala. Plus, not to mention the really good ultimates being laid out here by Shark. Actually really amped up the damage coming out from Melon. So 10 minutes in, you got all of these. Like, everybody was backing away, and all USA needed to do, just lock in the tower and end the game in such a strong fashion. 10 minutes and 11 seconds is the time here for this game. I'm seeing is USA gonna try to break their record for the next game? And this is probably, I would say this is one of the fastest games that I've seen, because usually you'd see like games stretch out to like 50 minutes. And if you see the damage, even the total heal, it does not even matter here for Guatemala. It's all about soaking up the damage. You've seen the vengeance being put out here from Vulture CZ, but most of the time it either goes to a Fried Horse or Shark, and it doesn't even matter for them, right? Because they're meant to soak up the damage. And the rest of the team, Kimchi Man, Melon, all they needed to do was have a good position, and they can take down Guatemala in every single team fight. And this is why I kept mentioning Mirko earlier. There was just a lack of CC here. Not the hero, but the crowd control coming out from the side of Guatemala. It's just really difficult to pop all of these team fights.
I like how we always have to,
yeah, we have to clarify that.
When we say CC, it's not the hero. We were talking about crowd control here. And yeah, Guatemala, CC was definitely not the hero. Definitely a problem for them. They didn't have enough crowd control in the team itself. I mean, they have ways to disengage, like with the Rafaela, Holy Baptism. But even then, right? Like, you're not going to be able to Holy Baptism a Spear of Alpha. It still goes through. A lot of the engages here are kind of unstoppable. And even if you stun a White Horse, the Glorious Pathway will still be there. He's still going to be able to just march you down, just cavalry's here. walk you down and throw you up with with the juice in as well. So many different ways to lock you down. But the fact that Melon, by the way, was so far ahead, I definitely was expecting him to go for the Holy Crystal. Turns out he goes for the defensive build here. Feather of Heaven, Storm Sight, not Holy Crystal, but Blood Wings. So definitely give respect here to Melon for respecting Guatemala, despite being so far ahead, despite already winning out in the lane that you're not really supposed to up against a Roger, right? It's a winning matchup for the Roger. Still goes for the Blood Wings, also with the Leather Jerkin. So a lot of respect placed down from Melon here. It's great to see this, and you can see that from the USA, despite them dominating in the game, they were not wasting any time. Once they had an opening to end the game, they wanted to end it as quick as possible. So they're going all out up against Guatemala.
Yeah, and they know they have the Nathan as well, so it was way easier to push out the turrets, and by the time that they got the first Lord, right, all that they needed to do was lock in the base. And Nathan, you've seen it even before, like it was so broken that you can just drive it through the base and just pop in your entropy and then it's done. The game's done, right? But now it's a little bit more balanced out. They adjusted that, so it was a fast pushes coming out from the side of USA. That was the story of this game. And other than that, like I have to point out as well that there was no turtles or even lords that were taken by Guatemala, so that itself was already a struggle.
Complete time for Team USA in game number 1, where we're going to be taking a 5-minute break. So are they. See game number 2. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2 of Team USA. Coming back again. Will they be able to actually, like, fully take the game 2-0 up against Guatemala? That's the big question. Still, you guys are going to be accompanied by me, Mirko, and Burger Kim. Burger Kim, what are you expecting for game 2?
Well, is White Horse gonna use the same pick? Like that's at the back of my head. Like after that game,
it'll be illegal
like,
to ban the horse from the horse.
But that's gonna take up like one ban slot, right? I mean, there's
Right.
just so many good picks as well in the current meta. So I feel like either that or they have a certain counter for the Hylos. Like maybe have like a Valir up. Like Arashi was like talking about the Valir. It actually popped up in the European regional qualifiers, and honestly, it can give a hard time to these like beefy frontline. But I don't know what's coming in here to like game number 2. Do we get like pretty much the same draft? Who's gonna be on the blue side? Who's gonna be on the red side? That's gonna be another thing, right? And hopefully this time, like maybe they should let some other power picks come through, right? Like the chip that you've seen earlier, or maybe slide in like a couple of Loi chip combination here. I don't know.
I think so. Again, the Valir. Arashi's been talking about the Valir for a long time now. He's just a big fan of the Valir. He always brags about his 100% win rate that I ruined just for him to not be able to brag about it anymore. I purposely fed in his game, make it not 100%. No, I'm joking, but he lost that 100%, and since he hasn't been bragging as much about the Valir, but still, he just really likes the Valir, and I agree, especially for this kind of draft, right? When they just really want to dive on you, Valir does come into mind to actually kite back, and they were lacking crowd control, so someone that can actually shove them back will definitely be a very, very interesting change for Guatemala. We can already see a swap in sides here. Guatemala this time on the blue side, Team USA on the red side. Still with the same bands, though. It's going to be the Ling band coming in from USA. Guatemala on the blue side. Seems, again, this is very interesting, but blue side has been the one constantly banning out the chip, not
That's
red
weird.
side.
Yeah, that's weird. Usually, like you'd see the red side like banning that out, right?
Exactly.
Knowing if you're on the blue side, you can pick up the chip for yourself. Not unless they're not that good with the chip, or they can't really fit it in their combo. I mean, looking at their draft in game number 1, it was more of like chain CCs or chain combinations that they were trying to go for. But maybe the chip is not in their arsenal, right? Like maybe it's not something that they're familiar with. Maybe that's why it is going to be on the ban list. But that's going to leave a lot open here. So it's still going to be like staple bans, staple meta bans. Like if you look at the Mlbb website, these are pretty much like the top bans so far. USA this time going to take away the Zeusin, knowing that Guatemala is going to be on the blue side this time. But what does that... Like, I'm kind of thinking, like, what will Guatemala prioritize? Because earlier on the red side, they prioed the Julian and the Roger. I do get it's a great early game, great for poking in the lane as well with the Roger. But will they go for either the Roger prio or the Julian right now, since they're on the blue side?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? Because, again, like we were talking about in game number 1, the drafts, usually if you go for a Roger, you want to try to utilize that flex potential into the second phase. But the fact that they picked the Roger with the Julian... USA banned out the horse! The horse banned out the horse!
The horse, yeah.
I don't know how Fight Horse feels about that, right? His own team banning out the horse.
He has to.
I don't know if he was the one who betrayed himself with the horse ban. But obviously, we're not going to see the horse now in game number 2. I'm already very sad about that. Guatemala, though, we'll see about that. Julian, will it still be prioritized, or will they be trying to go for the flex potential on the Roger? Because I think both are very, very good options. They can also just go for the Terizla first. That's something that has been super prio. If they want to set up for an assassin jungle, usually you need someone like a Terizla. Instead of someone very resource reliant like a CC, it definitely gets you a better start to that
Or a
assassin
Valentina.
composition.
Like sometimes I see the teams picking up the Valentina. Oh, I remember this was actually banned away back in the first game. Very, very safe choice, I would say. There's really, it's kind of straightforward, right? Very honest. Like it goes to the roam, not unless like you want to rock that in the mid lane or damage. Oh, I was talking about a Phobius earlier. It actually popped up a little bit too late, coming out here in game number 2. Does this mean that they're gearing up for like assassins here? Are they anticipating something, or perhaps like what is the idea of this? I believe this might be like Hoon's. Oh, rather Fight Horse's pickup. Like especially like it's usually known that the Phobius is going to be used up in the XP lane, not unless like you want to go for something super crazy. I've seen like a mid lane Phobius as well. So I've seen that in like other regions. So I don't know if that's a thing here. But Guatemala, they've got a good amount of like shields set up plays. Will they go for like Valentina here? For Guatemala, I still think it's a very good choice, very safe as well in the mid, and there's a lot that you can do with the Valentina, and you can even limit out like USA's pick. Wow, I just don't know how I'm doing this. Like, it just keeps happening, even in the European regional qualifiers. So that's why Arashi like dubbed me as Mystic Kim. But this is just like me trying to get into the heads of the players. But this is Guatemala. I think this is a very good pickup coming out from their side. This time USA will kind of have to think it through what they're going to put out, knowing that there's a Valentina on the other side.
Great Valentina pick here. It makes sense, right? With the Phoveus having such a big ultimate. And by the way, yeah, for everybody watching, this is the revamped Phoveus. I was still kind of like unsure if the Phoveus was something that they can go for, because usually with the revamped heroes, with the new heroes, there's usually a 2-week ban grace period before you can pick it up in competitive play. It does seem like for USA and for the America's qualifier, American regional qualifiers, that it is okay to go for it.
Wow.
Which is a very interesting pickup here. The Cho in the first phase. Okay. It's another ultimate that the Valentina can actually take advantage of. And, by the way, I think from the Valentina and the Mathilda, we should expect the Purify. Now that the Cho has been picked up. USA with a very unique start to the drafting phase. Definitely not what we expected coming into this, but for Guatemala, it's really just all about Prio, the Valentina, the Mathilda, and even the Terizla, and we do get to see the Moscow banned out here. So already kind of revealing to us that maybe USA want to play the Roger in the gold lane, so they're setting up for the Roger to absolutely bully the gold lane Guatemala, which is Zeke.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious too, like with the pickup here of USA on the Cho and the Phoveus, right? Like, it's super uncontemporary. You don't really see this in the first phase. Like, you would see it like at least maybe in the last 2 picks, knowing that it would either counter out a certain hero or a certain like composition. But this time, like, they've picked it up in the first phase. There's a lot of dashes here for Guatemala. I think that's something that they have to consider here as well. Now they're taking away options for the gold lane. It's kind of weird though, because they're still kind of thinking that this might actually be a Roger in the jungle position, knowing that USA is kind of like racked up their picks here as well, like picking up the Phoveus, picking up the Cho, and who knows, like the Cho might actually be in the gold lane. I don't know, like it can go really crazy here. But USA, I think maybe either another gold lane ban, but this means like there's just so many gold laners taken away for Guatemala.
I think that's the good thing about the Roger, right? I mean, at this point, they can just continue what Guatemala are doing as well. They banned out the Moskov just to set up for the Roger, and the fact that Guatemala actually banned out Natan plays into USA's favor, because even if they were still looking at Roger to go to the jungle, now they can basically say, all right, we're going to double down on the gold lane bans and make it as though Guatemala won't have any other picks to go for. At this point, we might actually see Guatemala play something like a Ruby in the gold lane to try to go up against the Roger. Or Harith, technically, is still up for grabs. But I mean, so far, it does seem like Guatemala are setting up for an assassin or a physical damage dealer, at least in the jungle. I think if they wanted to round up their drafts, a good choice for Guatemala would be to go for the Alpha and then the Harith in the gold lane. But it's Team USA's time to pick now. Let's see if they want to actually go for the Harith, because technically they can still do that, right? If they pick up the Harith, it'll put Guatemala in a very tough spot, because they won't have the Harith to pick up, and they won't have the Roger. They won't have all the gold laners that have been banned out, and maybe they're just going to be forced on a Ruby or pick like carry, which kind of gets bullied.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to play the carry, though. Like, it's so smart coming out from USA. They kind of like making Guatemala think right now. And to think that the last 2 bans are like, okay, Nathan, Savior, kind of like making sure that they got all sides covered. Like, okay, maybe a gold lane and then a mid lane ban up. But for USA, they actually pick up the Ruby for themselves here, which kind of makes me wonder, this might actually just be Shark's hero. But Guatemala, they're talking about setting up assassins here, but this time they're gonna lock in the Barretts and the Harith in the gold lane, which kind of makes me wonder what USA will pick up here. Is this going to be a jungle Roger, or is it going to be a gold lane Roger, with this being said?
I think at this point they can actually just go for the Alpha pick again. They're going to find a lot of value going up against a lot of these tanky members like the Terizla, like the Barats. Go for the Lunox, someone that does the same thing, but in the Gold? No.
Mid lane.
All right.
Mid lane.
Ruby gold. We got Orson the Phobius, and then we have Roger Jungle, and then the Cho Shark Man. Okay. Very interesting stuff here coming from USA, flexing their options all the way to the very end. And yeah, for Guatemala, the big problem of going for the Barats is the fact that USA will have a significant advantage when it comes to jungle clear on the Roger. And another big advantage that USA will have is the fact that they can actually atomize very easily. They can just go for magic defense all the way from the start. Go up against the Harith and the Valentina, who are the two main damage dealers. And for Terizla and Barats, I don't think they will really care about their damage. But we'll see how it plays out, because for Guatemala, they have good combos.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the gold lane matchup here between the Harith and the Ruby. I've seen like a Harith Roger, but never like a Ruby and a Harith going head to head. Maybe I might have seen it in either ranked games or whatnot, but here in this matchup, I can definitely say that the Harith will definitely have a hard time if level 4 is not available yet. The Ruby can just, spam that second skill, spam that Don't Run Wolf King, and it's just going to be really hard for the Harith to like dash in and out. I was actually thinking of something even crazier, like the Minsit are in the gold lane, but instead they go for the Roger, kind of like, denying it from the side of Guatemala here as well. But there's just so much pick-off potentials here, Mirko, as we head into the Land of Dawn. You got the Cho here, you got the Ruby, and the revamped Phobius actually going head-to-head with the Terizla here. I'm not so sure how that matchup will be, knowing that here the Phobius is a little bit reliant on the ultimate as well.
Yeah, usually I have a pretty good, understanding of all the matchups, but now Revamp Phobius, I haven't seen it in competitive play at all. So, very interesting stuff. Honeymoon already forced a flicker, so both Sub and Honeymoon losing their flickers, and Honeymoon actually forced to recall here. You can see that Kimchi Man is taking the lane slow in the mid lane, so already abusing the core fundamentals of the game here as, the Valentina is forced to recall. They're making them miss a lot of creeps. Melon, though, to answer your question, it does seem like Zed has, had a better time in the lane. And for the most part, I think Harith is just a lane bully, right? To everyone. Mid lane, though, Shark. Ready for forward now. Go for the Ji Kundo and a knockup. First blood to Kimchi Man, otherwise known as Hoon in the mid lane.
That's really hard, though. You got not only do you have the Lunox poking, you also got, like, Shark poking. Like, it's not even like using the Way of the Dragon. You just got the pokes get out from the Cho, and they utilized that so well. Not only did they kind of like made Honeymoon like lose in those XPs, actually picked him off actually very early on in the game. And looking at this, we see actually Kimchi Man rotating over to the top side, getting in that level 4 as well, and making sure that you got those ultimates as well ready for the team fights. We got Shark as well having that level 3 as compared to Sub, who still does not have the ultimate. They're gonna work on this turtle. We got a 1 level ahead here for Tarzan, though, so that's gonna be a clear advantage, especially when taking in the turtle.
Oh, you can see the White Horse already on the Phobius. Good with the dragon. Blocking.
Okay, the turtle's
down. Still able to get the damage. Welcome, though. Now spinning Kimchi Man out. Penalty zone onto the back as well. Now as Tarzan tries to get rid of him. So White Horse with the chase down. Kimchi Man able to pick up the kill. Honeymoon dashing forward into 3 members. Tarzan punishing Honeymoon straight up, and it's a 3-0 win around the turtle.
Yep, they even forced Cholo to use the Retribution, so that itself was already a win. They forced out the Detona's Welcome, and right after that, like, it was just USA just playing their cards out to their favor. Looking at what we have here as items, a lot of respect towards the magic damage here for Guatemala, but down bot. Zayd's gonna be in trouble, though.
Oh, into the chaos, the I'm Offended. Great pick off by USA. Great punish in the bottom lane. Taking advantage of Zeet's winning position, actually, to outplay the situation. And Zeet wasn't even able to pop into Purify in time there. No time to react. White Horse up top. This is what's broken about the Phobius. Usually you really need someone to enable, those demonic force procs to come down. But now, White Horse, he can do it all alone. He doesn't need the help of friends. Tarzan dealing some damage. They might actually be looking to go for the dive here onto Vulture. See, White Horse walking up. They will take a few turret shots up top, but they will not decide to go for it. Both teams, they decide, it's time to reset again. There's no real reason to force any skirmishes.
Yeah, down bot here as well. It's gonna be really hard. Like you see, like a lot of hesitation coming out from Guatemala, knowing that Melon can just go for the "I am offended" flicker combo and just tug everyone into the tower. But wow, look at USA just working up on the turret down mid, and it's just way too fast. 4 minutes, it's already down. It's gonna be so hard to take in the turtles and the lords with the mid tower gone here for Guatemala. And not only do they have to answer to that, all of their side lanes are also pretty much pressured out by USA.
What's really scary isn't the fact that the turret has been taken down, right? But it's the fact that they got all of the turret gold. Again, White Horse coming down. You can see the Inferno pursuit back and forth as they dash forward. They still have Vengeance. White Horse getting another stack in. Zeke still jumping over. And now it's going to be Kimchi Man with a kill over earlier. Flickering forward. Vulture under the turret. Going to be caught by the Lycan Pounce. And somehow, some way, White Horse stays alive. Melon up against 2. Marching forward. Tarzan brought back by the missiles. But USA, they're just playing it clean. 7-0 in 5 minutes.
Almost perfect game. I would say, well, perfect game so far. I mean, how is White Horse even alive at that point, right?
I have no idea.
He's like just tanking up all of the damage. He's got the Vengeance too. So, like, you see all of the resources of Guatemala is just being put at White Horse. This is the same case in game number 1 where he was just really being way too much to handle as the Hylos. And right now, with the Phobius, right, the demonic force, that can just zone everybody out. And even the members here of Guatemala are just way too scared to go in.
Reggie Kundo into the way to Dragon, and the burst damage is just too much to handle between Guatemala. Shark walks up again under the turret, recalling in their faces. It's getting real personal now for Shark, it seems. 9-0. Sky Piercer, why not? For the mage in the mid lane, Kimchi Man, who has 5 kills already. Keeps stacking it up. Shark again, just marching forward. Now circling Eagle. This might be Shark punished. It might be the first kill. Oh no, Shark is still able to get out. White Horse decides to go for a fight here. All alone, pops into Vengeance. Horse might be the one to fall. Goes in for the Infernal Pursuit as the Demonic Force gets placed down. There we go. Guatemala are finally on the board. 6 minutes in.
There was no trades though from the side of the USA. Like Fried Horse just went all the way in, maybe like baiting out some skills here and there. But you know, with the temporal rain, by the way, here for Fried Horse, he can just pretty much spam out those skills and just get like a lot of like really good cooldown. Maybe that's the reason why he's been so relentless on the chase here up against the side of USA. But it's not gonna be easy to take them down. Looking at the items here, Mirko, we see like the side of USA already going towards their 3rd or 4th items. It's just a lot to take in. They haven't taken in any of the turtles just yet, but now they're just gonna go all the way in.
Even though the way the Dragon was into the wrong angle, they're still able to force out a fight. Melon now with I'm Offended, bringing them back. Tarzan just going ham now, has a Lycan form. Flicker forward from Kimchi Man. Cholo 97, the Dinoman, not even able to do anything inside of his own base. Shark able to just jump out again with the Shunpu. Cholo 97 unable to go for a Detona's Welcome, and you really see now the value that you get when you have someone to clear fast in the jungle. Tarzan is 2 levels ahead with the Barats.
Yeah, look at Kimchi Man too. Level 10, 703 on the Lunox. This is just such a good game. Like even from the start, right? Like they really bullied the heck out of Honeymoon. 041 on the Valentina, by the way, which is really, really so sad to see at this point. And you see the Athena shields coming up, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Mirko, the magic damage coming out from Guatemala. So you can just easily counter out with the Athena shield, the Radiant armors. And at this point, like even Guatemala, they're just struggling to take their resources. It's all going to the side of USA. They haven't gotten anything yet. It has been Tarzan in the jungle.
Way too aggressive from Horse right there. Gets spat out, and now again, I'm Offended brings them back. Even with the penalty zone, they just fight under it. Kimchi Man gonna lose his life though. Good shutdown from Honeymoon. They go for the chase. Melon still in the midst of it all. Caught again. Jumps in with the Donor Wolf King. Oh, getting all of his HP back. Vulture still going at it again. The healing is too much. The way the Dragon locks him down as Tarzan goes for the Lycan Pounce one more time. Under the turret, I'm Offended. Connecting onto Z, bringing him back for Tarzan. Just gun him down. A double kill. Melon is just unkillable. How many times has he healed back up to full HP? Holy defense in the mid lane procced away. Melon just munching on that base turret HP. And finally, we get to see Melon forced back. But that healing, man, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, Queen's Wings actually just picked it right up, and he just kept getting his HP back. And honestly, without any healing reduction here coming out from the side of Guatemala, there's no dominance ISIS yet. There's no glowing wand just yet coming out from Honeymoon. She's just reached the level 9, by the way. So it's a really hard matchup here. Without the healing, Melon's just gonna keep on doing that, right? And this is a Brave Smite, Ruby, that you're talking about, so it can just keep on tanking up the damage. Can be such a nuisance as well, like knowing that, especially if Guatemala's all grouped up together with the Matilda, you get that nice I am offended, which you've seen earlier, tug into 3. It can really just set the tempo up, and even with the penalty zone, there's really nothing much you can do. Shark going in for the Way of the Dragon.
Beautifully done. Cholo 97 isolated from the team. This is why the dinos went extinct. It's all due to Shark on the Cho. And again, they just go in on the Vulture. They can solo Honeymoon. Great, I'm offended. Into the base turret they go. White Horse gonna be taken down, but Tarzan still in the midst of it all, just doing so much damage with Lycan form. Now going for another. That's a triple kill for Tarzan inside of the enemy base. Now just recalling on their corpse as they wait slowly for this game to be ended. It's a mini wave in the bottom lane and the top lane coming crashing down. Kimchi Man gets the Holy Crystal. Honeymoon, 4 seconds of the clock right now. Tarzan just going at it. Solo respawning back in. It doesn't seem like USA can go for the end right now. They've done enough damage. They've cracked open the base turret without the Lord.
Yeah, you know, this is the first time I've seen a gold laner tank up the damage so that Tarzan can go in for the Lycan Pounce and just finish everybody from Guatemala. And this is definitely enabled with the Braids Blight plus the Queen's Wings. So Melon here is pretty much untouchable, and without any of these magic or rather healing reduction from the side of Guatemala, it's really going to be hard. And I don't blame them. They haven't gotten any of the turtles, and every single time that they attempt to make a play here, either Shark or White Horse has just been setting up the plays. Here comes the Demonic Force again and again.
Right on cue. Right on cue. You said White Horse wants to go for the fight. Melon! I'm offended. Flicker. Kimchi Man capitalizing. Mega Shark. They're just kicking Cholo 97 away. And now they're going to go for the base turret. Fight Horse. Nom Nom with the Mirage Detonus welcome. Not able to find the wall though, and Horse be able to pop in the Vengeance. Still going to be taken down right now as I'm offended. Connects onto the back again. Kimchi Man brought back with the Chaos. Good smart missiles down. Tarzan was still just pushing in the mid lane. Looking for the base right now. Tarzan on and Melon as well. Now jumping in again, trying to go for the healing. And that's going to be enough damage, enough time bought for Tarzan to take the base down. It is 2-0 clean sweep for United States.
Well, we did talk about United States getting a whole lot more tournaments, experiences, even in the world stage. And they definitely did not come here to just kind of like, make it all the more easy. It's just like 2-0 clean sweep up against Guatemala, and you've seen how dominant they were, especially in the latter parts of the game. They didn't even really care. There were turrets left and right, but they were just willing to do all these crazy dives, and with that amount of gold lead coming out from the USA in that game, they were definitely very, very much confident to take in all these, risque plays from their side. But overall, I guess it was a very good game. Coming out from the side of USA. You've seen it from start to finish, Mirko. Like, as you can see in the instant replay, there was not a single time that Guatemala was able to take in any of these objectives. There was a lot of pokes coming out from the mid lane here from Kimchi Man and Mega Shark, and it just really made it hard for everybody from Guatemala to just come in, make in the plays, because they were just willing to do all these crazy dives.
And they can afford to go for these dives, right? Because they have so much sustain. White Horse on the Phobius constantly getting shieldings, especially Melon here. But a lot of the crazy plays just diving forward and having enough sustain with the Brave Smite, the War Axe, and damage reduction from the Queen's Wings too, enabling them to dive even inside of the base turrets, which is crazy before the 8th minute even. The fact that they were able to do that was phenomenal stuff, but it did leave them vulnerable to a lot of the counter engages coming in from Guatemala.
Yeah.
The experience definitely came through, though. It shined through as they were able to still kite away, play it slow, and get a lot of these pickoffs back and forth. I gotta give massive props to Melon, though, on the Ruby and the Gold lane. You haven't seen the Ruby Gold work in a lot of different other tournaments. But here, Melon just shines with it.
Yeah. I mean, the I am offended, just healing back up. There's just a lot of good ways to counter engage. You've seen Honeymoon get in the I am offended here as well, but like this is probably like the only time I've seen a gold laner tank it all up for Tarzan. They've gotten a wipeout here. There were a lot of like clapbacks coming out from Guatemala every time like USA overextends. But at this point, right, looking at the goalie, it's just way too far. So they can get like shutdowns here and there for Guatemala, but ultimately it does not even matter at this point, right? Because all of the inhibitor turrets were gone. They got lured in the final few minutes in. There were some, pickoffs here, but at the latter stage of the game, all they needed to do was just have like 1 minion there, Tarzan lock into base, and it was just game over.
GG, well played to Team USA. Absolute stomps from game 1 to game 2. At least in game number 2, Guatemala did improve. They were able to withstand a lot of the skirmishes and actually fight back more than in game 1, because game 1 was a 10-minute game. It looked very bleak at the start of the game. USA got a 9-0 start, but then slowly but surely you could see USA make some of these mistakes, and Guatemala were able to come back a little bit from it, making it 11 minutes. So at least there's an improvement there, right? And again, for Guatemala, it's an experience up against a very experienced team. We haven't seen any of these names in the international stage, and the fact that they were still able to get kills, the fact that they were able to improve just in a very short period of time, literally just 5 minutes between games, was already very, very impressive. And I really hope for the players of Guatemala, they learn from this experience.
Yeah, they actually were able to stretch out the game a little bit, but as you can see, right, all of the gold, damage to the tower, and even the Lord and the turrets and the turtles were all taken in by USA, none by Guatemala. And that's actually pretty surprising that this was the case, because it's all because of this guy, Tarzan, that you mentioned, that had much better wave clear as well in the jungle, which made him dominate a little bit more, right? Like getting 1 or 2 items, like he got the endless battle. Right after that, he was just wrecking havoc here. Like all he needed to do was like have like White Horse, just tank up all of the damage, like kind of peel everybody off from Guatemala, and all he needed to do was just go in for the Lycan Pounce.
The only question I have is, when you're so far ahead, why not go Skypiercer, right? It's still very safe. But shout out to Team USA. I feel like at this point they're really respecting their opponents despite being so far ahead, because I think Kimchi Man, he went for Skypiercer on the Lunox, and right as he got the Skypiercer, it almost feels like a curse. When you go Skypiercer, you just die, right? Because after getting the Skypiercer, we suddenly see Kimchi Man die a whole lot more. Shut down. So good on Tarzan. Don't build Skypiercer. At this point, it's kind of a curse. It puts a lot of pressure on yourself to get more kills.
Yeah, maybe like go for the rest of the builds that everybody is going for. Like Skypiercer is just a little bit too, I would say, overzealous coming out from like somebody. But it's respect. Again, like when you mentioned, even in game number 1, we see the MVP of the game, Melon, actually also building up like some defensive items here and there. So there's that respect coming out from USA. But for Guatemala, it's a good try, good experience, especially going up against the more seasoned players of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching this match number 2. We're still going to have 2 more amazing matches for you guys, and the next match will be a very big one as well. Burger Kim and Naisu will be accompanying you guys for that one. I'll be taking a short break, and we're not going to be taking a short break. We're going to be taking quite a long break. Stay tuned for the next match in 50 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. Here once again after the break. It was a little bit longer than usual, but we switched some things up. I'm back here on desk. I'm Nice, and of course it's Burger Kim again joining me. Mirko is going to be taking a little bit of a rest. But we're back here for the Americas Qualifiers Iesf. It's the road to Riyadh, the WEC, and Burger Kim, how we feeling? I mean, we just had 2 sweeps so far. We're down to 2 more matches for the day. How do you feel?
I don't know. I guess, pleasantly surprised with everything that I'm seeing because we're working with a new patch right now, and I'm seeing a lot of uncontemporary picks, especially from the United States, and expect to see more of that. I mean, I've seen it in the European regional qualifiers, and coming in here to this American regional qualifiers, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a whole lot more. But nice too. We're going to be having Ecuador and Bahamas here for the next round.
That's right. I've always wanted to go to the Bahamas, but
same.
Yeah, both these teams, by the way, I believe, if I'm looking at the correct standings here, again, you guys can check them out too in the chat. It's iesf.gg. I think they both lost their series. Like they both went and got swept. And so at this point, how it works. I know you did this with the European qualifiers. You don't have a lot of time to, kind of adjust and get to this point because the games, obviously, there's games happening off stream, and then we have our games here that are on the stream. And really what it comes down to is covering this America's A group, where we're going to have 2 teams lock in their slots going to the WEC, right? So as much as possible in the position for Ecuador, as we look at the lineup once again here, they're going to have to be fighting. The Bahamas as well, because they need the points that they need. It's going to be INR once again, Nikolai, Rosa, Kahil, and Lucas. And like I said, these guys, this is the first match that we had earlier. It was me and Mirko casting this. And, I feel like when we watched them play, it was mostly a sense of Ecuador just needed to work on their communication. Like, they had good lineups when it went to the draft and everything else. Very, in a sense, too, even some meta lineups that they brought to the table. It's just when they were kind of approaching the game the way that it seemed like they were even rotating around the map, it's just they weren't in sync, especially against their first opponents, which was Colombia. And Colombia was very, on point rotations. They picked up assassins, and so I'm wondering, I guess, what Ecuador can learn from the first match and how they approach that, because at least we have that first match that we saw from Ecuador. The Bahamas, we know they played, but we didn't get to see their games. But I'm assuming, maybe you can share also what you saw in the second match against the United States, and then their opponents were who did they just play?
Guatemala.
Guatemala. There we go.
Yeah, so it's really a mix of these different countries. From the Americas, and I was here last year, and I'm pleasantly surprised to see a lot more improvements, especially from the different teams here. It's just a year, and there's a lot that can happen in a year, and we're talking about different patches that you have to undergo. But we have to take a look at Bahamas here as well. We got Alexander Pancakes, you got Angelic Usgay, you got Belano Sunza, Clan Yellow, and then you got Chris Lucky Buck 4K3. Wow, that's a handful. That is a handful. Okay, there's always a very unique IGN every time I come up, and Arashi has always been when we were casting the European regional qualifiers, he was gushing about all the really cool IGNs. But coming in here to these 2 teams, both of them I believe have already lost the series that they actually fought earlier. It's a 2-0 clean sweep mostly, usually for the first day. But looking at Ecuador's performance, right? You said the draft was good. It's just a matter of execution, and what I said, what I said before, draft is just half the battle. You have to know how to use your cards well. I mean, if you guys are playing a lot of card games, you have to know when to put down your trump card, and I think that's the main thing here for Ecuador. And as for Bahamas, I think maybe especially for these newer teams, maybe they can use and abuse the meta. I mean, that's something that they can take advantage of, especially coming into this game.
Yeah, I think that's part of it is how do these teams use and abuse the meta currently right now? Good way to put it, because that's essentially what it is. And we talked about this pretty extensively just leading into how much it's changed from, so before this, I mean, I know you had the European qualifiers, so you and Arashi got to see a lot of the adjustments already once that, you know, that big patch came out, and a lot of things changed. But for when we started way back with the original course of online qualifiers for Iesf, and it changed a lot. I mean, that patch that did come out, you know, teams and countries and the likes were really trying to figure out like what works for us, what does work. We do know, just as a whole, utility junglers were kind of pushed to the side, which was, you know, a good thing, I would say. And then the assassin jungles came up. We actually saw this earlier today too in the first series, where Ecuador tried to bring out the Barrett's jungle, like try to bring out a utility jungle, and it didn't work out so well. Like it just got outpaced, you know. And so I think what's interesting to see is throughout the journey of the ISF online qualifiers alone, there's been like this own kind of meta like set in. And if you look at all the tournaments happening, you know, for Mlbb right now, actually just in the past month, this certain meta has really set in to where it's like favoring assassin jungles. Mirko mentioned that, you know, he feels like the jungle role now is that position one. It's like the most important role. Obviously, you know, changing the course of a game if you get a early snowball going in the jungle. And
it's a good change.
It is a good change.
Super good change.
I know you've been casting Mlbb for a while, or Kim, and I've never been able to really get to ask you about this while we wait for the draft here for this match. But like, especially from Europe, like, how do you feel? Like, what did you see about Europe? Was it mostly assassins? Is that just what happened because, you know, the transition that we've been in so far based off this patch and where we are in the meta? Do you like it?
Yeah, I feel like it's a welcome change. Like for the longest time, I think I've been either saying it on stream or either off stream. Like I'm kind of bored of seeing like the same picks come up, because
I think a lot of people were.
Man, come on, it's always like the Fredrin and the Barretts coming up. At times you see Martis popping here and there. Now it's like the Alpha, but mostly like on the Assassins, right? Like everything changed when the Assassins came back. And I think for a lot of the people who love like Action Jackson types of games, like you guys would definitely enjoy like this new patch, because honestly, for me as a mid laner, I don't like it because I don't like going up against these assassins, and I would definitely put like the Ling and the Fanny up in the list just because it's so OP, especially in the right hands. I've seen it in the European qualifiers. There was never a time that the Ling or the Fanny was out. It was let out once, had a good win rate, the next game it was banned away.
So they just constantly banned it?
Yeah, they just banned it. I guess that's the best solution, right? You don't want to go up against it, just put it on a ban list. And I think that was the case. Kind of sad to see that. Like, I would really love to see like assassins, like maybe Ling and a Lancelot go up against each other. And speaking of that, right, like usually it's the prio on like a Ling and a Fanny, and a Hayabusa, but never really a Lancelot, which is kind of weird. I've seen it in with Spain, but it didn't really have a good run. So
yeah, it's actually popped up a couple times. Even my understanding, even in some of the offline games that started today, I believe Lancelot was brought to the table and it didn't work out. So I think most of it, like, really when you look at it, is these assassin junglers that do get picked up, they just require a certain amount of support from the team, you know, and that they have to be able to shine. I mean, you're not going to be able to like just pick up an assassin and win a game solo, obviously, right? In this team game or anything like that. But
you have to set it up, I think. Set it up properly, especially in this current patch.
And with both these teams being swept earlier on, I think that's where it's like a test is like, do they actually just go utility? Because maybe it is a communication thing, you know. Again, only the fact that we got to see Ecuador really try to make it work with utility, and it didn't. They got matched up. But either of these teams, either the Bahamas or Ecuador, I think if they actually want to go utility, this is what I'm saying. Like, utility's not dead. Because I feel like for a lot of people, they're like, you know, the Fredrins won't work, Barretts won't work, Marcus won't work. It actually will. And like, we have seen teams with the highest level still actually make it work in a game. It's just, again, you kind of have to like build a lineup around it. And so I think for either of these, if they want to, it's probably better if they do go assassins, but just like you know, that's more so at this point. It's just like take a chance, make it work, take a risk. But at the same time, you have to like be able to protect your buffs, because that's probably the most important thing for these assassin picks. Now, aside from that too, I just feel like the gold lane is in kind of in a weird position, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Because
weird picks
even in
coming
the
out.
first series, yeah, we have some weird picks coming out. Gold lane Ruby has been shining really well. Obviously,
Zas gold lane. Okay, I haven't seen it here, but I've seen it in
Zas
the
gold lane.
Yeah, like they pick up the Zas when it's open, flex it. Like people would think like, oh yeah, it's a mid lane Zas, don't really have to worry about it. But man, you were wrong. Like they'd pick up the Zas, pick up another mid laner, and then put the Zas in the gold lane, and it just gets crazier from them. Sometimes like you'd see a Zas on arrival, and then you'd be like kind of wondering like, wow, that's how fast a Zas would push. Like you just put the Nightmaric spawn and just spam your basic attacks, you're pretty much untouchable. So that's another strategy that I see people go for, and it kind of throws you off guard, right? Like you would kind of expect the Zas to be a mid laner, but then you rock it in another role. It's pretty similar to the Ruby. I think it's it has the same effect. Like it kind of throws everybody off guard, like what they want to happen in the draft. So I think for both of these teams, especially since both of them haven't gotten any wins yet so far for the America regional qualifiers, I think it's best to put out some of these surprise picks. We've seen it in the USA earlier, like picking up a Phoveus, picking up a Cho. So kind of like shaking up like what they want to happen in the draft.
Yeah, I think, you know, surprise picks are at this point, I don't know. Iesf is in its own like meta almost, because you know they do follow a general whatever is happening in competitive MLBB, but it's always like, you gotta remember, some of these players, some of these teams, they don't have as much, let's say, experience as what some viewers might be used to, and so it comes down to also like experience. Now it looks like as we jump into here, part of that first phase of the draft is already done. These are very standard bans, you know, that we see. Aside, Matilda isn't banned so much anymore, but Bahamas decided to go and do that because, you know, again, Ecuador played earlier, and one of the picks that they did bring to the table, the Matilda was there in that matchup. So first phase, though, I like that this time around Ecuador went with the assassins. They went with the lane pick like we've been talking about, and at the same time they picked up the Angela, which is probably the best support you can pick up for a lane, honestly. Angeling, yep, common combo. They also got the Terizla high pick, I would say. I don't know about win rate currently in all of Iesf, but I just know, let's say globally in esports, Terizla's pretty a solid choice for the XP lane. And then
that's
even
why
on the other side,
Terizla. You get it? Like yes, yeah. Honestly,
he's the Rizzler. We call him the Rizzler.
He is. I mean, he's so popular. every single tournament, man. Like I just see this guy being picked up, especially in the first phase. So I mean, I guess it's more of like it's a great way to engage. That's why you see a lot of these like Terizlas coming up. Actually, wondering why the Arlott isn't picked up as much. Like it's an instant way to engage, and I think like a lot of the top teams have prioritized this as well. Like Falcons AB Bren likes using that. I like prioritizing that, but it seems to be like the meta here in Iesf, particularly the European and the American qualifiers, really loves to go for more of the Ruby and the Terizla. I'm actually not so sure, but I would actually love to see a whole lot more Arlotts coming into like ARQ24.
We'll see if they I don't know, it's weird because Arlott, like he did fall off generally. I mean, he was still picked up by some teams, even in recent tournaments, but he's just not that big pickup anymore. And he was such a hero that you could flex in so many different roles. There's the Zask man, by the way, too. So Bahamas don't want to deal with that. Very late. Yeah, that it wasn't picked up. But I mean, it wasn't picked up in the first phase, and we see teams sometimes pick that up first pick, especially on blue side. But obviously, Ecuador, they knew what they wanted to do this time around. That they pick up an assassin early on in the phase, and that's exactly what they want to do. So they have to round the lineup around that choice. Obviously, their next ban probably still going to be a mid lane option because that's not picked up yet, unless this is a flex. And I'm saying like, you know, we have seen Julian's go in the mid lane as well.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna just assume that he's going in the jungle. They do take out a Flora in it, dealing with some of that sustainability. Obviously, they don't want to deal with that against the fact that they already have an Angela, but interesting because there's a Carmilla already locked in here. This next pickup, though, now that we're in the second phase from the Bahamas, will tell us exactly what the game plan is. All right, so Clint getting picked up here.
Yeah, same reaction though. I've actually seen that being picked up a lot, especially in Europe. Like it seems like it always pops up in the first phase of the draft. I don't know if it. I know it has been buffed in the recent patch. The pokes, even the Malefic gun will really amplify its range. But other than that, like I guess it's a great way to poke. But for me, they're just like way better options, right? Not unless this is a comfort pick for Bahamas. I think that is the only way to kind of answer like why the Clint is prioritized here when the Claude is available. Other like better choices are available. So I think that is the only answer. But coming into this, there's just a whole lot of heroes to pick up. I would say Claude here for Ecuador just has a whole lot more like kits to go in and out of the team fights. You got the BMI out, but hey, you know what? Just go for a Beatrix as well. That has been really good in the current patch. I would say insane amount of bursts with the right items. And Bahamas has to lock in that last pick. I'm wondering if the Cecilion would be a viable option here because I honestly love seeing that combo. And you already have a Ruby here. You got a Carmilla tanking up the damage. But, I mean, there's still the threat of the Ling. So I think that's something they have to consider as well.
Oh, we saw the Sicilian earlier. And it actually worked pretty good in the hands of Colombia. So, and then you have that whole interaction, like you mentioned, with Carmilla here. This will also tell us, like, exactly where the Julian's going because the Bahamas pretty much kept it at this point. We don't 100% know, and now we do. Right? Julian's going to the jungle. Lily is locked in here. You got Ruby, of course, available to them too. The Carmilla, Clint, and also I believe it was Colombia that banned out the Lolita twice. I think it was twice. I'm trying to recall, but so that speaks volumes because we were saying, you know, maybe for Ecuador, this Lolita pick is a signature pick, and it was banned out. It was denied basically in the first series. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if this ends up being a big thing. Which lineup you like better here, Burger Kim?
Well, I'm gonna go with Bahamas, all because I'm a fan of like seeing the Carmilla every time up. Like, I know you have the same reaction when you see like Gord on screen. It's like, oh wow, it's there, it's being used, and I'm honestly loving it. Like, since a lot of the teams have seen a lot more of her potential, especially with the recent buffs, the recent adjustments as well with the items that really benefit her. But apart from that, like, you know, bias aside with the Carmilla, I just really love the possible combinations here of Bahamas. There's an instant way to engage with the I Am Offended. You got the Curse of Blood as well, which is kind of very subtle as compared to like the penalty zone and the Lolita, which seems to be a very big factor here for Ecuador. I really I feel like the delay of the Numenon Blast might be a factor, so I really love instant engages. So hopefully, like, this is a lineup that Bahamas can pull off well, especially like with all of the possible combos that I can think of. And as for Ecuador, I think they want to start it off real strong, right? Like you pick up the Angela and Ling in the first phase. That kind of means that you want to go all aggressive, especially when it comes to, you know, ganks on the side lane. So hopefully they can make this lineup work. There's also an expiry time to this lineup, right? If the Ling does not get to farm up, right, it's gonna be really hard for Ecuador.
It is. So, you know, I'm gonna say, like, for Ecuador, I like their lineup. I wanna see how they do this, and also at the same time, Lucas goes Warcry on the Beatrix here, and you know, Beatrix is just not a hero pick that you see too often anymore either. And so this will be interesting to see how this plays out, especially with the Warcry emblem. Getting that little bit of extra burst damage already is going to actually help pretty well, I feel like, for Lucas, especially if they can play into the Numenon Blast that Cahile's going to have here with the Lolita, which I believe must be a signature pick. Not to mention if they can get the momentum already going with Rosa. And interestingly enough, too, that... Oh, wow. Sagi.
Okay, yeah, does not have the black shoes. That was first blood drawn in here by Rosa. Went to the jungler. That's huge.
That's momentum. As I was just saying, if Rosa can get the momentum going, it ends up happening. And so already Pancakes.
Oh, yeah, manages to make it out though. Level
Is
4, but Oh no, he's gonna get tugged in by the love strings here by Nikolai. And here comes Lucky. Does not have the level 4. Yep, that is not a good way to go in. If you have the Carmilla, you want to have that set up. But fortunately enough, she is able to go out. But Ecuador, 2 kills. And I think this should be a free turtle because Pancakes just went in and recalled back to the base after all of those pokes.
Boom. All right. Objective secure too. Ecuador off to a good start. And this is interesting to note too. They did a role swap as well because earlier in their first match, Einar was actually the one jungling in that first match. You know, so now it's Rosa here on the jungle at least to end it. So because they switched things up, oh my goodness.
Yep, there's the art guard and the penalty zone onto Pancakes. That's not good. Yep, you have it on Rosa. You got the Tempest of Blades here. Einar still has the heart guard on. You got Usagi popping in the black shoes, and you got the Numen blast from the backside. Stuns in 1. Lucky still at level 3. Unfortunately, can't do anything about it. And Rosa picking up the killing spree. Come on, that is like 1 kill per minute for Rosa, and this is exactly what you want to happen as a Ling.
Yeah. This is literally a perfect game already that you can have on any assassin, especially the Ling. And this is why they picked up the Angeling in the beginning. You know, right off the bat, they picked it up. They wanted to play around this. And it shows why. Because this is a very dominant early game. The Bahamas very far behind already in terms of just anything to work with across the map. I don't think they're going to be in a position to actually contest the next turtle or even possibly the third if it continues like this. Because you can already see the gap happening here. We're talking about 3,000 gold deficit this early on. Cahill's here just around the corner. Look at this. Berserker's Fury picked up under the 4-minute mark too. It's just how far ahead Rosa is right now with the Ling. So at this point, Ecuador can pretty much just take what they want. You know, when you get to this point in the game, you have this kind of start with this kind of lineup. You're able to dominate pretty much the rest of the early game.
Wow, yellow down there. You got the Numen blast, and then Lucas and Rosa just kind of like behind Cahill to aid her up, and now Lucky as well. Oh man, this is not good.
Oh no,
You're
Lucky.
under the turret. Yeah, she has her Curse of Blood here, but how can you manage to get the Curse of Blood onto 4 members? She flickers out here to safety, and Usagi will not go for more. But remember, Rosa can just dive under the turret. He's not gonna go for more, but instead gonna go straight for the turtle. I see some trade-offs here from Pancakes, but yep, he's not gonna survive that. Penalty zone by 4 members, and Rosa still unstoppable at this point as Ecuador, they're gonna go straight for the turtle here. This is just way too good. Nice. 7-0. Bahamas just has no answers. It seems like they're getting trapped in their own turret, or either Cahill is just 1 step ahead of them.
Yeah, I can see why this Lolita was, you know, target banned in their first match. They know they have a lead, and they're going to take everything from it.
Oh, wow. Yep, that's the Numen blast. Onto 2. Lucky. Just going to get hit here as Rosa's going to be able to get in the purple buff as well. Everybody's falling down real low. Tempest of Blades a little bit too deep there, but with the Heart Guard, you're able to get everybody under the turret. Lucky's left all alone here. Again, I'm not sure if she's used the Curse of Blood, but then again, oh yeah, she hasn't. As Einar forced to flicker out, as Nikolai will be able to get in that killing spree. Yellow as well, trying to retaliate here as Einar gonna go in for the final pick off. As 5 minutes in, Ecuador is just reaping whatever they can. 10 kills. I don't know, like, what does Bahamas need to do, right? Like, they have all of these heroes that can set up the plays. I am offended, Curse of Blood, but it seems like Ecuador is always like just 1 step ahead of them whatever they do.
It's rough, Burger Kim, because at this point you're talking about 7,000 gold deficit. That's 6 minutes in. And with a lineup like this, like, you are now essentially just kind of trapped under the turrets, under the base, and they're going to get set up again.
Yep, there you go. As penalty zone comes in here from Einar. Lucky gonna get bursted down there by Lucas. And this is probably one of the best games that I've seen, like a very good layering of skills. Like, there's always an instant follow-up here with either the penalty zone or the Numen blast. And honestly, as a roamer, it just blows my mind to see this type of like follow-up from the team, because you don't really usually see that, right? Like, you get the Numen blast, everybody backs away, but this is just way too good, right, for Cahill. Like, it's not like you can burst him down instantly as well, but now we see jungle side though, Rosa still unstoppable at this point under their own turret. Use the hard guard, that's just unstoppable at this point. Yellow and the rest of the gang, he picks up a double and not gonna go for more, but with the heals, just enables Rosa so much more. And I can't believe that we're just talking about the last turtle in this game. That's how fast things are going here, and the only way to actually kind of like get back that goal, it's 16k for Bahamas, and Ecuador has like 25k, so it's not like 10k lead yet.
Gold.
Yeah, they have to either
there.
almost there. They have to shut down. Like, who do they shut down? Nikolai, Rosa?
They can't. I mean, at this point, it's nearly impossible. Like, there's something that at this point for the Bahamas, they actually just have to go ahead and turtle up in their base and hope that Ecuador makes a big mistake.
Oh,
Look at
no.
the damage.
Oh man, the Luminum Blast as well to combine it with all of that. Usagi as well, not able to pop up the black shoes. Pancake's forced to go away as Rosa. I mean, this is the signal from everyone from Bahamas to just kind of back away as long as the hard guard is up. Rosa is unstoppable, and as you can see, like, the shields are also coming up here. Care of the Flash of the Oasis, and I just can't believe it. Like, this is a mid lane Angela that you're talking about, because I completely forgot, like, Cahill is running on the roam here with the Lolita. So then again, it's just man, this is not so often that you would see this, right? Like, having a mid lane Angela, and it actually works when Bahamas has a whole lot more AoE when you think about it.
Yeah, at this point too, you know, regardless to the lineup or anything, Ecuador, they got all the shields. They got all the holy shields down from the base, and they could just wait 50 seconds for the Lord to come up and then most likely march it in, unless they actually go for a possible push even before that. Lucky's going to get stunned.
Wow, there's the Luminum Blast. Again, Lucky trying an attempt for a setup here, but Rosa's just back. In the shields, he's just unstoppable. Picks up a double. Gonna try to go for the triple here. Look at the damage coming out from the basic attack from Rosa. That was just a basic attack. You didn't even pop up the Tempest of Blades or anything else. That was just basic attack coming out from Rosa. You're standing at an 11-0-2. You got the penalty zone here as well into the base of Bahamas as Lucas picks up a killing spree. And I think they might try to go for the end here. They will really force it. But, you know, without the minion waves, 9 minutes in, it's going to be hard. Not unless you get a wipeout. You got the Curse of Blood here. It's not enough as Rosa just dashing in and out of the team fight. Still unstoppable at this point. And honestly, Bahamas... Yeah, they're waiting for the minions. The Numenor Blast is available here. Are they stunned in too? Black Shoes has been popped here. Usagi chucked down to half HP as the minion waves are going to get cleared out here. Is this enough though, Naisu? Is it enough? So. Because Lucas, he's locking in the tower. It is over. Ecuador will take in their first win of the day as they take in game number 1.
Wow. That was under 10 minutes.
Yeah, was that 9 minutes?
Need the Lord.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Ecuador's like, yep, we know we need the sweep. We know we need the win. We're going to do it in this fashion for game 1. Mike, what was your guys' fastest game in the previous series?
The US versus Guatemala was 10 minutes and 11 seconds. This is probably below 10 minutes.
This might be our fastest so far. Yeah,
I mean,
this is
talk about breaking records. This should be it. Ecuador. I mean, if you're coming from a lose streak, right? Like for both teams, there's that extra factor that you kind of want to, you know, get in your first win, especially for the qualifiers. And honestly, I was just looking at this game, looking at the highlights here. It's a very, very easy game. At the same time, like, no one was able to contain Rosa, like, from the start, right? There was no invades or anything. Like, Rosa was just pretty much able to farm, like, all across the map here.
And that's exactly, you know, it makes sense why they drafted the way that they did, why they prioritized picking up the Ling finally after it was banned out from Colombia in the first match continuously. And even the fact that Cahill got the Lolita pick, you know, for him. I don't know, even if he didn't have the Lolita, I think this would have gone very similar in a way, even though the Numenor Blast played a big part in this. But just the way that Rosa played with Nikolai on the Angela, like, this was a slaughter. I mean, it was just, I mean, look at the score, look at the difference in the gold. There was no room for the Bahamas to move around, to work with here. And their lineup, I mean, even the lineup itself, like, it's unfortunate because even when you have a Julian locked in and you get shut down so early on, look at the difference here. You know that they had gold wise even before it got too out of hand. Pancakes was unfortunately already falling behind, and that's the thing is like anytime you're up against an assassin, whether it's a Ling, whether it's a Hayabusa or anything like that, you have to be able to play in a way that either you get the momentum on your side or at least you keep things even. And not let Rosa kind of scale out like the way that he was able to. And so that wasn't possible for the Bahamas because they started off losing momentum early on under that 2-minute mark, and then it just continued on from there. So MVP of this, you know, I know we're going to see it here in just a bit, but it's definitely going to be Rosa. It has to be. Had an amazing game, obviously. It felt like almost at one point, like, you know, Rosa was just itching to play the Ling, especially since he didn't get a chance in the first match.
Yeah, they also switch up roles, like what you mentioned. It's Einar now on the XP lane, and honestly, like insane amount of performance from both sides. But yeah, no doubt about it, this is definitely the MVP of the game. Very interesting choice of items as well. Going for like Berserker's Fury, Endless Battle. I think he's building up that fourth item
Dragon
to do
Sphere.
like a
the
BOD
BOD
well.
probably. Maybe
for more damage for this
You know what's
game.
crazy,
I mean,
Kim?
What is it?
He didn't have, like, his first item was Berserker's Fury, and then he got the Dragon Spear, right? Like, he was just, I'm pretty sure he didn't pick up the boots till later, unless that was like an API thing where it just didn't show his boots, because at one point he just locked in the 2. I mean, he didn't really need boots anyway.
Oh yeah,
but
if you're flying around the map, you don't need that. Definitely don't need it. But definitely, you have at some point, right? Like there was also like he needed to build it up for, of course, all of the CC and the control skills. So eventually, like boots has to be built. And I mean, with that amount of lead, right? Like you have to have money to get in those shoes for sure.
Yeah, it was again a very one-sided game number 1 here that we had, guys, and you know we're going to be taking a short break to give hopefully the Bahamas a chance to kind of recalibrate after that game number 1, hopefully come up with a better game plan for game number 2 to possibly get to a third game against Ecuador. But so far they're looking really good. So again, I'm Naisu and this is Burger Kim's. We're going to be taking a 4-minute break. We'll be back after this. And welcome back after the short break. We are in it for pretty much the third match of the day on the stream here for the Americas qualifier Iesf. It's the road to the WEC in Riyadh later this year. Again, I'm Nice Soon. I'm joined here with Burger Kims, and the sun is rising here on our part of the world. And right now, the sun's feeling pretty good for Ecuador because, man, talk about game one if you guys missed it. It was an absolute one-sided match, and game one was just dominant for Ecuador. And I feel like if you caught their first game of the day, match number one against Colombia, you're rooting for Ecuador here because I'm sure it feels good for them and all their fans rooting for them because of very strong showing. The Bahamas, on the other hand, it's the first time we get to see them here, Kim, and obviously there's a lot that needs to be fixed before they approach game number two. Off the top of your head, what is like one thing that maybe they could adjust after seeing game one?
Man, I think it's having something to do with like either, you know, if the opponent goes for an assassin, they really have to have some answers to that. I mean, I'm pretty sure they know that Ling is available, right? Like even in ranked games, this is one of the heroes that has always been in the ban list. So if that has like either it's open for the taking, like your team has to be prepared to take it head on, not just like let it kind of snowball like that. It's really hard to come back from a situation like that. So either like I see some teams answering out the Ling with a Hilda, like disrupting the farm, or either a Grok. But the roamer earlier was a Carmilla, which I feel like they could have had more potential to kind of disrupt Rosa in his farming pattern, but it didn't happen, right? Like there was just, I think it was very passive coming out from Bahamas. I feel like they have to be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that their lineup can really also work in the early game. It's just that, you know, after that first few minutes, they just weren't able to bounce back, especially like with Rosa picking up his Berserker's Fury, Big Dragon Spear very early on. So there was no answers. Even in the turtle take, there was no contest at all. But honestly, like I get it. It's really hard. And, you know, by the time Rosa picked up a killing spree, it was... they were at a loss on what to do.
I think step one is they just ban out the Ling.
That's the easiest way to do it.
But like, take care of that at least, and then really for the Bahamas, because like I just feel like that alone, that pick alone, the Ling and the Angela combo, like Angela could still be picked up. I don't think you need to ban the Angela. We'll see if they actually decide to do that. But I think as long as you just ban the Ling, because the Ling is just one of those, I would say maybe Ling and Fanny I would put at the most like momentum based early game assassins. Hayabusa not as crazy momentum wise, although, you know, let's say early Hayabusa gets Sky Piercer, gets a bunch of kills, you know, that's a different story. But for this case, Ling will punish teams that are very passive, and I think that's what happened here, especially with the Bahamas. Like you mentioned, you know, they were just kind of, it looked like they were just watching for Rosa, and it started with, even in the early minutes of the game, where Rosa got a kill pre-level 4 for some of the members over there. Rosa just hit level 4, timed it really well with the Tempest Blades under the tier 1 turret. You can see it right there. Step number 1. Good job, the Bahamas. Banned down the Ling. That's not going to be part of this match anyway, so we'll see how the adjustments go here for Ecuador. Which makes me also wonder, Kim, if Ecuador simply role swapped because of the fact that the Ling was open. I want to see now if they actually go back to what we saw in match 1, or if still Ecuador decides to go ahead and put Rosa in the jungle, maybe perhaps on a different assassin that's left open here. I think the Bahamas also could ban out the Lolita, like we saw Colombia do in match number 1. That might just be covering their bases pretty well here. You can see the Jushin also being banned out, and she's not available. So far so good for the Bahamas. I think even for first pick, I'm just not sure if they want to go with the Zask, because we see teams first pick either Zask, Roger. Roger's now banned out. I'm surprised too. I haven't seen the Edith come out to play just yet either, because she's a great pick as well.
Yeah, very underrated, I would say. She has appeared several times in the European regional qualifiers, and I think to an extent I was like, wow, every single game there's an Edith, and now there's a huge shift as well in the meta, right? Like no Ediths at all. Well, so far for the first day, right? It's a great way to engage. I would also say it's a very good flex. Like it can be an XP laner, can be a roamer. I'm actually surprised that it's not being picked up here. Looking at the bans here coming from Bahamas, it's very reactive based on like what happened in game number 1. But you're going to your question earlier, like, are we gonna see a different type of playstyle this time for Ecuador since the Ling is out? But not unless they can rock the Fanny. That's also a different story here because that is open. The Hayabusa as well. These very great early game heroes. But the biggest question is, what is Bahama gonna start out with? Like the chips out. Matilda was also banned away, I believe, in the first game. Or I mean, if you guys want to be super safe, right? The Matilda is like the best way to start. But hey. Nope, not the Matilda. Well, I've seen this in previous patches, but not in this patch, right? But it could be a flex.
Not the current one, yeah.
Yeah, could be a flex, could be an XP. Wow. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about this already.
Hayabusa Angela? No, okay. Wow, very aggressive.
I don't know, Kim. If they're putting the Barretts in the jungle, they picked it up first pick. And if it is a jungle Barretts versus a Hayabusa, that's going to be tough because I can almost see a similar thing happening where momentum, the Hayabusa is built early on, unless for some way, somehow, the Bahamas builds around this Barretts in the jungle, is able to actually punish the Hayabusa in some form or another. Carmilla is going to get picked up again. And, in essence, Carmilla is a good pick. It can fit in a lot of compositions, but just like we saw in the game 1, it did not work. And I believe, depending on how they continue to build up this lineup, I'm not sure how you're going to get much usage out of that Cursed Blood.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
All right.
Wait, this
you
is
talked
very...
about this previous. I'm gonna let you go ahead and share that point because you were hoping for this in the previous game.
Yeah, my heart is just so happy to see that. Like honestly, this
Are
is
you
what
a
I
Carmilla
live for.
main?
I'm a Carmilla main, and this is what I live for. Like every single game, I actually see if it works. And I mean, obviously there are times that it works. Sometimes it doesn't work. This is probably one of the best combos, like if not a Vexana, but wow. Speaking of the Vexana, it actually goes to the other side. But going back to the Sicilian Carmilla, the Sicilian definitely needs heavy frontline, right, to be able to kite the opponents. But having a Hayabusa and the Yuzong, I would rather go for maybe a Lilia, like mages that can survive, and the Zas that is actually still open. I'm wondering why no one's going for it. I guess Bahama has this under their belt. They just didn't put it out in game number 1. I feel like they were going for that, but this game I feel like it's gonna be tough for the Sicilian. You need to scale up, and having these players like Einar and Rosa being very aggressive in the early game, I'm not so sure if you're gonna have an easy time to stack. Not unless you can have a very good rotation. But knowing how Ecuador played in game number 1, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. That's what I'm saying. I usually go for like Lilia or Zast in this case if there's a Hayabusa or if there's any assassin in the picture.
I'm just wondering because, to be honest, I have not seen these two picked up in a competitive environment because obviously, like, part of this is the extra skill that you get. The waltz, the moonlit waltz, I think it is the moonlit waltz.
Yep.
But it's like, how do you actually use that effectively in a competitive environment? You know what I mean? Like, it's cool when you're playing it with your friend or something, and you're in RG or a normal game and everything. But like, how does that usage come to play here, especially with this matchup, especially with the fact that you get a little bit extra shield. And I believe if you like the Carmilla, she also adds a slow, I think it is, once she goes forward or something like that. But it's like, from that point on, I would think that it would be better that you don't have them use that ability unless for a very specific moment in a team fight or something like that. You're trying to get the slowdown. But because Carmilla is quite tanky herself, especially depending on the build path that you go. And then obviously for the Sicilian, like we saw with Colombia's usage, Sicilian was a monster, and part of that was just the way that you use the back line. You're able to use that sprint if they go with that battle spell and build up those stacks.
Woo.
And this gets even harder now because of Hylos, who has been kind of a niche pick, who hasn't actually worked out too well for a lot of teams that pick up the Hylos. But this could actually work with the point that I was just saying. Your Sicilian wants to stay in the back, wants to be able to get the stacks off, the claws and the bat impacts. But Hylos, if he just drops the pathway, that's a direct path literally for the entire team to get to the Sicilian. And once you get that out of the picture, you're going to lose a ton of your damage. And maybe that's why the Bahamas was like, you know what, let's pick up the Harith. At least we can scale up with 1 or 2 items early on, as long as the Harith can farm. And then, we fight into the zombie forest. But honestly, the lineup right now from the Bahamas, it's kind of difficult for me to see like how well the synergy here is going to be, and the last pick is going to be Edith.
There you go. Finally,
at least that. At least the Edith shows up for the Bahamas.
Yep, it's finally pops up here in the American qualifiers in the possibly the last game that Bahamas will have. It's just a whole lot of magic damage here for Bahamas, and I'm kind of worried, right? Like they can definitely peel through the front line, which is the high loss and at some extent the Yuzong, but it's gonna take some time. Like if you look at the damage dealers here, the main damage dealers for Bahamas, you got the Sicilian and the Harriet. These are late game heroes. They don't really shine in the early game, so it has to be down to like the rotations coming out from Carmilla, the Edith, and even the Barretts here. But how can that happen when Ecuador is just so mobile? They got an assassin here as compared to Bahamas that the Pirates can work, but taking in the neutral objectives up against the Hayabusa that has so much more ins and outs, it's difficult. You got a high loss and the Yuzong as well to zone out everybody, so it's not gonna be an easy early game. But hopefully for Bahamas, maybe perhaps they can make it to maybe mid game or late game, right? That's the time, like for the Sicilian and perhaps the Harriet to shine. But in the early game, again, I feel like they have to be a little bit more aggressive here, because that's the same case in game number 1. They weren't as aggressive. Rosa was just able to really farm up, get in all of these objectives, and Bahamas just really didn't know what to do after that.
Yeah, I think too with that last pick of the Irithel, I'm assuming Irithel is also going to be running sprint, and so part of it's like playing into the fact that Sicilian's probably going to have it. Now we can pop it on Irithel and get find the flank, basically, is what they're going to be going for. And also just utilizing the pathway that they have, because obviously it gives your team the speed boost and it slows down the enemy team here. So even for Ecuador, interesting lineup. The way that they drafted, the way they went with this, Hylos and Irithel especially are not heroes that you see too often in the current meta, aside from Hylos popping up here and there. But we'll see how they end up utilizing it. If it ends up working well, they probably have the fastest game so far in Iesf, even from the other regions. I know an under 10-minute game is quite insane. So let's see it. We're going to jump in here to game number 2. It's Ecuador and the Bahamas. We'll see how they end up playing through this. Once again, if they can get to a game 3 here, the Bahamas has to be able to utilize this lineup to its full potential, as unique as it is.
Wow.
That's also a focusing mark for Mlbb, by the way. And look what's already happening here. Look at this. I mean, Ecuador goes in and just takes a camp as well.
Yeah, I think they're just denying pancakes here of any farm, or perhaps like any stack at all, right? Like the Barretts needs to stack up to be able to be a big dinosaur, but if not, it's gonna stay a tiny dinosaur. And honestly, it's hard, right? Like as a Barretts, you want to be able to keep those stacks up to be able to ensure that you're tanky enough to frontline for the team. And I think Bahamas definitely needs that, especially for the first turtle take. Looking at the XP lane matchup, you're talking about the Yuzong and an Edith, and I can definitely say that there's a little bit more advantage with the Yuzong, especially with the lifesteal that it has. And once it reaches that level 4, it's gonna pop in that Black Dragon form, and then it's gonna be harder to take in or even go near the turtle, right? Which is something that Ecuador has been taking even in game number 1. But we're gonna go into a pause here first. Match point for Ecuador. Hopefully they can make it out to like at least like stretch out the game to like mid game or late game. I mean, they were able to get like the fastest game, so hopefully they can pull off perhaps the longest game here for the Americas. Hard to tell though.
We'll see if they can. We're going to take a little breather here while they go ahead and get things situated. And I think when you look at it, that's one thing I wanted to point out again with the lineup is the fact that this time around, the Carmilla is running Focusing Mark Emblem, and that helps with a little bit of extra damage. I think it's like 6% or so.
Yep.
But I'm still wondering how this is all gonna work out in, let's say, a team fight situation, especially if they can get to that. I think step number one, especially for the Bahamas, is getting the farm that they need to be able to contest against the turtle, because you already know that after what happened in game one, they're going to have to deal with a lot of aggression. It's going to be a similar thing where Ecuador is looking for that early start, that early momentum build, and that's what they do with the Hayabusa. So as long as they just kind of, even if it's like defensive play, like as long as no one dies and no one goes down, but they're able to kind of like keep pace with the farm, get to the first hurdle, and then utilize this unorthodox lineup, I would say, in that first objective, and then maybe they end up securing it, then it might help them out. Because one of the things I could see them working around with too is the fact that, again, they have Daytona's welcome is great. You don't have as much damage that you're kind of expecting with a Sicilian early game, but some way, somehow, like we saw in match one, Sicilian in the hands of Abyss Cutie, he had like crazy damage after
6 minutes in, right?
6 minutes, 5-6 minutes in. So
You're
I think
supposed
that's
to have
the
that
thing.
damage though.
You're not supposed to. It's weird.
It's like, I mean, 6 minutes I can calculate how much stacks you have. It's less than 100, so you're not gonna be able to deal that much yet. But like, I saw the game, I was like, what is that damage coming out from like one bat's impact? So if they can have something like that, especially get the Sicilian farmed up well, right? They're dealing with two scaling lineups, both in the gold and both in the mid. So they really have to be extra, I would say. They need to have the risque plays, if you know what I mean. They need to do that, especially in risque plays. Definitely need that. I mean, they already have the composition for it. You got a Carmilla, you got the Barretts, and I think with the right amount of combination, I see it going around as well with like some really popular content creators. The Carmilla Barretts combination, like you get the Curse of Blood, and then you get the Daytona's welcome, and everybody gets the shared effect. Plus, the Carmilla has the focusing mark, so there is that amp damage coming out from the Curse of Blood. So hopefully they can pull off something like that, especially with the turtle fight. Maybe not the first turtle fight, because you don't really have the level 4 yet, especially for the roamers. So I guess
unless they can get it before they stall out the fight. Like, they don't have to fight it as soon as it comes up, you know what I mean? Some teams do this too, where they just kind of like delay that turtle, or they delay it from being started up by the opposing jungler, just so they can have those level 4s on time. So that might be a game plan here that they could actually use, because I think it's important to, like, with their lineup, they have to be able to use all the tools they have for this lineup if you're the Bahamas here. And I think you pointed it out too in the draft, they have so much magic damage that at some point, like, once you have those radiant armors, whatever you end up taking here for Ecuador, whether it's radiant armors, Athena shields, or anything of the likes, your damage is gonna have some trouble until you pick up the penetration items like Divine Glaive and whatnot. So it's like, you have to, timing is so important here, and I think you did a good job at pretty much talking about the power spikes, especially because, like, timing wise, they're both on a different timeline. The one good thing, and anytime, I used to always say this whenever Sicilian would get picked up, is like, you have like infinite scaling, and at some point, like, if you can drag the game out long enough, your bat impacts are going to hurt, and you could actually turn things over.
Yeah, it's like late game king. I think he's not dubbed late game king for a reason. And honestly, I've won games like that. I've actually casted a game that was 45 minutes long. They had the Sicilian, and I think there was a Farsa in the lineup. The Sicilian was in the gold lane. They were able to stretch it out to like 40 plus minutes. No inhibitors left, and they were still able to take the game. And that's how insane the damage was coming out from the Sicilian. So hopefully for Ecuador, right, it doesn't reach that point. Like, they want to be able to scale up pretty fast, and that's what they always say. Like, if you have a late game hero on the opponent side, like, you want to end the game as fast as possible. And I think that's the goal here for Ecuador.
End it as fast as you can, or late game if you can get to late game. I think that's pretty much a game plan, and at the same time, it's like, it's not often. I don't know, I'm gonna ask you, because like European qualifiers for Iesf, do you recall average game time? Like, what was the average game time for you guys in the European qualifiers?
not that good with math, but you know, overall, to sum it up, like I just remember especially the latter games, the latter series that we had, because it was a little bit longer, knowing that we're dealing with some of the top teams already. In the latter stages of the tournament, it was like 15, probably like 15 to 20. Yeah, we had like a 20+ minute game going like to almost 30 minutes, but like in the first few matches for the European qualifiers, it was like roughly like almost the same, like 10 minutes or at least like 15 minutes. I would say standard, but again, it depends, right? Like here for Bahamas, like 9 minutes and like they're 3 seconds short of a 10-minute game, which is pretty much standard.
I wonder what the fastest clock time is right now, actually, for all of the Iesf, because I know even back when we were in the African qualifiers, we had actually some pretty quick games too. I just can't remember if we had any that were under 10 minutes, but here we go. Jumping back into the game here. It looks like they got things situated, so I can take a look once again at the emblems, because that's what I also wanted to talk about leading into this. Hold on, INR in trouble?
Yep. Oh, wow, a little bit too deep. Cutting down the lanes, and now he gets punished by Pancakes as well as Sonza. Looking at this, it's curious. I actually, for a second, I thought it was a Carmilla XP lane, because it actually can happen. But for the moment, right, like Bahamas getting in the first blood, but
that's good.
Looking at, good start, because earlier it was Rosa that got in the first blood, so it's really difficult to bounce back from that situation. And after the XP laner takedown, they can easily go straight for the turtle here. Pancake is already level 4, and with the help here of Usagi, should be able to be a bit easier. You got the Detona's Welcome coming in here for Khalil, but it's gonna be Einar actually stealing the Lord away from yeah, he's still alive, stole the Lord, and man, Ecuador just gets a clap back here, and even Usagi can't go away. Yep, no flicker out for him, and that's gonna be Einar retaliating up against the side of Bahamas.
Everything was going so well for the Bahamas in those first 2 minutes until that point. Until somehow, some way, Ecuador comes in, takes the turtle. Yellow's in trouble here.
Yep, dashing in and out. Still has the... Oh, actually used out the flicker. So they can sandwich Yellow here. But look at Lucas popping in the sprint as well. Going in for the dashes. And that's going to be Yellow. Easily taken down there by Lucas with the help of... Nikolai. So we see a little bit of a switch up as well in the playstyle. Nikolai earlier was on the Angela, so this time she got a lot more AoE, a lot more range as well when it comes to the team fight. But what's good here though is Pancakes is actually able to keep up. Oh no, actually no. Rosa's like level 7. Like, what is going on here? But Pancakes though does find in Cahill a little bit too deep in the jungle, gets the Detona's Welcome, and gets in another kill.
Like, I'm wondering too, Cahill has a retribution. Is this just to like troll Pancakes, like trying to steal camps? Yellow goes down here, but Cahill with the retribution himself. Hold on, mid lane?
Yep, that is going to be the Eternal Guard. You got Pancakes as well. Not enough to save life here of Usagi. Wait, hold on, Naisu. This is actually an XP lane Carmilla. Am I seeing this right? Like, Sonza's on the Carmilla. Earlier was Lucky. So, XP lane, Carmilla up against the user. I feel like this is a last-minute adjustment that they did as well, knowing that the user was going to be an XP. Yeah.
Yep. And, okay, so there's a whole lot of that's changed basically from game 1 to game 2. And like you said, look at Rosa. Rosa going to go in. Daytona's welcome.
Yep, he's going to get stunned there, but up against the damage of Pancake, Yogi Shadow killed there, and with Einar to back him up. Nowhere to go as Ecuador again picks up another kill. Warcry, by the way, onto Rosa. So, wow, you can just spam up the skills here. And now, with that being said, Pancake is down. No retribution can be done here. Rosa can actually easily pick up the purple buff here, but Cahill lands in the Glorious Pathway. They're able to take in the purple buff as well. Again, denying like all these jungle camps away from Pancakes.
So the double retribution strategy that you hear about in your ranked games. But right now, it's a turtle also secured. Rosa just absolutely scaling at this point. Also, I think Rosa picked up the Skypiercer a bit ago, but that's why, you know, such a threat. You know, top side.
Lucas is going to be able to pop in the ultimate there. Lucky as well, falling down real low. And with Lucas just free hitting everybody, he's able to pick up a killing spree. And now Cahill with the order, Ring of Order. Yellow has nowhere to go. Gets taken down there under their own turret. Oh yeah, I just noticed it right now. It's a double retribution. I was actually looking at it like, is it Bahamas that has a double? But it's Cahill. I'm not so sure. I feel like it was initially was it like a high loss, or he's just like, okay, just make sure that we got all of the objectives in this game, have a double retribution, all the more easier. But actually they made the map a little bit smaller here right now. Looking at the way things are going, all the sides are actually trimmed down to like just the second tier turrets.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they made it work. They're gonna find the jungle.
Yep, Einer gonna get caught in between everything. The Bats Impact, the Bats Feast, Pancakes really falling down low here from Lucas, who's just in the back lines, just free hitting everyone. Definitely the best way to be in the Iritel here is just to have all these team members from the side of Ecuador just tanking up all of the damage for you. And with the Aug.CET kill here of Rosa, it's just a best way to pick off anyone who's really low.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just very similar to what we saw. It took them a little bit longer to get to that point, but this is already a 6,000-7,000 gold lead now in the hands of Ecuador, and they're going to continue to go ahead and just take what they want too. And from that point, it's like for the Bahamas, with this lineup, this very unorthodox lineup, when you have something like this, you have to be able to control that early game. Like you can't have this kind of one-sided early game go in favor of Ecuador, because you're just going to get outscaled at this point, and that is what's happening here. So another objective is going to be up, and it's going to be taken up by Ecuador. If they force a fight here, they're really not in a position to win it, and that's why they're just scrapping around as much gold and XP as they can find in these side lanes. The big problem too is, once again, it's Rosa. Rosa is able to just go ahead and freely do what Rosa wants to do on a Hayabusa. And I mean, look at this. He's almost level 12, does hit level 12 off of that. 4 levels ahead of Pancakes here.
Yeah, I mean, this is all care of, like, it actually works. Like, Cahill stole a couple of jungle creeps actually in the side of Bahamas, so it was really hard for Pancakes as well to find in stacks, even anything that he can scale up from. And Rosa was just having the pick of the day, and now Einer goes all the way in for the Petrify. Now with the Bats Impact, he's able to get punished here by Bahamas, and with the Glorious Pathway, it's going to be a little bit easier here for Ecuador. Bahamas, though, they're picking up whatever they can get at this point, as they definitely need a whole lot more time. It's just 8 minutes in. Sky Piercer has been picked up here by Usagi. A little bit too early, though, because there's not a lot of things that you can do right now, because Rosa is just going all the way in, man. Like, here's the thing with the Sky Piercer, you just die more often. That's what Mirko said earlier. Like, once that is picked up, it seems to be a curse, right? Like, you die a whole lot more often. And I think it's a little bit too early to pick that up, though. Like, usually I'd pick that if the Sicilian has the damage. But 8 minutes in, 10k lead here for Ecuador. There's really not much benefit for the Sky Piercer.
Rosa.
Yeah.
All right, Rosa is a darn good assassin player. I'll tell you that much. After seeing the Ling and now the Hayabusa, Rosa very impressive here, and especially with the lead that they have. Rosa knows what he can do, what he can push the limits here. As they get the shields on all the base turrets, now 9 minutes once again on this. Not sure.
Oh, no.
Rosa jumps in again.
Oh, wow. Okay, everybody's grouping up there from the Wicked Shadow kill. Rosa's just able to go in and out and just forces out all of these ultimates. That was like, what, Curse of Blood? You got the Zaman Force? Just because Rosa popped in that ultimate, just throws everybody off here from Bahamas. And he can just keep on doing this, right? Like, go in and out, like, with the Hayabusa. Yeah. And it's just difficult especially for the squishier heroes, Usagi and even Yellow here. Can't take the damage coming out from the Hayabusa.
This has to be so annoying, for the Bahamas to deal with. They're doing everything they can to hold on to the base turrets. Lord is up, though. Oh, they're going to push it in.
Okay, wow. Cahill going to be able to soak up all the damage, but now this forces Einer to go all the way in. But, as a Black Dragon, you just go all the way out to the base. 34k here for Ecuador, a 10k. Or I would say like at least like an 11k. Am I doing the maths right? Yeah, 11k.
That's good maths.
Oh man, like you have to either shut down Rosa here. It's like level 15, and Pancakes is like what, level 9. The disparity. I think at this point, right, like with the Barretts being this behind up against Rosa, it's all up to like the Sicilian and even Yellow, but even them, they're so behind up against Rosa. They just hit that level 10 where Rosa is just going in and out, and honestly even the Carmilla is taking so much of the damage there. The Yogi Shadow Kill, when is it gonna stop? Forcing out the Bats piece from the Sicilian. Lucky goes all the way in with the Primal Rat. Wait, what is that? Actually goes down from the hands here. If you're this far behind, it's really so hard to initiate all of these team fights because Rosa is just has all of the damage. Even Pancakes a little bit too deep there. Up against Einar stands no chance at all.
Little twirl there into the wall, but Einar gets that solo kill, and it looks like Lord's going to be pushed into the mid lane here. So down still Pancakes. Not sure if he'll be up in time for this, but Rosa goes in.
Oh man, Yellow as well, forced to pop up the Salmon Force. Down goes the inhibitor in the mid lane. And now we see the Heptaseas being picked up as well. I'm actually really curious what Rosa has in his belt, because it seems like every single time he goes in, either 1 or 2 bodies fall here from the Bahamas. But now we see the Daytona's Welcome going all the way in, dives all the way out as well, and the Lord is down. Rosa gets shut down though, but at what cost? Because everybody locking in the base here of Bahamas, because it's over. Ecuador will finally take the series with a sweep.
Hey, it took them a little bit longer, a couple more minutes here, but Ecuador looks very clean, just like they did in game number 1. A very dominant, very strong, very well synergized lineups that they brought here to the table. You know, unfortunately for the Bahamas here, that's 2 sweeps I feel like that they have now. One, their first match that we didn't have on the stream, but it's tough for the Bahamas because, you know, obviously they just sort of wanted to try to bring some interesting lineups to the table, and they just got, you know, outmaneuvered very quickly early on. And even with the fact that this was, whether it was intended or not, as we take a look at the highlights here, this double retribution composition from Ecuador, you know, it was enough to even just stall out the Bahamas even further. Pancakes was just not, and like, this is something that we already talked about, was the fact that you bring a Barretts to the jungle against a Hayabusa. It was a first pick Barretts, by the way. And so if that was the plan from Ecuador, like, you know, this is already going to be a slow build-up in comparison to our Hayabusa for Rosa. Why don't we make it even slower and more difficult and pick up a second retribution just to steal some camps away early on? And you know, as you see here, that's really kind of what happened. It just outscaled them so quickly.
Ooh. Look at that damage coming out from Rosa. It's like just one ultimate, right? And this was the part where I was like, okay, is Lucky trying to go for the shutdown? Unfortunately, right, there was like 4 people. And this was where they finally got the shutdown onto Rosa. But then again, you know, with the enhanced minion and the Lord, you know, everybody just needs to be locking in the base. And Bahamas, with their backs against the wall, there was just really nothing much to do but just go back to their base, heal up. But again, you know, this definitely was not an easy game. I did mention it earlier. 2 scaling lineups in the mid and the gold lane, and you got a Hayabusa on the other hand. Like, you know how Rosa plays this type of hero, right? Very great with the early game, and by the time like we saw Pancakes just reach the level 8, I think I saw Rosa here already reaching like level 12. So it was like the disparity of the levels, plus the jungle camps that Cahill was actually stealing away from Pancakes. You actually saw it in the early game. He was taking in jungle camps from the side. So Pancakes really had nothing much to take in this entire game.
Yeah, it's again, it's just a case of, you know, dealing with a snowball effect that was just, you couldn't stop. You know, early game, it was the same story in game number 1. And with this kind of lineup that you have here from the Bahamas, even if they got to the late game, I would still worry for them. Luca's going to be the MVP here, of course, for this matchup. But and you know, going back to the Bahamas, I think they just have to go back to the drawing board on their future games, and if this team does get to play together and working on some of the communication and synergy and the picks that they have, you know. But for Ecuador here, this is a great showing for them, and from I would say the improvement that they had from match 1 when we started the day against a team like Colombia, who was very strong. Colombia was also a very strong team. they got swept by them, and now they get a sweep here for Ecuador. I think this is great to see the adjustments they made, because again, going back to it, they changed some of the roles here, and I think this iteration or whatever worked here with Rosa, especially in the jungle, if you get the assassins worked wonderfully for them. So we'll see exactly what else happens in Group A, especially for Ecuador, as now they got a series win under their belt, and that could change some of the course of things as the days go on. But that concludes it for match number 3. We still have one more match to stream with you guys here, but that's going to be it for, I believe, Burger Kim's, at least for today. We'll be back joined here with Mirko later on, but we are going to be taking about a 45-ish minute break here or so before we get to the last match. So thank you guys. Sit tight. Again, I'm Naisu. That's Burger Kim. We'll be back after the break. And welcome back here after the break here. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here one more time with Mirko, and we have the last match for you guys for the American Regional Qualifiers for Iesf, the road to Riyadh here. It's down to these two teams, I should say, for today anyway. Of course, we've had games happening all throughout the day, but this is now we get to go to America's B, that group, because up next, of course, it's going to be the matchup between the teams, the countries, Argentina and Brazil. Mirko, how are we feeling about this? I know it's been a day of sweeps so far, some quick games, but how you feeling about this matchup right here?
I think especially when we're talking about Argentina versus Brazil, we already had this discussion off cam as well, but if there was a match, if there was a series to go all the way, it probably is going to be this one, right? Both of these teams, way more experience compared to the other teams that we've seen today. We've seen Brazil many times in international tournaments, Argentina as well. And if you guys take a look at the lineups, we will see that in a bit. You'll definitely see some very familiar names that you have seen in international tournaments and heck, even world championships before.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's a good way to put it, because so far from what we've seen, at least on the stream, is some pretty one-sided games, right? For the most part. And I think so far from what I've seen, man, it's just like a difference in terms of, like, even when it comes to drafting, some of the drafting has been kind of unique, obviously, to some of the teams that decided to bring some interesting picks to the table. Lastly, we saw Carmilla and the Sicilian combination. We saw some Hylos now a couple times. And I'm wondering what these somewhat familiar names for a lot of people out there will bring to the table. Starting off with Argentina, of course, we're going to have Valentin Civ-Covelli. We have Lionel Meteoro, Denario, Thomas Arctic Ibarra, Pablo Paquito Balog, Diego Jotun Balog. So it looks like we have some family once again, at least for the team from Argentina here. And, that's what I'm saying, man, is like, I would say so far, good way to put it is, I mean, even your the last series you casted with United States, obviously familiar names there. You can see how different it is, the way that some of these teams that have this more experience move around the map. Even if they pick something up in the draft that might be kind of niche for them, it's mostly coming down to like this early game rotation. Even here, now that we're in the American Regional Qualifiers, that I'm noticing is the way that they rotate around the map early on, the way that they put pressure, or the way that they kind of go through this like risk reward potential with the draft. Like if they are going to pick up an assassin, so far we've seen teams kind of punish it. Actually, the previous match, I don't know if you were able to catch it, but Ecuador even went with double retribution, and that was just to like slow down Barrett's against a Hayabusa who is already going to be slow. And they just like decided to punish it even further by taking a double retribution. Was that intended? I don't know, right? But go ahead and take us through the lineup here from Brazil.
Here it is. We got Abrao Jumpstyle Santos. We have Victor VW Santos. Gustavo Sosa. We have Matthias Yuji Samandi. And Victor Chukaku Style Cardoso. So we got a double styles here coming from Brazil. We got Jump Style and Chukaku Style. Definitely very interested to see how stylish they are in the game, right? I mean, what is their style? Because we were mentioning earlier already, foreshadowing this moment of some players who've already played in the World Championships. If you guys don't know, Jump Style actually played the Red Canids team for M3. Back then, it was still with Luna on Botak, if you guys know. And yeah, they weren't able to, do too well at M3, but that was their first ever World Championships, and that was really, I think, the first time we saw Brazil in an international tournament ever. So it's come a long way since then. Very excited to see what he has to bring onto the table right now, representing his nation.
Yeah, I think if I recall right, Luna was competing in ISF last year, and so this time around it's going to be Jump Style. And also, I looked it up for a bit because I wanted to kind of know what he accomplished recently over in their league, especially because they had season 1 for. I believe it was they merged it. They used to have like super leagues and everything, so they merged it into a season 1, and he had the most kills in season 1 with 125. So we'll see if this new meta, if this play style is going to favor Jump Style specifically, or even just as a team here. But even on the flip side, like the team from Argentina, they look good, and the experience that they had so far. And they've kind of got a mix too, you know, of players that have different experiences from different teams, and now they've formed, of course, this national team for them. So I think this is going to be it should be a 3-game series. Like, if we're going to have anything today on day number 1, not all sweeps, this should definitely be a possible 3-game series where I think it's going to highlight the play styles specifically, right? Because so far, I mean, we've seen teams that can make the assassin picks work. We talked about this in match 1, where how we think obviously the jungle is the role right now. And I think already off with jump style there and thinking about what Argentina will bring to the jungle to match up with it, that's really where we're seeing a lot of the games kind of fall into place, is that early game, man. And, you know, for better or for worse, I don't know. Like, I think there's like 2 sides to this argument. Like, people like the fact that the average game time maybe went down a little bit, you know, and it's faster paced. It's a little more momentum based than it has been in the past. What do you feel about that? Like, do you like the fact that it is more kind of this focus on early game to mid game transition, where you have these momentums really shifting? Like, how do you feel about it?
After seeing, you know, games go very, very late with the utility jungle style, with, you know, playing around your gold lane and your mid lane, playing for the mid to late, I think it's a very, very welcome change to Mlbb. So personally, I really like the change, especially considering we've only had I wouldn't even say a couple months. We have literally had like a solid month of this meta. So I think it can be expanded a bit more, but we can already see that Moonson has updated, released a new patch, updated the game. And in that patch alone, they made it as though the Summon Lord, at least the first one, will have less HP. So it's going to be very easy for a lot of teams to clear it out, as long as you have a pretty good composition to wave clear. It should be good to get rid of that first Summon Lord, and it should prolong the game time. And technically, we have been seeing that as well. I think especially in the high tier games, a lot of games have been going to like 30 minutes, 28 minutes. Yeah. So again, I think for me, this is a really good spot that we are in. I think we can see a lot of fast-paced games still, despite the change, but we can still see a lot of games go past 20-minute mark, past the Evolved Lord mark. And I think we actually did get to see that all the way in match number 1 already too, right? We saw a 20-minute game.
20, yeah. What's the perfect time for you? I would say like 18 to 20-ish minutes is probably perfect time area.
18 to 19.
18 to 19, not the 20.
Below 20. Yeah.
Below 20. Well, you know, I would say like in let's say it's a best of 3 or a best of 5, even 18 to 20, or you get one game in that best of 5 even that goes like 25 plus. You know, then you get to that point. But we've seen like what those long games can be like. You know, I know we've casted a couple recently that went to that 25 plus minute mark, and what that turns into is basically a very scary kind of lord to deal with, and how teams kind of approach that, and becomes a mini game inside of the game itself. And I think for the most part, it's just, at least through the Iesf journey so far, you obviously have these teams with different levels of experience, and some teams that obviously have more, you know, they are able to just take control and snowball things really quickly, where sometimes they even end without a Lord, you know, without the first Lord take. Like what we saw earlier, where the Angela Ling was picked up right off the bat from Ecuador. And I don't know, actually can't recall if that was the fastest game so far that we've seen just altogether. It was under 10 minutes, you know, it was 9 minutes and 50 seconds or something like that. I know back in the Africa qualifier, we had quite a fast one. Can't recall if it was under the 9-minute mark. But hey, we're jumping to the draft here in number 1, best of 3, of course. And it probably took his band out. Angela taken out here. I guess the one that competition we're talking about, because I still think, you know, Ling and the Angela and the Ling combination is so deadly for early game momentum building up. We'll see what other bands are going to come through here. Edith. Good choice. Constantly picked up in a lot of the competitive matches we've been watching.
Yeah, Edith has been really, really good. I mean, at this point, again, it's following the trend, right? For blue side, you're more you're going to be more compelled, I would say, to go for the respect bans over the prio bans, and you're basically trying to leave as many prio heroes open. And right now, I feel like Zask definitely the top prio for any team. Whenever you get that, you just have so many ways to actually tackle the team fights, and especially if you are up against dive compositions. You just want to go Dominator's Descent and completely bully those dives. But now, the Edith and the Angela, I'm not too sure what they actually want to ban out next, right? Because the Ling technically has been left open as well, and maybe Brazil, their way to tackle the blue side full respect ban is to leave a lot of the other prio picks open as well, so they can actually go for a trade. So let's say the Zas gets left open, they leave the Ling and the Roger open as well, so they can actually pick 2 prio heroes for the traded 1 for Argentina.
Okay, they really doubled down on the roam options here. That's pretty much what's getting taken out. Yeah, they don't want to deal with that. So I think this is, regardless of what this last ban's going to be here for the first phase from Brazil, there's a lot left on the table, you know, for all the roles. I mean, even nearly for the jungle alone, you know, there's so many options here for both teams that they can take. And I think so far from what we've seen, the teams that want to take that risk and go the assassin jungler route, it all works great. You know, it all works great for the most part. I would say it works better than if you are going to go for utility. So a lot left on the table. Terizzle, the last ban here. We'll see if they want to go and prioritize first pick an assassin. Ling being open, you know, the Argentina is the one that banned out the Angela. So I'm not sure if they would actually pick this up unless they have something else in mind. Roger still open. Anything else you've seen picked up first side, blue side recently?
I'm thinking Zask instantly. Every
Zask,
time
Roger.
that hero's open, I just always think Zask, yeah.
Just Zask,
there you
it
go.
is.
Zask first pick for Argentina. Brazil have a lot of different ways to actually, you know, respond to this. They can go for the Ling, obviously. It's been a massive pick for everyone, especially considering, at least for Brazil, they can still utilize, you know, jump style playing in this matchup with the Ling. He is known to be an assassin player, so it would definitely fit his style to go for the Ling. But if they want to go for Ling Roger, usually you go for the Roger in the first phase to try to flex that pick, right? So, my guess is they don't want to pick the Roger together with the Ling. They go for the Ling and get with the Valentina there. Good way to actually respond up against the Zask. If it's not a Faramis, usually it's the Valentina to try to steal away the Dominator's Ascent and use what Zask can use too. Use those little Johnny boys. Well, the big Johnny, technically.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good choice. It's a good way to cover the grounds. This is interesting too. Julian and then the Ruby. Very standard, I feel like, at this point. Like, these are some standard picks coming up. Julian obviously rose in popularity once again over the past month, you know, I would say. And part of the job, honestly, is depending on the build path you go here, it could also just be to lock in a Genius Wand in one of those first items and then help reduce that magic resistance, of course, and that complements the Zask really well. Tigreal's great. I feel like this is almost one of those sure to answers that pops up time and time again with a Zask is across from them. And, you know, it's just, how many times have we seen the implosion be so devastating for a lot of the teams here and just work wonders? Because when you have a Ling paired up, like, what better way to enter into a fight than a, you know, at least 2-3 member plus implosion. I think that's what makes Tigreal obviously so devastating here. And we'll see them, Argentina goes and bans out the Roger too for the second phase. We had Grok from Brazil on the other side. They're probably still going to go ahead, and I'm wondering if they want to narrow down gold lane at all. Unless, what if this is actually going to be you think a gold lane Ruby possibility still flexing into this for Argentina?
Yeah, I think that's why the Ruby is picked up here. Technically, Ruby is one of the only picks that can be flexed into 3 different roles, right? The XP, Roam, and then the gold lane. So
just like the new Arlet.
The new Arlet, yeah. Definitely. Back in the day, it was the Arlet, right? You go XP, you can go Roam.
XP, Roam.
Technically, yeah, you can play gold too. We have seen that before, but I think Ruby takes that up a notch a bit, right? Like, I mean, the Ruby does well in every single role that she gets placed in. Kufra, though, going to be a band out there, really just setting up for the Ling. And I agree with you. Tigreal is just a solid choice here for Team Brazil. The fact that they've already taken Valentina as well there. So no way for Argentina to try to retaliate up against that ultimate. And it's a really, on top of, you know, the combos that you can do with the Ling, with the Valentina, it's just a really solid pick. Anything with an instant CC kind of engage up against an assassin, it's always a welcome addition to the composition right now. But for Argentina, it seems like, you know, with the Roger ban, trying to take away as much snowballing power as they can, right? Good Tama's ban as well. That plays into snowballing power, because usually with the Ling, you want to combo with the Ling together with heroes that actually win up in the matchups in both XP and gold, so that you have so much more kill pressure to play around, and you can get that snowball rolling from the get-go. Now it puts Brazil in a tough spot with no Roger. They can go for Brody, but it's just super risky. So safe choice would still be, I would say, the Harith if they still want to go for kill pressure. But if they want to go for a safer choice, it'll probably be Claude. Moskov, they go for the Claude here, and it does give the opportunity for Argentina to actually go for the Moskov themselves. I don't think they'll go for the Harith here, because they already have the Julian and the Zask. It'll be too greedy to go for another magic damage, you know, Arc's gold laner.
Definitely. I think good point. Pick up the Moskov. They go Barrett's here, so I'm still wondering, right? Like, yeah, XP Barats. Let's see what this last pick is going to be too, because you know, Zask in the mid, Julian in the jungle, Ruby. We don't know yet. Yeah, it has to be a range, right? It has to be Moskov. Not sure what else you would actually want to go and face against Claude.
Oh,
it's gonna be carry. Interesting that they go with the carry though, because her range is obviously so short, and you're gonna have to deal with constant pressure with a Ling. You know, so you really have to kind of rely on the peel that's going to come through from, you know, Daytona's welcome can serve that purpose, but it's most likely going to be used for the setup potential. Ruby as well is hopefully able to peel for the carry here. Maybe a Purify is going to be used as well. And then here's an Xborg. So this is good. I would say for both sides, you can highlight both drafts, but even for Brazil, man, this Xborg last pick, there's so much like AoE damage from this lineup alone. And then the Valentina takes, you know, of course, the Zask, and can narrow down on some of that single target damage. So Brazil's lineup, very AoE based. And I feel like if Argentina can just avoid that for a little bit, you know, avoid some of those initial setup potentials, whether that's a Last Insanity into the Implosion or vice versa, Blazing Duet, as long as they can avoid a lot of that damage, or even get a numbers advantage by taking someone down, then their lineup could possibly shine, especially if they can get to the later game where carry shines, you know. But early game damage is magic damage is actually going to be quite a threat over to Brazil here. So we'll see how it all plays out. Once again, Brazil's lineup and Argentina for game number 1 of this best of 3 is actually just very good for both sides. Their power spikes as well going to be very similar in a way, where they have good coverage from mid to late game. So let's go ahead and head on over into the land of dawn of this game number 1. It's a best of 3 here for Americas. It's Group B finally on the stream. We're going to get to some action here from Group B as they go about it. Let's take a look at the emblems too. Anything sticking out? Nothing too much. I mean, it is Chessmaker going to bring this Warcry emblem on the Ling, of course.
Yeah, I think, again, by the way, we were talking about how this matchup is probably the matchup that we'll see a full game series in. And I think from the draft itself, you can already see a very competitive drafting phase, right? Yeah. Both of them just trading picks here and there. Great prio and great counter picks, too, because you can already see Akira in the bottom lane absolutely bullying the Dino and Arctic here on the Barats. It's the counter matchup that we all kind of know. Chessmaster, though, going to go in with the Tempest Blades. Now getting knock him on a Jotun. A lot of damage placed down, actually just first blood, unable to use the enhanced sword in time, Jotun. I think he did. He already used the cycle of skills to go for the grab. Instead, Chessmaker already the bottom lane with the fish poise, picking up another kill. Meteoro forced back, and Chessmaker is everywhere on the map right now.
So, all right, great start here for Brazil. Obviously, this is what happens when, you know, you have a Ling and you get these early kills. This is great for any team that grabs that. But also, interestingly enough, is this right? Was the Zask there in the bottom side the entire time? Did they actually put the Ruby in the mid lane? Zask XP? Is that how? Or did he just rotate down there? Again, I guess this Barrett's was was down there, because the way they're trying to get these level 4s, I guess, to be online for this turtle fight. So they're going to keep it at bay here. Still level 4s coming online. And they'll go ahead and start it up. Chessmaker on the side.
Mlbb flicker now cancelled by Mlbb. Good enhanced sword by Joden to escape as Arctic. Blown up just a bit. Shikaku style going in again. It's going to be another full engage there, but it's still going to be the Expert who wins out of turtle. Oh, good stun into Chessmaker, locking him down. Even with the Dominator's Ascent, Shikaku still able to dash out as Mateus goes back to mid, relieves some of the pressure here, and tries to stop and deny Jotun to go for some of the clear, but he's still able to do so. Good flicker out of the I'm Offended there from VW up top.
All right, yeah, they're back to the normal. It's, you know, it's early in the morning here at this point, so it is standard. I had to question myself for a little bit there, but yeah, so it was good pickup for Argentina, able to get a kill on Chessmaker, because that's what I was saying earlier, man. Like, you know, early on, you want to stop that momentum from happening, and that's exactly what they had to do. They had to get a kill on him, slow him down a little bit, and then work from there. You still have to respect the fact, too, that this Julian damage that we've seen time and time again is such a threat early on, especially like we saw once you clash down, because honestly, for Jotun, all he has to do is wait for the implosion setup from Shikaku style, and then just go ahead and use the enhanced chains or whichever combination he wants to use.
The pick out for the implosion. Oh, don't run Wolf King onto 4. Cario still able to flicker out of safety. Goes in for I'm Offended. Chessmaker will utilize this to try to go for the chase, but man, despite all those ultimates being used up, that was well played by Cario to get out.
Yeah, great usage. Also, with that flicker, Arctic now here, they know this is where we put the pressure. Go ahead and put the pressure on Chessmaker, even for his buffs if they can. Trying to get out if he has a retribution, but he didn't have it there, so able to secure it. Relying on his team, too, to help him out. So, at this point, you know, this is, again, throughout all the series that we've seen today, this is the closest, you know, so far, especially in the early game. Looked like another I'm Offended was going to be used there. Did not find any connection against Brazil. So it comes down to a turtle fight, you know, and you don't have a couple of these ultimates available just yet. So we'll see how they play into this. Chessmaker just getting that Tempest of Blades back as well. Going to go ahead and wait possibly for that orange buff. So the teams will go ahead and both kind of pull this turtle and start it up. It's going to go through a reset as they get in position, as both teams kind of work on the buffs here. Jotun, though, goes in. They know he wants the orange.
The enhanced side 2, that's going to be the turtle secured down by Jotun. Good implosion onto 2 members, wins to the last insanity. VW still able to BMI defensively. Dominator's Ascent, Meteoro all isolated, force to flicker out. Jotun goes for the immobilization, finds Chessmaker. Great punish. Now another stun on Mateus, who still has Dominator's Ascent, will be able to pop it and then flickers out of it too to get out. I think that was a win for Argentina with the neutral objective take.
Yeah, neutral objective. And once again, they find Chessmaker. Chessmaker jumping in, not expecting Jotun to be there. And once again, you're seeing just how fast, you know, these members from Brazil do go down once Jotun is there, part of the fight. Also, it looks like they're going to go ahead and grab themselves an objective now. First turret of the game on their top side, tier 1. Great placement, great macro play actually from Argentina here, already starting the game under that 6-minute mark. Keeping things, you know, pretty close still in terms of economy. We're going to have to take a look at the items here, seeing how they're falling into place too. Depending on these build paths, again, a lot of build paths right now are kind of flexible, especially when it comes to, you know, these side lanes being available to you. Akira, though, could be in trouble here.
Still has a Faraga armor. Gets out of the death as welcome because of the Faraga armor. You can already see just how impressive, or just how sort of how good you are on the export to escape a lot of the pick-off potential. So Akira dealing a lot of damage onto the frontliners and also getting out. The double bonus Arctic though, taking a lot of damage there. Tempest of Blades gonna be used up right now by Chessmaker. He doesn't decide to go in. Notices that Meteoro has already used Dominator's Ascent, and that's a good steal from Mateus. Might be able to use it now, as the turtle will be spawning in 10 seconds.
Okay, here we go. Before that turtle comes up, you can already see it, right? Chessmaker's got that Berserker's Fury. Working on the next item there as well. Golden Staff now picked up for Civ. Civ has just been farming up his, you know, as well as he can. Pretty much just continuing to get his items locked in. even for VW though, VW has multiple assists already. So this fight for this turtle is actually going to come down to a full-on fight, except for VW, unless they delay it enough. But I think he's just busy.
Oh, Nintendo's welcome. The castle, the implosion right now is the last insanity gets plays out as well. Jotun still winning out in the retreat battle, chasing the back line as the Temple Blaze gets used up. Jotun caught very low. Battle mirror image traded to the blazing duet now, diving in. Meteoro, the word of dominance just sent, finding the stun now, going to VW, who has to run away. But Meteoro is very low, still able to escape. Chessmaker, pinch poise, flicker from Meteoro. Chessmaker cannot go for the chase down below. Civ able to get the turret here, as he will be able to escape as well. VW and Mateus unable to go for the chase.
Okay, interesting to see that. Yeah, Meteoro was able to survive, and that's just the strength of that Zast. There's an I'm offended, but BMI is going to be just fine. Get out of there. He has the Corrosive Scythe, the DHS locked in now too, and other on the flip side, of course, the carry been able to farm up for Civ here. Corrosive Scythe, Golden Staff working on the next. So both, gold laners are going to hit that spike at the same time. Chessmaker takes a couple shots. Once again, you got to respect that damage from this Julian pick. So far, it's pretty good for Argentina. They hold on to a small lead. They're in a good position to take that first Lord once it comes up in under a minute here. Biggest thing though is every time we see some of these fights, it's really, Brazil with their setup potential. They got to be kind of careful how they approach it, because that's exactly what's happening. You saw the Genius Wanda also just being picked up by Jotun, so this helps even more. The Dominator's Ascent is already quite deadly, and it actually keeps Brazil kind of a little hesitant on how they approach some of the fights. So if you go in an implosion setup, you're going to kind of just rely on being able to get enough of that AoE damage out, but then who do you focus on from there? Because if you're stuck sitting there targeting, locking on, the big Johnny, the big alien, when that Dominator's Descent is popped, a lot of that time is actually wasted here, and it allows Civ to go ahead and free hit from his position favor. So Lord's now up. This now comes to it where both these teams, again, this is the most even, I would say, that we've seen this Lord fight about to happen here. It looks like it's going to be started up, though, by Argentina. And while Brazil gets in position, it's already half health.
Gonna go for it. Enhanced sword into the front. Good burst down. That's his welcome now, spitting him out. Faraga armor coming down. Shikaku still able to find an implosion now with a shove too. Arctic still able to flick around. VW goes over to Lazy. Wow. Gets stepped up now with the Dominator's Descent. Well played, Jotun. Enhanced chain to knock Shikaku style up for Civ to go for it. Jotun gonna be terrified and now gunned down by VW, who claims a double. That's a 3 for 2, but Argentina got the Lord.
Yeah, it almost seemed like Brazil was just like, you know what? Just let him have the Lord. We want to win the fight. Mateus, not sure. Hold on.
Dominator's Descent stolen away. Still able to go for it. Civ now dashing forward. Meteoro had to burn the flicker earlier there. And it seems for Argentina, they're going to be A-okay. They still have the Lord to play with.
Yep, okay. So they're fine with that. I thought Mateus might be able to go ahead and pick up a kill there, a last-minute kill. But at least he gets a balance ball, he gets a flicker out. They still have to deal with the Lord, which should be made quick work of. Again, they're pretty itemed out at this point. They also pick up an endless battle here for Chessmaker. They still need some more time. This is now at the point where you see some of these defensive items picked up too, once they have those 2-3 offensive items locked in. And so for Brazil, again, they hold on to as much as they can. They're going to lose this mid lane turret in the tier 1. Oh, wow, Mateus.
Gotta be careful though. That's last insanity used up already, a big resource, but nonetheless, Brazil are still able to actually clear out the first Lord. Chessmaker was spotted on the bottom side, and Gario almost catches Chessmaker there. Almost stops that recall from happening. Definitely gonna be a tough spot to escape from with 4 members around, but great defense from Brazil. And if you can take a look at the gold lead as well, it's down to just 1,000 now. It was 3,000 earlier.
Yep.
And again, closest game we've had all day.
That's a no boots Ling, I believe, unless this is an API thing, because we had it earlier too, I believe. So he's got to have boots, I'm assuming, right? He's got Berserker's Fury's House Claws, Endless Battle now, unless he doesn't, and he's actually just jumping around no boots. But at this point, even for the rest of the team here, Brazil, good fighting power, like you mentioned. They managed to go ahead and just negate that gold lead that Argentina had. based on the macro decisions that they made, and even for the lineup here. You know, they kind of have to get through some of the defenses of Argentina if Brazil wants to turn the tide, because it seems like, once again, some of the fights, they're just kind of waiting for that moment, that setup potential, whereas Argentina is kind of slowly in the driver's seat right now. Concealed play gonna be committed, but they can't find anyone. They're just trying to force Argentina out of the jungle here for now and continue to farm up. Malefic Roar now picked up 2 for VW. Key item pick up, and earlier Civ also picked up his defensive item, the Wind of Nature. We'll see this time around, does Brazil just let another Lord go through?
Oh man, you can see that shred. It's just too much. Enhanced sight too. Jotun going for it, still able to get the retribution down. The Tempest Blaze comes down, able to knock him up. Civ using the Purify and also Wind of Nature. Now with the Blaze into it coming down. That's going to be Chessmaker finding the kill on the Civ. Still able to get the killing spree down though. Onto the Tigreal. That's 2 members down, just traded for Shikaku. Brazil again. They win out on the team fight, but they lose out the neutral objective.
Yeah, it's like, how long can you continue to do this? You know, like, how long can you continue to give up the objective, but you're winning the team fights? And now they're going to actually go ahead and focus on these tier 1s in the mid lane, try to get some space to work around with, because even though they lost the Lord, Chessmaker holds it down the bottom side, at least for as long as he can before he's spotted out, pushed out of there. But I would guess for Brazil, again, they keep things relatively even. At this point, though, you know, for the next Lords after this, you don't want to just let them slip through, because it gets increasingly harder to do what they're doing now. They will be able to manage these waves, be able to manage the Lord. I'm not sure if Argentina can make a further play. Jotun also might get spotted out here. It looks like they want to go for a flank.
Very clear. Jotun pops the chain down. Doesn't find the immobility. Shikaku has implosion. That's why he was walking up with the conceal. Jotun reads it. Is able to escape. Archie gets baited in. The Tempest Blaze is going to be used up now. They're able to find VW, who jumps in with a battle mirror image, but now it's Jotun who gets caught. Meteoro taken down with the glowing wand from Mateus. Almost taken down as well. It's going to be another 2 for 1. All these trades. It just seems like Brazil, they're always able to come out on top in the team fights.
They want to win the team fights, but I'm even surprised at how fast VW got blown up there. I mean, he didn't last very long at all, and you know, part of the job is just to, literally blasted, and just, you want to be able to get that blazing dew off, obviously, but you're seeing how difficult it is to actually enter the area here of Argentina with the lineup that they have. Part of that too is you just don't want to be, you don't want to get grabbed. You always have to be conscious of Curio or the Daytona's welcome even. Looking at the items too, Holy Crystal locked in there now for Jotun. He had the Genius Wand earlier. Looks like Holy Crystal is going to be the next one here for Meteoro as well. Already has the Divine Glaive and Glowing Wand. That's why the damage is just pretty insane right now. I mean, even the Thunder Belt on Arctic kind of helps out with that whole thing, and it makes it very difficult to fight in the vicinity, even of the implosion when Brazil gets a set up here. That's why they're pretty cautious on how they want to approach the team fights, because even at this point, Civ is deadly. This carry, the range might be short, it might be you really have to rely on maneuvering around, but the shred is insane, and that's why they've also just gone through the Lord so quickly. Next one's going to be up here in 10 seconds. You can already see it. Argentina knows they have that shred available to them, and they can actually start up this Lord and possibly take it, unless Brazil decides this time around they're going to do something about it. Looks like they're going to do just that here as they try to get here in time. This Lord's a little bit more beefier, though. Kira?
Was it not the Faraga armor almost instantaneously? Like you said, man, the Lord is way beefier, right? Even though it did get nerfed, the Summon Lord, HP per minute has been, the HP growth per minute has been buffed by quite a significant amount. So, Lord number 2. Lord number 3 in this game. Carrier goes over to I'm offended. Now we're dead to this welcome. Jotun still winning on the retreat battle there as VW jumps up with the blazing duet. Gets caught in the missiles. Now the blades used up again. Diameters are set. Still in the midst of it all. Meteoro forced to flicker back again. That's a double kill for Chessmaker. Civ and Jotun trying to run away. Mateus, a good Terrify in. Chessmaker doesn't want to go for the assassination. And it is the same story again. It's a winning team fight for Brazil. But the neutral objective for Argentina. Chessmaker wants to go in. Great Wind of Nature. Not trying to outplay the situation. Enhanced Chain not connecting. Chessmaker holding himself off from going in there. But even with the Enhanced Lord in the bottom lane, they're going to go for the push into mid lane. Base turret going to be targeted down. Good retribution with the enhanced sight. Mateus taking a bit of punishment, but dishing out as much damage as he is taking as well. Civ, he's got to be very careful now as we enter the 17th minute.
Oh, man. This has been the story of game one. Brazil gives up these objectives. There's an I'm offended.
Oh, into the lead. Plays into it. Winter Crown combo. BW dealing a lot of damage onto Arctic Jotun and Kerio, but no one's there to really capitalize. And with Mateus down, this could be finally the window for Argentina to look for another structure.
Yeah, as I was saying, you know, it's been the story of the game where Argentina has been so good at getting the objectives, locking in those turtles, those lords, and then Brazil just duking out and going for the fights. And even the last fight that they had around the lord, it was really well orchestrated the way that they played around it. Because again, part of it is playing around the Meteoro here. They have to be able to deal with that ultimate, the descent, and they have to deal with it pretty quickly and in a way where you don't put Chessmaker in a position where he's in danger, you know, and kind of playing to the part and then following up once those are utilized, once those cooldowns are up here. Brazil has to make a move, and at this point, once again, like I said, I think you can't continue to actually do that when it comes to the lords here, because you're already seeing it. Even though they won that team fight, they got three members down of Argentina. They couldn't even get to the base turret down in the mid lane, so they're going to find themselves once again in a position where they have to decide: do we actually contest this next lord? It's going to be the fourth lord of this game, nearing that 20-minute mark. And this is where, you know, to the point where even if you win that team fight and lord spawns up, you're still going to kind of have to have you know, multiple team effort to deal with it in some of the ways pushing in, unless some way somehow Brazil gets an entire team wipe and is able to push it into the base and possibly end the game. Conceal going to be used though, spotted out once again. So we're 10 seconds away from that lord spawning up here. Brazil making sure that they have all the buffs they need, you know, locked in here for Chessmaker. So Argentina, they'll go ahead and manage the waves that they need to. There's a big one pushing up top, but they'll go ahead and get in position. This lord here.
Massive slow push up top. Shukaku goes in for Arctic there still. Arctic able to survive for a bit. Kerio, great disengage. That's his welcome. Used up blazing, doing so much damage together with Akira. Just burning the dino down. Meteoro now caught on the Dominator's Ascent. That is used up by Mateus. Now it's Brazil who are on the Lord. And like you said, it's an evolved Lord. This is going to be completely different from the last three we saw. Judson walking up forward, trying to deal with Akira now. Using the Instant Sword. Civ taking a whole lot of punishment back and forth. Meteoro to the time to go for the Dominator's Ascent. Shukaku losing out on all of the HP bars that he has. Back to the immortality. Kerio still in the midst of it all. Going to be taken down. Judson finding Shukaku. Kerio losing immortality. A great fight from both these teams. Brazil somehow still able to go back and forth as well, though. But that was a 4v5 that Argentina just came out on top in.
Yeah, 4v5 because, you know why? The little Johnnies. They're so strong, man. The fact that you can actually just place them there to be a nuisance enough. And then even popping the Dominator's Descent, being able to do that is enough of a threat to keep Brazil from hesitating. It's been the story of the entire game as well. So now Lord possibly going here in the hands of Argentina. It's less than half health.
The enhanced side too. Chessmaker goes in. Meteoro steals it away. Now the blazing duet. Civ still able to dish out damage. Chessmaker finds the blades to go for the kill. Johnson, one last slash should do it, but Chessmaker still able to finish poise out. Once again, it's similar circumstances. Jotun, can he escape? He has the immortality. Akira's going for the chase, but Taya's chasing as well. Jotun waiting for a few of these skills to be up. Goes for the enhanced sword, but now going to be caught in the I'm offended and the last insanity. Jotun buys the rose gold in time. Now goes for the sword, but will not be able to survive. Akira taking him down with the flames as Chessmaker picks up a mid lane turret. Kerio all alone left to defend, just a sole roamer. Now Tempest of Blades into the shove and the implosion too. Brazil, they don't need the neutral objectives. They don't need the Lord to end the game. They'll just fight to win.
And that they will. They'll get the win here in game number one of this best of three against Argentina. Probably the closest game we've seen so far today. A back and forth between objective taking and team fighting prowess here. This time around, it's Brazil that gets game number one. Whew. That was, I honestly, at that point, it was hard to say who was going to be able to take that game number one, because both teams were able to find their own kind of wins, in terms of objective taking, in terms of team fighting. And we're going to take a look at the highlights here in just a second, because there's a lot of highlights, of course, that we can talk about for this game one alone. And I think even when you look at it, again, it was just, you have a Ling on your side here for Chessmaker. He was building up momentum, and then right away Argentina responded, and I feel like they dealt with things the way that they needed to, but again, a great game one here on this series so far. As we jump in, so we're 5 minutes in from this point, and this is the thing, is like you're noticing, right? The Meteoro was the crucial part for them that they had to deal with. Brazil, I felt like every single time they approached a fight, they had to deal with Meteoro. They had to get rid of that descent. They had to get rid of even the little Johnnies weren't enough. The little aliens there that Zas drops down is enough to cause some hesitation on how you want to approach the fight, because at any point you could go ahead and pot that Dominator's descent. And with this too, I've got to say, Arctic, he died a lot in this game, but he did his job, at really trying to turn some of these fights around here. But Brazil, their team fighting, the way that they were able to lock down some targets, the way that they were able to kind of adjust even on the fly to some of the situations. Because remember, VW got blown up a couple times, so his timing on utilizing even the Blazing Duet had to be adjusted, like here, right? The way that he used this, they go in, they follow up. Multiple times Brazil found these team fights where they got 2-3 members down of Argentina. But yeah, they were watching the objectives just kind of getting taken in front of them. And that was probably just the call. Maybe the call was just, you know what, guys, forget the objective. Let's just win these team fights and then slowly kind of chip in towards their base here. Once again, great usage of the Tempest Blades, a lot of times from Chessmaker, to stay alive and buy those extra couple seconds. And even down to this last Lord, very slow approach to it, and again, you'll see just how much of a threat things were, that even early Tempest Blades to stay alive, they end up going for this fight, breaking it out, they get pushed back. Argentina has a great fight, but then ultimately, even after the Lord is secured and everything else, look at the fight. The way that Chessmaker moves around the map, gets out of there time and time again with just a little bit of health, is what helped Brazil here. And I think that's part of it. Again, why teams love the Ling pick. Once it's open, you can make plays like that, and help your team just get to victory. As we take a look at the scoreboard here on how this fell into place. 21 minutes, 46 seconds, this game number one, and especially once again, I don't know, who would you give MVP here in this game for Brazil? Because I feel like everybody did such a good job in winning this first game.
Yeah, I think really everybody kind of deserves MVP, but if I had to choose a standout, it would probably still be Chessmaker, because all the way from the early game, I mean, he got the first 2 kills to start, the crazy pace of the game, and all the way towards the later stage of the game as well. Usually we see some Lings do really well early, but then fall off in the later stage, For Chessmaker, that was never the case. He was always going to be relevant in the team fights, and he was able to pop off mechanically in every single team fight. Great blade pickups and great timing on the Tempest of Blades as well. I think there was one moment around his own purple buff where he baited Arctic in to go for the Detonus Welcome, and he outplayed it with a Tempest of Blades, baiting out a big resource, forcing them in. But hey, we gotta shout the guy out who was on a tank, a frontliner, who didn't die a single time. Akira Nakai on the Xborg was definitely, I would say, out of all of them, the unsung hero. He wasn't too flashy. We didn't really see much of him in the game. We didn't see it, but if you take a look at the damage, he's kind of that shadow carry, right? On the Xborg. He knows when to go in, he knows when to deal damage, and this is just an Xborg thing. You never really notice the Xborg damage until you blow up with the last Insanity.
He's a low-key hero, at this point. Like, yeah, because, that's the thing. And I know when they locked it in the last pick, I was like, that's a solid pick to round out this kind of AoE lineup they have. And I guess that's why also that Chessmaker was able to utilize the Ling the way they wanted it to. So great game number 1 here that we had in this best of 3. We'll see if, of course, for Argentina, if they can adjust from it going into game 2. But we are going to be taking a short break here, about 5 minutes or so. So sit tight. We'll be back after the short break for this next game. And welcome back after the short break here to the American Regional Qualifiers. We are in the midst of the last match here for the day, at least here on stream. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko, and we just saw, I would say, the closest, once again, so far, game that we've seen between the teams, opening up today, and between, of course, Argentina and Brazil here. I don't know. What do we think? What adjustments need to be made, especially from Argentina, to get to our first game 3?
I would honestly say it has to do with just execution, right? Because the way that they drafted was actually really good already. I really like the Zask pick. I really like the Julian pick into the Ling as well. For the draft, it was really just back and forth, both of them. It was very 50-50,
yeah.
But it came down to a lot of the executions. I think in a lot of the skirmishes as well. Maybe the only pick that I didn't like for the side of Argentina has got to be the carry, right? Because carry usually she thrives in compositions where you play front to back, but composition was really not built to go front to back. That composition was really built to go for just fights overall and chaotic fights at that. So I think the Moskov could have been a better choice if they want to change something in that draft. But again, it really just comes down to the execution, right? How they actually wanted to tackle a lot of the team fights as well. It just felt really, really messy. A bit too messy even though that composition is built for the messy team fights, it wasn't optimal for them. And for the other side, it was perfect for them. They were always able to find the combos, and the chaos kind of created openings for Shikaku to go for the implosion on towards, for the most part, on towards Jotun, which is the prime target when we're talking about a lot of the fights here. And also for the Ling to just go on to the carry 1v1, assassin versus marksman.
Shikaku, I think, was obviously a pivotal part in a lot of those team fights that they won, because again, I think the way that you really look at it is that was the case. It's like Argentina it's like when you think about fundamentals, like they had the objective fundamentals down, and maybe this was a team that spent a lot of time practicing that back in utility days, utility jungler days, and they had the timings down and everything. But it's like, if you're up against a team that, like Brazil, that just wants to fight, then you might as well go ahead and solidify that game plan down. And as you see, the first ban's already out here. The Ling is not going to be part of this. Neither is the Zask, of course. And so still on the table are a lot of these picks that we see quite often available in the current meta. You still have the Iesf, you still have the Rogers, you still have a lot of room to maneuver. You can even bring the Trizla. Not sure if they want to pick it up. Chip was still open. Louis Yi is still there. I'm not sure if Argentina wants to go this route, but hey, we saw the chip picked up earlier, and it didn't work out too well. But of course, in the hands of Brazil, I'm kind of expecting a little bit different performance here with the chip.
Oh, I completely forgot about the chip here, Naisu. I really did. Usually we always see it banned out, so there's no real reason for us to even think that the chip is a hero in MLBB, right? Because it's always, I think I've spoken to a lot of teams as well talking about the chip, why it's always so prio, and for the most part, I always get responses as like, yeah, if the chip is open, might as well just surrender. That's what they tell me.
It's that bad?
Did not get a win earlier today. I think it was the second match of the day that we saw the chip as well, and it was actually countered by the Minotaur. So glad that Brazil actually already have a way to counter or to get rid of a counter towards the chip, something like a Minotaur. And also going to be Trizla and the Julian. For the side of Argentina, the Roger that this time has been left open. With the Ling banned out by Argentina, they will pick it up themselves. Again, for Brazil, it really has to come down to looking for early game skirmish power, right? With the chip, you want to try to capitalize on that with even more skirmish power. So at this point, I think it's a good, I don't know. I was actually thinking about something like a Faramis, but Valentina hasn't been banned yet, and Argentina could pick it up themselves. I don't think they go Faramis here. I think they need to go for the Valen first, in case Argentina try to counter the chip with the Faramis. And now they have a lot of big ultimates they can play with technically, and also kind of forces Argentina to go for the other heroes that don't have big ultimates. So again, Valentina always in the meta because of that ultimate.
Yeah, I don't think that's just that's like one hero that's just not going to change unless they changed her kit as a whole. It's just such a big play. I mean, even in the draft, because as soon as Valentina's locked in, like you got to be conscious for the opposing team on what to pick up and what they might be giving up. I mean, already alone, penalty zone's great, you know, to give up to a Valentina to use, and Brazil can go ahead and punish that. So that's almost Moskov locked in. You know, surprisingly enough, too, we haven't seen him pop up too much just today alone. But so far here, they go ahead and lock Moskov in for that gold lane. And even so, you know, looking at Argentina's lineup and the fact that they got Julian again, we already saw how much burst damage can be there. It can work out great. I'm just still wondering what will be that mid lane pickup. I'm expecting some more mid lane options to be taken out of the equation here. And at the same time, I just don't know, because of the fact that we don't have that information just yet. What if, depending on how this second phase goes, you know, we happen to see, for example, Julian go to the mid lane. Like, that's happened in, you know, recent tournaments as well. And so that's something that always has to be considered as Brazil goes through this next phase of the bans here. So they are going to take out Carmelia. We also saw the export being banned out. MVP performance hero right there from the previous game. So good ban there. We'll see what these last ones are going to be. But in terms of mid lane option for Argentina, since, you know, they need this win here to get to game 3, what do we think would work well with this? Like, would something like a Vexana be the play, or do you just actually pick up the Faramis to deal with the chip and just, you know, be like, all right, we'll deal with it. They're gonna have another realm as well. You know, is that worth the risk?
I really don't think it's worth the risk, knowing how Argentina's composition really want to go for, you know, the combo as well. Because the combo for Argentina is going to be very reliant on their cycle of skills. So if the Terizla uses a penalty zone and, you know, Julian uses the one full cycle of his skills, and it's all countered by another realm, they're going to have to wait for another window. And that's, yeah, very, very tough, I would say, especially in the early game if you want to try to snowball up against the composition that Brazil have already. So I'm not a big fan of the Faramis. I think the Vexana would be a better choice. You have a way as well to catch a lot of different people from Brazil if they actually go for the shortcut, right? You try to counter it with just more CC, layer it together with the Terizla as well. Bad part is you're going to give the Eternal Guard technically over to the Valentina too, but I think it's a pretty good, you know, trade to give over for your safety. Good peel. They go for the Ruby first, which is a good pick up against the chip as well. But again, now for Brazil, I feel like the Arlet will definitely be a choice that they will be thinking about here, knowing that it can just go over with a lot of the skirmishing power that it has with the chip. Great combination there. I'm thinking of this point, where does the Roger go, right? Or
that's what I was wondering, yeah.
Trying to go for a
jungle
jungler,
Roger or
is the Roger going to go to the jungle? Because if the Roger goes jungle, it actually does put them in a weird spot. There's no Moskov. Maybe they can go Claude still, but it is definitely a weak side matchup up against that Moskov. So we'll see. I think Roger Gold is definitely the safer option. Oh, Harith! Completely forgot about the Harith. Lower my mind, and that's a great Thamus pick, by the way. Brazil's got an amazing composition.
Yeah, and it's okay. You know, it's okay that it slipped your mind, man. You know, I know at this point too, we just got to see how they utilize this, because the Thamus we saw this banned out previously, not in this series, but previously today, and it does serve its purpose. I mean, Thamus alone is just, he's a great front line, and it actually allows Chip not to be that guy the whole time, you know, and use that shortcut a little bit better here. Xavier is going to be the last pickup, though, for Argentina, which is what I was wondering. What would be that complement to the Julian pick? So now that we know where everything's kind of going here, Xavier's still great. I feel like he's one of those heroes that only certain teams play, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's only certain teams, like also from certain regions, that like to pick up the Xavier. Still, obviously, great utility that comes with this lineup, that comes with the Xavier, the Dawning Light itself. Very low cooldown, a lot of damage potential. Could pair up well with whatever build that we see this Julian this time around go with. But looking at the lineups here, you know, I like Brazil's lineup. I think it covers all the bases from early to end. Argentina needs a little bit more time, obviously, to build up. They're going to be relying on Jotun once again with this damage from the Julian early on. because, you know, obviously Mozkov needs some times. I think for Brazil, it's really just avoiding the globals, like Dawning Light and the Spear of Destruction, like playing around that. And maybe that's where you utilize the shortcut. And at the same time, I just think, you know, for having a Valentina, it's like, do we take the penalty zone? Do we take the I'm offended, right? So those are our thoughts for the drafts here and the lineups, but let's jump into the game at number 2. As we head into this, again, it's a best of 3 here for Brazil and Argentina. This is the road to Riyadh. And with these lineups, you know, Brazil, after having that first game, Argentina didn't make it easy for them. So as we look at this, the lineup that they have, Warcry Emblem on the Thamus too. Already a lot of early action for this Lithuander. Going to be secured though by Argentina.
Whoa.
Arctic here too.
Akira's here too. Everybody's here in the mid lane. It does seem like we're going to have a little bit of that brawl in the mid lane. Damage though, placed down by Meteoro. And yeah, I was about to ask you, Naisu. I don't know if you've been playing ranked games, but have you been seeing Xaviers pop up? Like a lot of Xaviers, an unhealthy amount of Xaviers, because that's what I've been experiencing in my own ranked games, where Xaviers have just been popping up so much early on. Meteoro to be forced to flicker out. But yeah, especially considering Brazil don't really have a way to dive, really, when it comes to like mid-game, right? They're really going to have to play this front to back. Xavier just adds so much value into the composition for a front to back for Argentina here. So for Brazil, they really need to rely on a snowball at this point of the game if they want to get rid of the Xavier.
You know, to answer your question about the Xavier, like I've seen it pop up here and there, but I wouldn't say like constantly. And maybe that's partly due because I also play him. I think he's like my 3rd most played mage at this point. And that's partly due to I have the same skin. You know, like as soon as I got that skin, it was just like an automatic pickup, even before where he is in the meta right now. But yeah, it's just the amount of utility I think that you offer. I mean, once you also get that, you know, just the low cooldowns, not just on the Dawning Light, but being able to lock up multiple members. Oh, hold on.
Vengeance used up. Dawning Light from the back as well. Able to find it now. Retribution still on point for Chessmaker. Shortcut gets placed down. Meteoro using a poke, slowly but surely. This time it's completely different. It's the opposite of what happened in game number 1, where Brazil were always the ones winning out of the fights and Argentina were the ones getting the neutral objective. It's the opposite. Jotun stealing away the purple buff as well. So it's a bit better, I would say, for Argentina than it is for Brazil this time.
Yeah, the lineup that they're going to use here allows them to pretty much do this. Every time we're going to see an objective fight, that's kind of how it's going to be orchestrated, right? You have a penalty zone for a reason. That's why Trizla is so great. And you can do that, or you can use Curio, like we saw in the previous game, where a lot of times, you know, you're utilizing the I'm offended, or you're trying to even peel in this case. But then you add to that layer what I was talking about, the Xavier, you're able to just lock people down with the fields, right? The Mystic Fields, especially when it's the enhanced version of it, you get that bigger radius, which helps with this. So even if Brazil tries to initiate with the lineup that they have, if timed correctly, you know, Meteoro alone can stop them in their tracks. And I think that's why, once again, when we talk about utility, it's so valuable here with the lineup that Argentina has and the way they play around that. And part of this idea is too just getting that scaling in your favor. You know, Enchanted Talisman already picked up here for Meteoro is going to help out even further, just going and spamming those abilities, getting that, not worrying too much about the mana regeneration at this point, and always looking to get that as much cooldown reduction as you can early on here, because that's what they're working for. So you can see them already getting in position, getting prepped up for this next turtle take. And we'll see if that's still the case, right? If it's still going to be the case where Brazil gets the objective, but then Argentina wins the team fight. Now, part of this too is, how does this play a part for Chessmaker? I feel like this time around too with the Roger, it's a little bit more difficult, you know, obviously than having the Ling, where you have to go and find your right angles or initiation points. It might not happen here.
Shortcut, there you go. VW coming in. Jotun still winning on the retreat battle this time around. Cario able to flicker out to safety. And with all those rotations, they aren't able to get the lead here. It's still 1,000 gold lead for Argentina. Penalty zone. Arctic's all alone. Goes on to Akira Nakai, dealing a good chunk of damage. Dawning Light coming down too. And this is an early game Xavier. that will only build up. That will only become stronger as the game gets to the later stage. And I don't know, man. I just want to get my personal opinion out here. I really hope, they prove me wrong, but I don't like the Harith going for a flicker here in this game. There's so much CC they can stop him, like when he's using his Amon Force, even when he's going for the resets on the dash. I'm really not a fan of the flicker here. I definitely think the Purify would have definitely helped him a bit more, but we'll see. Maybe they need the flicker to actually jump in towards Meteoro. Maybe that's the idea. There you go, flicker. There you go. He gets it out. If it wasn't for the flicker, he would definitely die there. I think the Purify could have gotten them out as well, but it would have been a little bit more difficult, to get out. But there you go. Flicker burnt out right as I say it.
Ask and you shall receive. That's pretty much what that was. They're gonna lose the tower though, and so for Argentina, I mean, think about all that they've accomplished just in the last couple of minutes. It's gotten themselves a nice lead, 2,000 gold at this point that they can work around with. And it looks like Brazil is just kind of playing slower. They have to, because just the pace that's been set by Argentina, they really can't seem to go to toe-to-toe and fight with them. So for Brazil, it seems like they're just going to take the notion of, all right, let's just go ahead and farm up as much as we can. Hopefully rely on VW to farm up on this Harith, get those couple items that we need and then start contesting. We've seen teams do this before where, essentially they give up all 3 turtles, and by the Lord, they're ready to fight and they can actually win those fights. So this next turtle's up. I think Argentina is just able to take it. You can see though, the travel up there from Shikaku, so he spots them out.
Oh, dude, just look at that. Mystic Field perfectly placed down to stop any sort of engage now. Penalty zone coming down. Akira still in the midst of it. Oh, Mateus stealing away the penalty zone. Chicago going to go for a crash course. Jotun stunned up, still able to get out with the enhanced sword. Donning Light coming down. Chessmaker still with the red tree, securing it for the team. A lot of members low. Mystic Field finding Chessmaker again, but he is able to escape with a Lycan form. Knock up onto VW. No more further engages, it seems. Mateus going to be caught in the Mystic Field again. That's just how annoying the Mystic Field is, and he can constantly just be spamming this. Another Mystic Field coming down as Shikaku goes in for the crash course, but it's not going to be enough to take anyone down. Argentina respond with the structure, and it's a mid-tier 1.
Very good decision from Argentina to get something out of that, right? Like, I mean, it was good from Shikaku to set things up with the shortcut, but like you mentioned, right on time with the Mystic Field and Dawning Light. But then the turtle secures by Brazil, and for Argentina, they get a turret out of it. So even though they lost that turtle, it doesn't really matter to them. They still hold on to essentially the same lead. They still build up from that. You can see the Holy Crystal being worked on here by Jotun, already working on that extra bit of burst damage. And meanwhile, Civ has been able to farm up. Uh-oh, Arctic.
Penalty zone defensively. That this time around they're able to use the crash course, but you can see it's a bit of trouble still, right? They're chunked pretty low, despite the fact that they got the frontliner. It's just the frontliner, and then there's another trade on the board. So they're not even getting like full victories here, and they're actually gonna lose a turret down below too. So it's a win for Argentina now. The rotation proactive for Brazil, but Argentina's winning it out, and another Dawning Light comes down. And again, now you can see that it's already dealing even more damage, and it'll scale up again.
This is what I was saying, that spike, especially in the late game, having this Xavier pick, having even the Moskov. The Moskov essentially been able to do the same thing, farm up as much as possible, and then just appear with that Spear of Destruction. Something that's always tough. Like, in a way, both teams have this kind of, like, global presence, whether that's the shortcut or, the 2 ultimates here for Argentina. So they're going to go ahead and start up this Lord here. Already at half health. They're actually just going to give it a go. There's Conceal, though.
Caught up by the Mystic Field. Pops in the shortcut. Now they all come in towards the shortcut. Penalty zone by Mateus. Akira able to steal away the Lord, but now the penalty zone locks 4 members down. Arctic finds a massive one, but Brazil are still able to back away. Still, though, I don't know if you want to call that a win, because now with the Lord, can they even use it? Argentina's composition is great at clearing waves, and I think the Lord advantage might just be an advantage that Argentina can use to farm up even more.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get much at all, and it's kind of dire because they don't have even a single tier 1 turret down. As you can see here, Jotun's just going to go and work through this easily. Oh, Shikaku. He's like, hey, they're too late to that, but here comes the rest.
Shikaku going to be isolated all alone here. Tried to go for the flank. We'll be able to escape, though. It's good maneuvers from Brazil. It was very, very messy, but up top, it's Akira trying to go for a trade. The fact that Brazil have the snowballing comp and Argentina are the ones who are winning instructors says a lot. Argentina are completely fine being down 3,000 gold. I would say they're already fine. But the fact that they are the ones leading by 2,000 is a big problem for Brazil. It's a big problem. This Argentina composition is not built to win in the early game. They have a Moskov and they have a Xavier. This is a mid to late game composition, and they're about to get to the mid game with a lead.
Okay. It's crazy too. I just realized it's 1-1, right? It's at this point it's been pretty stalemate. Hold on here, Jotun. All right, he's fine. He gets out. Good. He's all right. He's okay. They might re-engage this, but ultimately what it's going to lead to is just both teams being pretty much even in terms of economy, and it's up to Brazil to even out the space to work with. That needs to be turrets. So who do you send for that? You know, that's the thing, is like, who do you actually deal with that? And do you play around the fact that you have a shortcut that, you know, if you are going to send someone to the side lane to split push or anything like that, you know, first off is who is it going to be? And then how do you play into the fact that you have shortcut, you show up to these next fights, the objectives, because, you know, it just seems like right now Brazil has no options to really push any of these turrets in, especially in the mid lane. They really need to focus on the mid lane tier 1 turret here of Argentina, because every minute that pretty much goes by, the Xavier Meteoro just gets stronger and stronger here. Yeah, looking at the scaling too, and already VW very close to the Holy Crystal, should be picking it up relatively closely. You can see, right, they are going to lose the buffs, but they trade it for this tier 1 in the bottom lane. But Argentina just trying to hold it down at that mid for now. As they put more pressure here, they might force them to respond to this tier 2 being taken, but it looks like it's just going to be a trade. A tier 2 turret, possibly for this Lord, unless...
That's a big wave.
Unless they go in. Yeah, it is a huge
wave. They're going to get a base turret. They're going to force the recalls to happen. Dawning Light comes down as well, but it's going to be a bit too late. Brazil make an amazing macro move on the map. Testmaker. It's a good Spirit Misery to stun him up, but they get the shortcut, and now they go into the Lord. They can go for it. Now it's going to be Cario who's going to be left alone. Well played. Jotun takes it down. That's a penalty zone. Locking Chessmaker down as Brazil take the Lord right now, but Arctic is able to get Shikaku style as well. Mateus needs to run away, goes in for Sim, but it's Jotun again who comes out and takes the double. Dawning Light dodged away from... Oh, man. What a play by Brazil. No, actually, it's Argentina who still get the Lord. I thought Brazil got the Lord, so it ends up still being a massive win to Argentina. But good news for Brazil is they have the base turret down below, so they can actually... They have super minions in the bottom lane, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, they hold on to this top one. I don't think they're going to hold on for it longer. This one's going to charge in. Oh, but hold on. They try to defend it the best they can. Now they got to deal with the Lord here. They're waiting for Mateus to come up as well. Can they stay in the game?
Mystic Field came down earlier. Akusao. Oh, Meteoro with a snipe from downtown. Now with the I'm Offended, Akira. The limits of it all, trying to go for the damage now. Good I'm Offended stealing away. Mateus finding the massive one. Chessmaker going in with the Lycan Pounce, finding the double kill with Meteoro. With Jotun, will get rid of him again. The Dawning Light this time. Point blank range. Argentina 1-1 equalizing the board and giving us our first full 3-game series.
Hey man, we said it. We said it at the beginning, before game number 1, this could be the one between these two great teams here. These countries going at it to take it to a game 3. And game 1, you know, we saw exactly what happened and how that kind of was the story of objectives versus team fighting. Well, even this one for game number 2, this was the same story, just kind of flip-flopped around, you know. Argentina able to secure. Honestly, if they were not able to pull that off, because that was a really good decision. We're going to look at the highlights here, of course, for this game, but it was such a good decision from Brazil to put the pressure on those turrets on the bottom side, push into the base, force a recall or response, and then shortcut to the Lord. If they would have happened to get that Lord, they possibly could have ended the game in a sweep, the series in a sweep. But good thing for Argentina, Jotun gets that Lord at the end, right, and is able to pretty much secure themselves the win here. Because again and again, this is just so much utility from Argentina thrown at Brazil. A lot of those mystic fields, the penalty zones, the I'm-offenders, whichever it was able to give them the upper hand. And a lot of these team fights, a lot of these exchanges, and even down to the fact that, you know, I guess that's one of the big weak points of Chip is like once you utilize the shortcut, the crash course is down, and even the purify, like you saw in cooldown, then what you do? You know, there's not much more you can do at that point. And, you know, we talked about this. This is only the 14-minute mark, and Meteoro, the Dawning Light, was threat enough. And even with his last hope from Chessmaker, you know, he's trying to clean this up, even picks up a Sky Piercer there. It's just not enough, right? It's already in Argentina's favor. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard here, of course, and how this breaks down. A 14-minute game, quicker than the first one. Argentina really knew the game plan here. They knew the power spikes that they had in their favor, and they were able to really shine from it. Once again, looking at this Meteoro on this Xavier pick, tons of damage available to him, was really able to just be kind of a nuisance to Brazil here.
Still in this game, right? I mean, Argentina, I did mention that, you know, if they want to change anything, the Moskov would have been a great addition to the team, but
yeah,
I think it's not actually the Moskov in this game that really changed stuff, but it was the last pick, Xavier, for sure. Meteoro really popping off on the Xavier pick, and really, I think this pick was just amazing for Argentina. We got to give massive props to them. Noticing that Brazil literally do not have anyone that can actually reliably dive to the back, it was just a perfect condition for Xavier. All of them also very short-ranged. Harith and Roger are the two, you know, range heroes. You can call Valentino range heroes hero too, and all three of them are basically melee, right? It's so short, their range, and they can all get punished very, very hard by the Xavier. We will give our player of the match, it seems, to Jotun, who's had a solid performance. I think even in game number 1, he had an amazing performance, still securing a lot of the neutral objectives for the team. And this game, again, a few of these moments, getting the Lord, getting a turtle steal, it really kept them in the game, despite them having a Moskov, a Xavier, who's nowhere near their power spike in the early phase. He was able to keep it very, very stable for the team, for those two members to scale up. And again, we were talking about how it's going to be ridiculous if the Moskov and the Xavier get to the mid game, which is their power spike, with a lead.
Yeah.
That's what Jotun, together with, I would say the whole team, really, even the roamer that they had in XP as well, they all enabled that to happen.
Yeah, it was definitely a team effort from Argentina to make things work here for game number 2, and they did it on a fly. It was a really good adjustment from game 1 to game 2. Now, of course, we are going to be waiting for game 3 to start, but we are going to be taking a short break, about 5-6 minutes here, to sit tight, let the players adjust, and get ready for game number 3. So again, I'm Nice2, that's Mirko. We'll be back after the short break. And welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen. It is the American Iesf qualifiers, the road to the WEC. And for the last time, at least for today, it's me, Naisu, joined with Mirko. We're in deep for the last series of the day. It's finally a best of 3 going 3 games, man. It's between Argentina and Brazil. We've seen 2 great games so far, actually, from both teams really shining. Game number 1 was Brazil. Game number 2, Argentina here. So game 3, I don't know, man. What are we thinking? How does either of these teams, based on what we've seen so far, how do they cap out this series? Because so far they've showed strength in actually all aspects of the game, I'd say.
Yeah, I think, again, though, Naisu, right? I have to go back to the statement that I made after game number 1. I think it'll really just come down to the execution, because even though in game number 2, that Xavier pick kind of really, gave them a bit of trouble. It gave them a lot of trouble, actually. It's kind of an outdraft moment. I think there were a lot of ways to still win with the chip pick, right? You can still go for a lot of the skirmishes, maybe still brawl out of the mid lane. Maybe that's a good idea early on to try to win out on the side lanes as well, because it's a Herith against a Moskov. That's a winning matchup. And in the bottom lane as well, it's a Hamas up against a Terizla. There were many ways for them to actually, win out on their own individual lanes and out-execute the Xavier, putting Xavier in a tough spot, definitely. But unfortunately, that did not happen. I think the main problem has got to be still the execution, because Argentina just plain out executed their game plan better in game number 2. And in game number 1, it was Brazil doing the same thing. I think it all just comes down to now going for their comfort picks, right? Because it's very clear to see that even though both of them had amazing drafts in game 1, game 2, it's clear to see what they find comfort in, right? And I think for Argentina, it's front to back compositions. And I think for the side of Brazil, it's mainly just chaotic compositions that do not want to front to back. So they played in the opposite styles in the last one, technically, or opposite styles in their losses. And now both of them technically already know what they need to go for. It's the lane still for Argentina, obviously going to be banned out. And I think this is setting up for a Julian first pick for Argentina. If, Zask isn't left open, and I think Brazil definitely need to get rid of it. They still go for red side this time round, by the way. Both games we've seen red side victories. Brazil won on red side game number 1. Argentina won on red side game number 2. So it's been a very different from what we have come accustomed to, right? Gotten accustomed to, with blue side always having a massive advantage. Yeah,
usually blue side. I mean, I forgot, but I don't even remember if it was like a 60-40 before. The blue side was usually winning 60-40-ish. Interesting to note, that it's been 2 red side wins here. And so I think that's also to say with, depending on what's available here, Argentina, okay, they go with the Tigro ban. So I think this is the case of, if the Julian is going to be open, Argentina will first pick that up. Zask could possibly still be open as well. Maybe Brazil wants to go with that route. But either way, there's, so far from what we've seen, I think even when it comes down to the hero choices, it is just kind of like that play style, like you mentioned, where what they would rather play on. But so far from both teams, I mean, they've shown us that they can actually play for the objective, play for the team fighting if they want to. Brazil just tends to, I mean, this is that region as a whole anyway. They just like to be a little scrappy. They like to team fight. They like to go ahead and duke it out here. Good ban. Good last ban from Brazil for the first phase. They take out the Julian. Zask is still open. There it is. Argentina's going to go ahead and grab it. The response, of course, from Brazil. Roger's still there if they want to go that route. Roger Terizla. Roger, I don't know, Edith, if actually Brazil wants to go this route this time around. Or possibly even, Herith still being open too. There's a lot of choices here for Brazil to go ahead and pick up.
Look at how they played the Herith in game number 2. I'm not a big fan of how VW plays the Herith. Maybe because he's more of a weak side player, right? Because the Herith it is a completely different style to what a lot of different marksmen have been playing. So I think for VW, take it to his comfort, which is probably going to be the marksman, especially, the Claudes, like in game number 1, where he had a phenomenal performance, would be the better idea. But the Minotaur, for the first time in the series, will finally be left open. And hey, surprise, surprise, Argentina actually pick it up together with already a Zask pick. So Brazil's already going to be in a very tough spot if they want to dive. And then that's a Moskov too. Moskov, Zask, and Minotaur. As long as the Moskov plays around the Zask, it's going to be almost impossible to dive in. Because if you dive in, you're going to get double stun, and then the Spear of Misery is going to catch you. And then all while you're going to be in the air. Because the Minotaur man will be banging his hammer to the ground.
That's a good way to put it, right? In that fury. And for the most part, too, I'm still thinking for Brazil, you know, playing against that. The fact, too, that we don't know 100% where the Roger's going just yet, but just assume it is going to be in the gold lane. Unless Chessmaker wants to pick this up against his lineup. I feel like Roger in the jungle, though, is going to be hard enough to focus, especially on the objectives. So they go the Edith. I was actually wondering, too, if Edith would get snagged here from Argentina before the Moskov was locked in, but they go with the marksman pick anyway. So for Brazil, they've got a lot of utility already. You know, a lot of crowd control available to them. This is why the Edith is so in demand, because of the fact that with the onward Earth Shatter combination is so just, you know, it's easy to pull off. You get the knockups there, and then it complements the penalty zone and vice versa really well. Knowing that they have to play into a Minoan's Fury, you know, setup combination is going to help them out. And even dealing with the Dominator's Ascent, you know, dealing with that, this could be a good component for them to go ahead and utilize. They take out the Alpha because we still have to talk about and consider what is the jungle option for Argentina so far, especially because it's been back-to-back, right, that we've seen Jotun play the Julian. So we haven't been able to see him play anything else just yet. Wondering what else is in his hero pool to bring to the jungle here. Either way, though, with what they already have, you know, I'm not sure if you go and not full utility, but it's like, could you possibly go even like a Martiz? I think Alpha was a good ban because it's like, you know, you don't want to go full utility. Wow, they actually banned the Baksha out here. So unless Jotun has something else up his sleeve, you know, you obviously don't want to go too risky and like pick up an assassin. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that'd be a little bit too expensive if they go that route. So really curious what Jotun still has in his repertoire of heroes here for the jungle.
I think we have seen Hayabusa actually get banned out, so I'm curious if Brazil are actually banning out all these, you know, different utility junglers because they want to go for the Hayabusa, and they're already limiting picks that do pretty well maybe up against the Hayabusa, right? So Brazil have first pick here in the second phase. I think Hayabusa will be an amazing option to go for. They can also go for obviously just a mage here with the Valentino already banned away. The Fairmiss has been left up for grabs for them to take. It's going to be pretty solid. It's a solid answer up against the Zask. It does, you do get punished a bit though by the Minotaur and the Moskov, but the fact that you already have a lot of other sustain there, oh, they're going to go for the Aurora instead. So instead of more HP, they're going to go for more lockdown. And the Hayabusa that, you know, I mentioned earlier will be the hero that Jotun get to pick up. So all the jungle bans have technically backfired now in Brazil. I think with the Aurora pick, they are saying that Roger is going to be their jungler, right? And they're going to have to pick up a marksman now, or maybe even the Harith in the gold lane. For Argentina, though, it just comes down to their XP lane, and up against this composition, I think the Xborg fits really, really well, right? You get a lot of damage for prolonged team fights against the Edith, against the Terizla. You're solid against the Roger, too. But hey, Thamus is also a solid answer to go for. You have that Vengeance, you have the Sustain up against this composition, and already have the healing together with the Motivation Roar here. So, yeah, good stuff. I'm just wondering if Brazil now will
take an Xborg,
a Harith, or a Mark, or maybe they go for. I'm not a fan of Nolan.
Oh wait, were you saying Xborg? You were saying Xborg for Argentina, yeah?
Yeah.
Earlier, gotcha. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because we got Brazil already's got the Trizla locked in. Yeah. So last pick. I don't know, man. I think part of this too is just like
upon the edge of the void.
Nolan. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that pick.
That's risky, but I guess they just want to go assassin for assassin. But Hayabusa has a way easier time to kind of decide on his entry points. Nolan, on the other hand, you kind of really have to be patient, especially later in the game. And so far, what we've seen is both these teams can bring it to that, you know, that late game potential. interesting how they go about this, especially with the Nolan. I wasn't expecting the Nolan at all to pop up from Brazil. So now that that's in play, it's kind of like, all right, I think I favor Argentina's lineup here, based off that like everything was good for Brazil. The Nolan pick wasn't feeling too great about. Maybe Chessmaker will prove us wrong here, and maybe it's just also a comfort pick, but I still think that it's a little bit difficult to make it work because of the fact that you also have a Minotaur there, and even if you try to focus on the Zask and try to get rid of him, you always have to technically go through another layer, so to speak, and honestly there's no one really else that's easy to kind of catch, so to speak, over on the other side. So again, it's up to Chessmaker. We'll see how he plays this out and makes it work. But I think even at the same time, the Aurora pick is not something that you see pop up too much. It is sort of niche for some teams that make it work in certain compositions. But obviously, the Freeze, the Frigid Glacier also is going to be quite useful here. But we're going to jump into it. So those are the thoughts about the drafts here, ladies and gentlemen. It's down to this last game, the best of 3 between Argentina and Brazil. Finally, a third game for today in the 4 matches we've watched. And so far between these two teams as they duke it out, again, only one team from America's Group B is going to go forward to the WEC. And this is the first match that we get to see from Group B, I believe, today. We'll see some more tomorrow unfold, but this has been a great series so far.
Yeah, it really has, right? And I love the fact that we have developments after every single game. Game number 1, game number 2, we were talking about how both of these teams, they technically have found their identity. And in this game, they're embracing their identity. For Brazil, they really want to go up with that chaotic composition that, got them the victory in game number 1. And for Argentina, it's all about the front to back, playing with the Zask, playing with the Moskov as well, but also having a bit of dive there, having a little bit more of the assassin presence too with the Hayabusa. Both of them really now just relying on their own identities to play it out. Does seem like Argentina have a little bit better control. Cario in the mid lane forced to use the flicker as they go in aggressively, punishing the maneuvers into the bottom lane for the rest of the team.
Okay, so already a lot of rotations obviously happening here, trying to spot things out.
Again, wow. Even without the flicker, still walking forward, getting caught by the ultimate there, the Frigid Glacier. Together with the onward now, and it does definitely give Brazil a better time to go for the neutral objective. Meteoro, does he still want to go for it? Arctic isn't even level 4. Timetable Ascent coming down, Chessmaker still winning out in the retro battle. Now Jolton is going to be caught in the fadeaway, almost takes him down. Argentina losing out in the kill and the neutral objective department.
Yep, losing out in both there. Great setups. This is Shikaku, being able to pull it off with this Iesf. Like we said, it follows through with the being frozen, basically, and having a Mateus picking up this Aurora. Something that Argentina always has to be careful of when they're even just rotating to respond or going to one of the side lanes even. With this, Shikaku Styles just still going to be fine. Doesn't have a problem with Wrath just yet, but gets out without much anything else here. So first item's not locked in just yet, obviously. Still working on those. Fury Hammers across the board. At least a couple here for Brazil. A little bit of extra burst damage going to go ahead and help them through. And now also, when we talk about these objective fights, now that those level 4s are all in hand, Civ can show up to the fight if they really need to call for it, where he comes in with a Spear of Destruction. But, at the same time, it's kind of like, for Argentina, for this lineup that they have, should they be able to actually play into an early game? Do they have a power spike potential, or is it just better for Brazil right now in the early game?
I think it definitely, when it comes to setup, is better for Brazil, but there are ways where Argentina can actually utilize their composition as well to win out in these fights. Comes down to the execution department again. If Cario didn't get picked off, he should have been able to get a Minions Fury whenever Brazil actually wanted to go for a dive. And that would definitely give an opening for Arctic, for Jotun to get in there, and obviously for Meteoro to go for the Dominator's Ascent. So there are ways for Argentina to actually contest for the neutral objective.
Oof.
Just can't get picked off. It's a big ask right now, because for Brazil, they're just staying proactive all around the map. Already setting up for the neutral objective as Jotun picks up the purple buff. it does seem like they're going to be quite behind when it comes to the rotation. Chessmaker already there, despite Jotun being a level ahead. Akira setting up Dominator's Descent, coming down, penalty zone as well. Retro Battle, it's still Chessmaker despite being a level down. 2-man knockup with the Earth Shatter now. The Dominator's Descent not available to deal enough damage. And it's another pickoff win for Brazil. They get a neutral objective, they get a kill, and now they rotate down below.
And it's, oh, hold on, mid lane. Oh, they get the passive, of course. So Mateus gonna be fine, but yeah, this is now 2 kills on Shikaku style, by the way. Able to pick up those and work around with. Now for Brazil, they're gonna go ahead and get a turret out of this whole exchange too, so they might possibly trade across the map. Looks like they're gonna do that. Mid lane too, it looked like they were still focusing on Mateus, but they're gonna be forced back. Luckily Shikuku style was there to help Mateus out. That's a whole mouthful, isn't it? But Kira now, part of this fight, they're still trying to hold down the mid lane. But for the most part, they traded the tier 1s, you know, cross map for now. Argentina is pretty good at that. You know, when they find these losses on the map, they always go and look for a win, even if that's just a turret, even if it's just getting some of these battle spells out or what have you. Argentina has done a good job throughout the series of being able to trade with Brazil, and that could play a big part in how they try to turn things around here. It's nothing too crazy, you know, it's less than 1,000 gold. So the plays that Argentina are making, the fact that Civ is able to farm up and do his thing is going to be helpful for Argentina. And even at the same time, Jotun, you know, he hasn't died. He hasn't necessarily been able to do too much just yet on Hayabusa. And at some point, you know, once you get past the early to mid game transition, you start to get the late game. Obviously, your chances of getting just those assassinations kind of falls off a bit. And you then have to kind of adjust the play style on the fly from there. Whereas over on the other side, obviously with Chessmaker, you know, he's really relying on this portion of the game, the early burst that he can pump out, but even on Mateus or Shikuku style, to being able to use that CC that they have and then kind of just swoop on in, pop the damage. You can see it. He picks up the Skypiercer already. At this point, again, Jotun right on point too. So both junglers having these Skypiercers available could play a big part in now the objective fights here. The one thing they have to watch out for is that there's the setup.
Onward Flicker, now Midas Fury catching 4. That's the combo we were waiting for. Civ jumps in deep into the back line. Akira's still able to flicker out, but Arctic goes in for the chase. Akira burning down that glowing one. But he's still able to survive. Argentina clap back in the 7th minute of the game, and it's through that crazy setup that we were talking about. If Cario can get a Minion's Fury in while all of them are diving, it's going to be massive, and yeah, that's exactly what happened.
It's exactly what they had to do, because if they ended up losing that team fight and then losing the turtle, that would have been the start of, you know, things kind of slipping out of hands here. So with that, you can see actually the farming potential for Civ has been great. You know, Crystal Scythe, Golden Staff already locked in, working on that 3rd item already. You get a glowing wand here too for Meteoro, and even on the Thunderbelt here, Thunderbelt for Arctic alongside he's building the next item. And like I said, the Skypiercer picked up earlier from Jotun, so they're actually farming up really well. Now that it's relatively pretty much even across the board here, you can see even damage potential. You know, Jotun just a little bit ahead of course, Chessmaker because of the way the Shadow Kill works. And so really, you know, I think you've been saying this the whole series, man. It's like execution. Because both these teams throughout from game 1 to now has been pretty even, you know, in macro, the micro that they play. And it's showing here, especially at this point, this game number 3, taking things a little bit more slower too. Actually, no, the game 2 was a lot slower because we had a 1-1 for the longest time. You know, a little more action here this time around for Brazil, especially. They try to hold down to this tier 2. It's nearly gone. Civ doing work. Again, this is the pressure of a Mozkov. Okay, he didn't take that. I thought he might be able to try to take that from Chessmaker. Chessmaker utilizing that retribution. So they hold it together. 26 away from this Lord, though. Both teams getting in position the best they can. VW holding down that wave there. They want this tier 1 in the mid lane. They know they need it for a little bit of an advantage, but the buffs are going to come up here. You'll see both teams kind of get it situated for this big fight.
And it's all but equal again, right? Despite the first 2 turtles going to Brazil, despite a lot of the kills also being held by Brazil, if you take a look at the gold lead, it's not a gold lead at all. It's 500 technically for Argentina, and you can already see Civ on it. They're really trying to force Brazil to go for a dive. Again, the counter engage with Cario. That has to be the plan coming in from Argentina. They need to find a massive Minion's Fury. And again, for the Minion's Fury, as long as he pops it and it flickers forward, it's all good. That's anti-CC. He cannot be stunned unless they have a suppression, which it doesn't look like they do, right? Not with this composition. Jotun as well, just waiting in that bush. Actually seeing that a few members are low, jumps in. Oh, brings VW back with the Lycan Pounce. No one's there. The Dominator's Ascent comes down. VW still able to flicker out to safety. The Dominator's Ascent still chunking their HP bars. Cario finding Shikaku style, and he's going to try to look for an onward now. Arctic in the midst of it all jumps in. Has the Vengeance still. That's Akira again jumping in. Jolton finding the kill on the Chessmaker. A great assassination there as he picks up the Lord as well. Shikaku going to be falling into the shadow kill. This might be a Savage coming down. Mateus going to be taken very low. Still able to go with Winner's Crown as well. Mateus falling. Civ picking up the kill. 4-1, and the Lord going to Argentina.
Oh, Argentina. Talk about taking everything from Brazil in that exchange. And again, that all started with a mistake. And maybe he couldn't even help it. VW, you know, going into that pounce, being dragged so far, and then going on the defense. They knew once that happened, and once those spells were used and everything else to keep that from being a bad situation, Argentina was like, let's go ahead and start up the Lord. They end up pressuring the fight. Gets a little chaotic for Brazil. And then they punish even further by getting the Lord, getting a triple kill for Jotun here. So now, you know, scaling wise, he's in a great position. I mean, look at how much damage he's done already in this Hayabusa. So much more than Chessmaker. Ooh. He's going to pop the shadow kill again.
Doing a whole lot of damage. Yeah, like you said, damage dealt is definitely racking up here. Civ piercing damage through the base turret, taking Mateus to half HP. Shikaku style already using the armor earlier. Chessmaker jumps in. He gets bursted down. Arctic is still taking a whole lot of the shots. Civ still going for the siege. Jolton gonna be taking very low. Lycan Pounce to shut him down. And finally, this ninja gets dealt with by Brazil.
Man, I'm surprised. Jotun gets caught up there on top side. Not sure what he was trying to accomplish. So Brazil goes ahead, finds a little breathing room. All base turrets were at least hit a little bit. You know, the most healthy one there on the top side, but what a play already with that first Lord take from Argentina, able to put so much pressure on Brazil, and now it's up to Brazil to kind of slow the bleeding a little bit here because of just how things went. See some key items being picked up, of course. VW getting that Malefic Roar. Chessmaker's got to somehow, you know, catch up, and this is why we were talking about it in the draft, man. Like, this Nolan pick was a iffy. Like, I mean, it shows too. So far, Chessmaker, aside from being able to get those 2 turtles earlier on with the team, like, he hasn't been really able to put the pressure that we've seen Jotun do to them. And so at some point, it's like, all right, well, Chessmaker, where is he able to do that? How does he set that up? Could this be it?
Onward Earth Shatter? Arctic pops into Vengeance. Jotun goes in for the back line now with a shadow kill too. Mateus doesn't have the passive. They're both gonna fall down. Jotun picks up almost a double. Chessmaker barely survives that shadow kill. And it's all due to them going on to Arctic, who still had the Vengeance. Cario walks forward, trying to go for the stun. Chessmaker now able to dish out some damage, forcing Jotun back to the quad shadow. As he goes back in again, Motivation Roar, saving them Shikaku style. Back on the Primal Wrath, able to clear out the waves. With 3 members down in the base turret, down in the bottom lane. That's the far lane, away from the Lord. Yeah. Argentina should be able to get this Lord for free now.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, man, you saw... Like, that is the worst nightmare of teams that play against a Hayabusa. Your backline is just trying to stay away, trying to stay in the back, but then they get picked off anyway. And then your front line is completely away from being able to protect that back line. And Jotun has done an amazing job at really trying to find those angles and put that pressure on the back line for Brazil to kind of just be too lost in the chaos, you know? And it is good that Chessmaker didn't go down in that because he got so low. But they did lose, of course, a base turret. Now they got to shortly deal with this Lord push in here. And you can bet that Argentina is going to actually push this one a little bit further, taking down all the turrets if they can. Of course, for Brazil, they got to be able to clear things out. clear speed wise and defensive wise, they don't have, you know, the best lineup for this. They should be able to clear some of the waves, of course, at a decent pace, but utilizing possibly even some of the ultimates to stay in this game, because they have that Lord charging up in the bottom side. Iesf here in the mid, they still have to work through that. Couple hits on the mid. Top's going to go down here as Civ's working it on. Let's see if they can defend this. It's going to be a fully exposed base. Everything online. Curio, this could be his moment to set things up.
He's going to brute force the mid lane baser there without minions. Oh, again! Johnson back and forth. VW almost taken down. Now it's going to be 3-man. Oh, no, they actually are able to dodge away from him with a penalty zone into the front. Johnson still able to find a kill now. Akira going to be very low. Civ able to shot enough damage to take him down. Even dashing away there with the Abyss Walker out of the snowballs coming in. Johnson still in the midst of it all. Jumping with the quad shadow. Going to be taken down with the base. Was wide open for Argentina to take, and they will be able to get the reverse sweep done.
Argentina, man. Talk about a series here. Talk about, yeah, a reverse sweep for Argentina to turn things around throughout the series, learning in game 1, adjusting to game 2, and what they were accomplishing here for game 3. You know, I questioned, I was like, man, I wonder how Jotun would be. You know, he doesn't get the Julian. Well, my goodness, his performance here on the Hayabusa was even better, in my opinion. I loved watching him play this Hayabusa. Being able to target the right targets, get to the back line there, and put pressure and cause more chaos against Brazil was exactly what you need to do. As we take a look at the highlights here, you're going to see it. You know, it started early on where Brazil had the lead, and, you know, they end up going and getting these objectives at first. And, you know, from this, once again, losing these early team fights could be demoralizing for some teams out there. But Argentina, they kept a cool head. They continued to farm. They continued to trade across the map. And that's the main thing. I think Argentina does an amazing job at that. If they lose on some front, they gain something on another. And that's what they did continuously throughout the series here. And everybody, part of this team, definitely, I mean, for the series whole, deserves an MVP, because it was definitely a team effort. This is clearly, you can see them, that they have a synergy here, that they've worked on it, that the communication is on point too. I mean, even with that Jotun going down here, it's like, you know, he just got caught out by VW. It's minor things they could adjust, but still, even with this play, you know, look at the back line, man. He just put so much pressure. And by the time, you know, Shukaku Styles like, oops, you got to get to the back line. He's gone, you know, and that's the power of having this Hayabusa pick. Even in this exchange, towards that base push, you know, it was just really well played here from Argentina. Even Jotun going back, healing back up, coming back to the fight, you know, gets the attention. But then this just allows Civ to do his thing. And I think that's always what I talk about when I say the gold lane experience. This was it for Civ. He did the same thing, man. He just farmed up, did his thing, got to the point where he was a big threat in terms of damage if he was allowed to pop off here, because you could see he was relatively close to Jotun's damage. But, you know, and if the game went on a little bit longer, it would have been Civ that was that big threat now for them. But, you know, that one was 15 minutes, a little bit longer than the previous one. But definitely Argentina adjusted very quickly throughout the series, because remember, game 1 was quite a long game. So great showing here, great reverse sweep from Argentina.
Really well played, I would say, just game overall, because again, it was Brazil who were leading at the start of the game, but I think it came down to just them executing it better. The whole pattern, the whole what's it called? Yeah, basically the pattern of the entire day, I would say. It's just teams out executing each other, right? And this game in particular, Chessmaker, even though he played really well, the whole team did in the early game, they weren't able to utilize that early game lead to fully take control. And because of that, it was the late game carries that were able to shine for Argentina. And it was Civ this time around on the Moskov. Moskov just becomes super, super prior, right? I mean, both games that we saw the Moskov, those were wins. I don't know what that says about Moskov, but hey, take a look at the item builds here with the 3-item power spike that he got. He actually decides to go for the nature, and then no boots at all. He decides to sell the boots for the Wind Talker. I would say pretty normal build that we see a lot from the Moskovs, especially towards the later stage of the game when it gets to these tough spots, especially when you want to try to end the game. Yeah, boots don't matter. Just go ahead, go Wind Talker, and I get the base.
Yeah, again, it was a great opening day, I would say. Of course, here for the American Regional Qualifiers, because we came into this, like I said, we came into the first match not having a ton of information on everything, but now we get a good picture on how things can fall in place, especially for the next days ahead of us. I know it's been a long day, of course, for us here at Mirko. We had a lot of sweeps, 3 sweeps in a row. Long night, long day, whatever time it is now. The sun's up, the birds are chirping. But I thank you guys for all joining us, of course, here on the opening day for Mlbb here, of course. We still do have more days ahead of us, so we'll be back for it tomorrow, or make sure you guys keep an eye out on the schedule as well. We'll keep you guys all informed for that. Again, I am Naisu. This is Mirko. Thank you for joining us for day number 1. We'll be back tomorrow for day number 2 of the American Regional Qualifiers, the road to WEC. So sit tight, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Whew.